Hello everyone and welcome to an extremely special episode, a groundbreaking world first. This is the All About Counter-Strike podcast, episode 38, that has become All About Wonderful. We got him as our guest. It's going to be an awesome time. As always, DevWalk is here, rocking it with me. So let me start with you first. We got to watch him superstar his way through stage 2, undefeated, unbeatable. It was pretty nice to see, and now we get him here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, wonderful. In the community, it's been a little bit questioned at times. Like, people have written negative comments. For you to show up and just absolutely smash it must feel pretty nice.
How are you, dude?
I'm fine.
Yeah? You had a crazy stage 2, though.
Yeah, but it was not so strong teams versus us, so we need to see what will happen on the first stage.
But did you feel maybe like you were just feeling more confident?
Yeah, I felt really comfortable and confident.
Did something change between events that made you like, was it the boot camp?
I played the worst bootcamp ever.
Really?
Yes.
No!
I was always playing good bootcamps, but this bootcamp was worst ever I played. I think so. Even in my life. It was really bad.
Maybe this is the key to success.
I don't know.
Bad boot camp, great event.
But I came here, I instantly feel comfortable and confidence. Like, I don't know. When coming on tournament, on major, it's some specific aura.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this
I
is
100% get that.
Yeah, you get a different feeling, a different vibe at the major.
Yeah, and imagine you're starting first game on the stage already with fans. It's kind of crazy.
So you haven't been a pro player for so long, but already you started very young. But I want to ask, when did you start flameZ? How did you find flameZ? How did you start this grind?
Did you like grind to qualify for, what was it called? FPLC?
No,
Stuff like
kind
this,
of.
or?
First of all, I was playing matchmaking.
Yeah.
I was 5th silver. First my rank was 5th silver.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
After I get this, I don't know how it's called in English. Fuck. Under Supreme, how it's called.
The AK? Or the badge?
The badge.
Badge.
Yes.
The sheriff.
Yes.
I don't know what it's called, but
Master Guardian?
I think.
it's just
Master
the
Guardian?
sheriff badge.
Yeah,
Yes.
like the star, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Master Guardian.
And after
sure.
I started to play flameZ because I thought, okay, I'm ready.
Okay, before you hit global.
Yeah.
Did you ever hit global?
It was unreal to global. Where like
Global was massive cheating.
people was literally, I think on 6th level flameZ, people was playing lower than global. Global, like not even global, Supreme. First time I rank up my global when I was I was playing in tier 3 team. Tier 2
Okay.
kinda.
But it was the same, when we won the major 2013.
Yeah.
We went to play one matchmaking on Counter-Strike together, and we fucking lost.
Yeah, it's
You're like, how could I win a major?
So, okay. It was like 2 weeks after we won the major.
Oh,
We played matchmaking, lost.
Already washed.
16-14 Mirage, still remember it.
it was crazy game, I guess.
I like how you remember the game you lost after the major on match.
I was like, okay, I guess.
I guess I'm not good.
Wow.
And then look at this,
Yeah.
right? After that, we go ESL Pro League. It was bad.
It was downfall.
It was
after.
complete downfall. And then Dallas, I remember seeing them. I spoke to them for one interview, and they were gone again and back home. That didn't work, right? But then after that, that's when things started to change again. And this is what was the most impressive. So you guys were being hit by the community, by the analysts, like fluke, not good team. It was just lucky. But then you went on this run. First place, second place spring final. Yeah. First place Esports World Cup. Second place Cologne. First place ESL Pro League. Second place full finals. First place Rio. That run, how do you explain it? It was like a joke of like second, first, final. Like this was wild.
We could win more, but we get what we get. But I think with the game preparation, bootcamp, people are hungry to win. Because, when you're winning major, you understand you can win something. After the major, I think we were just tired of working, like, how much? It was 5 months from the start of the season till the major. We put every our energy on this major, we win it. And we need some time to rest because, for me, I remember it was really hard because I was 18 years old, I think, or 19. 19 years old
19 now
already, and it was so much pressure from a lot of
Everywhere.
sites everywhere, but we won major something, and I wanted to chill, just end up playing 24/7 this game. Just we played back 2 tournaments after we come back on Blast. Kind of second place, we got smashed by Spirit in the final, but it was kind of hard to win this, I think.
But do you also think like you get like almost emotionally exhausted by
Yeah,
winning a
yes.
major? Like
Yeah.
there's so many people you talk to, like congratulating you, and you speaking to them, and
It's just
it's everything gets released at the same time when it
Yeah.
happens in some weird way, right? So,
I wouldn't know. You two won majors. I didn't win a major, so I can't explain it.
but for me it was just explosion of all emotions I ever
Yeah.
felt same time. You know, I was sad, happy, like everything just came out in a weird way.
yeah.
And it's unexplainable feeling, but you get drained by it, like you do.
How hard is it to go on that many runs of finals, though? Deep run tournaments. You win one tournament, 2 days later, you're playing another tournament. Like, that's how some of your days were.
It's, I don't know, it was good actually.
Yeah?
It was much easier for me. I was tired last season.
Of course.
I was kind of tired, but I was happy. It was good atmosphere. We were enjoying, even if we took second place, we're going to the next tournament, we're taking first place.
Yeah.
We are working a lot still. It was a really good year. It was my favorite, I think, year in my
Of
life.
course, with that
It's
many
like
trophies.
we won major, we won like other 3 tournaments. Good atmosphere. What do you need more?
Then you end up joining Spirit. So before we get into the Spirit conversation, because this is where things get a lot bigger, who at this point in your career do you feel had maybe helped you the most become the player you were? Because you said you're very motivated, like in yourself, but like who was maybe most influential to you?
Toxic.
Yeah?
He was but he already went to Valorant at the time. He was just for 2 years helping me a lot.
Does he play Valorant professionally now?
No, he's back in CS when CS2 starts.
Smart
Right.
man. Smart
When I
man.
was in Sprout, he come back.
Do you still play some CS with him?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you just
We
play
are
some
talking
basics
still,
stuff?
yeah.
Good. All right. Can you explain to us and the viewers, right, like how good Blade is? Like, because we see structure, analytical, all this stuff, but like, how much has he helped you develop? How much does this Navi system revolve around all this stuff he's putting together and what he makes work?
In CS, he's genius.
Yeah.
He analyzing, I don't know, like he knows what will happen, kind of. You know, like guy who see future, kind of.
Yeah.
It's like no one knows CS same good as him,
Mm-hmm.
because I think he's like really insane. So
Is that something that helps you? Obviously, you don't need to reveal like stuff, but it feels like for an AWPer, it's especially good to have a system where he can maybe tell, okay, we're gonna do this, and this guy will come in this area to push, and you get free frag, or is it more just understanding like how to hit them, force them to focus on different things? Like, how do you view it? Do you feel like his system also gives you maybe free frags the way you are playing?
yeah, of course, if you like we are discussing or reviewing some games, we see what I can like get some easy entries.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he will say. Who will not say? Like it's but mostly like we just have structure what we are trying to improve our team play, add some new rounds, fix some old rounds, be in meta, kinda. That's what Andre is working.
This is the perfect side. We gave you the best setup possible. You got that smiling, happy face on the
Fucking
screen.
shit
as well.
photo. I'm so ugly on this. Oh, nice.
Oh, this one's good?
It's
Yeah,
better.
it's a trophy. Okay, keep this one up then, Mr. Producer. But yeah, wonderful. Thank you very much. I am happy to see that you're dealing with the tilt and everything. I'm proud of what you achieved so far. It's good to know you as a friend and also see you thrive as a player. You are owning the hell out of this event, so let's see if that continues as well. Is there anything you want to say to the people watching, to all the fans? Any final words? Girlfriend at home, family at home. I know, like, his mum was even with us in Cologne, wasn't it? Cologne, his mum was there. We were all
You don't
chilling.
need to speak English. You can take it.
Oh yeah, you can speak Ukrainian, English, whatever you want to do.
I will
That's-
just
your
say-
camera's there.
With my camera, right?
This camera, yeah.
I just want to say thank you guys for supporting everyone who believes in me. That's all.
That's all.
I don't need to say more.
No,
There we
it's
go.
perfect.
Everyone knows what they should know.
There we go. They definitely do from this podcast now. And is your mum or your girlfriend coming to playoff?
If we'll qualify to playoffs. Yeah.
There we go. All right, we'll see Mama Wonderful again, cheering on from the crowd. We'll get to watch it all go down. That is it. This has been the All About Counter-Strike podcast. This is episode 38. It is all about wonderful. We haven't gone to my close-up, so I'll use this one here. It's been all about wonderful. I hope you've enjoyed it. Another banger episode, a lot of insight, a lot of things we're learning for the first time about this young man who is only 20, achieved so much, and his career has still got so much more to give. We'll be watching him for many more years ahead of him. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and comment, and I'll see you on the next episode.
Welcome everyone, another demo review. This time it's Passion UA's Nyx, and he's going to be guiding us through a couple of rounds here. We're going into actually round 6, so pretty standard and default way.
Oh no, 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 no.
Oh yes, oh yes. I didn't actually notice this before, but is this something that happens often?
No, well, it's just I'm never the booster.
Oh, you're being the booster.
I'm usually the guy getting boosted into holes. So I just forgot the lineup because I haven't done the lineup since I showed it to Quem.
You're positioning yourself middle of this step, but you should be
I think
in
so,
reality there. Oh, okay. Quem, I think he already took holes. He cleared it. Now you're gonna re-clear it. This was actually really, really close. I'm not sure if you rewatched this, but Slacks was actually on this angle just as Quem was speaking, and this was very dangerous.
I don't think Quem saw him either.
Yeah.
Someone died and the strat like fell apart pretty fast, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, the round is still recoverable, which is why I want to ask you about this. What was the call here?
So like we're pretty spread out right now. Like in a situation like this, if you create chaos on both sides of the map, there's a good chance they'll get you a kill just by rotating.
That's a nice kill right there.
I flashed the guy's sight and peeked the Opera. I was not expecting the Opera to be there, but it worked. Like here, I get into a good space, but yeah, there was unfortunately no rotates from the CTs. And they got into a really good spot for actually defending against this.
And you're gonna get spotted here, I think, as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna get spotted. They took so long rotating CT that I thought they just went banana. So I wasn't even expecting to get shot in the back.
Yeah, makes sense. This is the round that, in my opinion, changed the whole trajectory of this map. What's your buy? Basically full eco, right?
Just Glocks, try and get a couple kills.
Yeah.
I hear them go into apps.
Yes.
So as soon as I hear them come into apps, I just like, tell everyone, come back, we're gonna swing these guys.
Did Slacks do like an extra step that you heard? I think you heard Slacks.
Yeah. I mean, their first mistake was hopping on holes versus Glocks, so I'm assuming they misread the economy.
Your teammates are going to enter the boiler here, and I'm not sure if you understand how crazy this is, but here is Hexed.
You can't see.
The gun is blocking the view of a player that is going to kill him. He has absolutely no idea. Like, them even attempting this is kind of out of spite, I would say. That it was a full eco, we need to at least try. It was great that you joined us and shared some thoughts. Thank you for this.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Who's gonna be in the major grand final? I would go with, I don't wanna put us, I don't wanna jinx us. I'll put Furia versus Vitality.
Hope for us. And why not against Furia?
I really hope we do, and I would like to face Furia in the finals against us.
Hopefully us against Vitality. I always like to play against them, so Vitality.
Vitality and Furia.
Spirit and Falcons.
Who's going to play in the major grand final this time?
Spirit and Vitality.
Us against Vitality.
Mouse and Falcons.
I think Mouse and Furia.
Mouse and Furia.
Vitality and Mouse.
Us and don't matter who.
And who?
Doesn't matter who.
Us, I hope so. And Furia. Yeah, great final, right?
Division and Furia.
Oh, that will be cinema.
Так, давай первый. Самый новый. Budapest. На самый новый, окей. First one is StarLadder. No, StarLadder Budapest.
Yeah.
It's obviously.
We have no idea.
StarLadder Budapest Major.
Okay, let's see. So timeline, newest or oldest. Okay, Budapest Major.
Well,
It's the newest.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
Sure about that? Yeah.
Yeah. Nice
Pretty
start,
sure.
team.
Logged in.
So StarLadder Budapest Major, most recent one.
Austin.
Yeah. Okay, it works like that.
It's not. It's not. So after Austin, Shanghai.
After Austin, Shanghai, but Shanghai is not here. So I believe the last one was Copenhagen.
Yeah.
Copenhagen in 2024.
Now is in major, then we are taking Copenhagen.
This is only major, right?
Yeah,
only major. So this one.
Okay, here we go. I think we lose on starting now.
There's no Austin.
Oh, I see.
It's like
Okay, separated. Mixed. Stockholm was before Antwerp?
Yeah. Stockholm was instantly after the
Did you
COVID.
play this?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got Rio right now in third place, Antwerp in fourth. Then we got Stockholm.
I think Jane won it on November. So I would say, I
follow you feeling.
I think the Rio Major.
So Rio Major now.
And then Antwerp.
Antwerp.
Yeah. And then Stockholm.
Stockholm, yeah.
Стоп, нет. Бостон сначала был, потом... Короче, сначала Краков они выиграли, а потом был
они
Бостон.
взяли игроков, и Бостон, они отлетели. Да, все.
Я помню, они проиграли.
Вот тут я не знаю, да.
Нет, тут я все знаю. Вот так вот.
И Коламбус. Окей.
We got Stockholm 4 and PGA Antwerp 5.
I put Antwerp here, 5.
We got Stockholm 4.
Bro, this is also hard. I don't know.
If phone will stay here, he know everything, but for us it's hard.
Yes, Berlin is 2019, I think.
Then it's this, Berlin, then Boston, then Krakow. No?
I think so.
I think, and then Columbus and Cluj-Napoca.
And I think Cluj-Napoca, I think is like 2013, bro.
50.
This is NBK only. I know it because he was...
This is 50-50, boy. I trust you.
I think.
Columbus is older. It might be 1%. There was major.
No, bro, this is Go. This is CS Go.
Okay.
We put Columbus last.
For me, it's 50-50.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah, final answer.
If all of them are correct, that's your final answer?
Yeah, final answer.
Click
Submit? Yeah, okay. Let's check. Yeah, we got everything right.
There you go. That's your final answer.
Yes.
You can click submit in the top.
Yeah.
You got right.
We have 10 out of 10.
You got 10 out of 10, yeah. Easy.
Easy.
Know your makers.
Oh my god, I missed you.
Yeah, we missed
Holy
Which one did you miss?
We missed.
I missed Stockholm and
We need to switch Stockholm and Antwerp.
Good.
It's crazy, right?
Sick, or? Nice.
You got all of them.
10 out of 10, yeah?
Yes,
Yeah.
The last one was.
Is that your final answer?
Yeah,
Final answer.
It's time to mess our mind.
Final
You
answer.
win $1 million if you get all of them correct. Final answer.
Final answer.
Adam is rich, he won't fit it. He has billions.
Submit them.
Yeah.
You were confident, I trusted you. But it's fine, it's fine.
Final answer.
Yes.
We can submit.
You want us to submit?
Submit if you want to.
Yeah, submit. Yes, we're all right. Yes.
Good job.
Yes, of course.
I can trust you.
StarLadder Budapest Major 2025, and Alex is sticking some tricks.
Oh, sorry, you just caught me doing my morning parkour.
That was great.
Yes, thank you very
You
much.
stuck the landing there, and guess what? A couple of teams did yesterday as well. We obviously have two big names locking themselves in. Spirit, Donk's decided, why be a king when you can be a god? He's elevated to that level once more. And, they took down MalbsMd. Unfortunate for the hometown heroes, isn't it?
So close. The support as well was insane. But it does mean we get more of that. Of course, coming up today, MalbsMd will be having another opportunity to secure themselves a spot. 3 best of 3s across 2 streams, so 6 games, 3 teams going home, and 3 securing that spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, we lost Liquid and Paravision yesterday. Paravision's journey had to come to an end eventually, so a bit unfortunate they couldn't win a game within this series. When you look at Liquid, what can you say about this one? 0-2 in stage 2, 0-3 in stage 3. It's going to be an interesting off-season to see what happens with the team going forward, but what I'm interested about today is that Falcons MalbsMd game. I think that's the one that's top of the pops. We're going to be kicking off with Vitality versus Na'Vi. Both Falcons and Vitality recovering since their opening matches from the best of ones on day number 1, so they're ready, just best of 3 away from securing their rightful spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It feels like a shoe-in for Vitality. The form we saw out of them yesterday was just, again, stunning. Looks like they've really tightened up the screws and should be comfortable versus Na'Vi. But we'll find out together at the casting desk. That's the first 6 games. Get your phone up, get your TV ready. We're going to have a lot of Counter-Strike coming your way today.
Major time, baby!
Woo! Parkour!
Budapest may be known as the Spa City, but absolutely no relaxing for any of our remaining teams today. That's because 3 more will qualify for the playoffs, whereas 3 more will unfortunately meet their end. 2 names aren't going anywhere though. It's a wonderful Devil Walk and Ted joining me to kick off today's proceedings. Major Magic Man, I'm really feeling it today.
Yeah, we really are, aren't we? I mean, so far we're getting everything that we hoped for. We're getting a great performance out of Spirit and Donk. We're getting the, I guess, menaces right now of Tier 1, the favorites to win the entire thing. In Fury are playing great Counter-Strike, and we have a bunch of names like Na'Vi, like Vitality, that had those lackluster starts but are looking to bounce back.
I mean, getting a little bit of a teaser of how a playoff could actually be in this day. We have great matchups and, you know, a lot of good Counter-Strike coming up.
Obviously, a massive shout out to our sponsors, that is Monster, Blacklight, and xplay.gg for helping make the StarLadder Budapest major possible. Now, I love that you start off on the highs, but we do have to recap some lows, as sadly 2 teams were eliminated yesterday. Let's start off in chronological order. Liquid falling in a 2-0 to Passion UA. This is surely dire straits for Liquid. Surely changes are needed to be made moving into next year.
I mean, it is very painful, isn't it? I feel like regardless of what happened here, probably Liquid would have made some changes, but this should solidify the need of something new, a breath of fresh air, if you will, going into tomorrow and into next year. Sorry, but the fact that you lose against Passion as well. I mean, if you're a Liege, this is the core of players that you left last year to try and lift trophies, try and push harder, and now they've got Kvem instead of you. They've got Nyx, and they take you down in an elimination game. I mean, it's still a massive result for Passion, but if you're Liquid, it's probably very devastating, especially after the few positive signs that they kind of gave us towards the end of stage 2, right, Devil?
Yeah, I mean, the individuals started to shine a little bit more, but once you step into a stage 3 environment where you have the world's best Counter-Strike teams, you're gonna need a little bit more than just a few decent individuals to match up against them. You're gonna have to have tactics. They looked a little bit off. They looked a little bit off sync, and they had a complete capitulation against that Passion's UA side.
And for Ultimate, it was a completely different face than what we saw during the previous stage of the major as well. He was so instrumental in getting these moments over the line for Liquid and just all but absent yesterday.
Yeah, I think we've seen that a couple times with Ultimate over the years as well, right? He just has those moments where he's gonna pop off. It was the same way that they picked him up in Liquid. The first events he played, he had some great showings. EPL was one of his first tournaments. He was outstanding, and then the next couple of months he just goes back to quiet. So it's just a lack of consistency when it comes down to him.
Well, giving Liquid's elimination, they did have a chance to give a few brief words to James Banks.
Liquid's run here at the Budapest Major will come to a sad end, despite a year of many changes, many things going on with team roster, you coming in mid-season. I just guess I should start by asking, how disappointing is this for you guys, especially with how much determination and grit you did show to even get onto stage 3? You were fighting so hard.
Yeah, there's a lot of words that I would like to say, but I think this whole year has been up and down with a lot of, like you said, a lot of changes, a lot of rebuilding, and for trying to find a system that works for everybody. Going through role changes inside of the team, having really rough results throughout the year as well. And then before this major, we had a really good preparation for it. And disappointment is an undervaluing word, I guess, for how we feel right now, because it's a different story if we reach our potential and we go out, but it just felt like we didn't reach the potential that we showed throughout the last 2 weeks before this tournament. So that's why it hurts a lot more, because it felt like something was blocking us from showing our true level, and I think that hurts the most.
Can I ask just a little bit of detail on that when you're saying what was blocking it, and also for you, obviously, you now play a different style since the Legion's come in, right? It's not the usual Shuhei style, I would say. We saw how much that takes a toll on things for you.
We had to change a lot of things. We had to adapt to a lot of things. That caused for role changes in the team as well. So people had to get used to new roles. I had to change a little bit of my style as well. So it's all like we went through a learning phase that was difficult to like just skip and just go through it fast. All of this takes time, and we were aware of it. But before this major, we reached a point where it's like we thought that that time went much faster, and we actually adapted and learned all those things a lot faster. But we just didn't come here and didn't show it. So,
looking at how this year has been for you and the team in general, how difficult has this been compared to previous years in your career, and just with all the changes we spoke about?
Yeah, like personally, it was one of the most difficult seasons for me, or this year in general. I was feeling very down after the situation in January. I had to pick myself up. I had to learn a lot of new things. I had to adapt. I basically grew as a person. I joined a different environment. I got to learn how different people work. So there was a lot of ups and downs again. I think there were still positives in them in this year. There were obviously some down moments, and it's just a part of a learning process and trying to move forward.
And in that learning process, in moving forward, let's try and focus on what 2026 will look like. Is there a lot you can learn from this and take from this to come back stronger?
Yeah, I think that one of the questions we'll be asking ourselves after this event is like what happened, like what caused this drastic change. In the moment, we were starting from behind every game, and we didn't show up. So yeah, for the next year, we're just gonna have to work on stuff like this, where we just need to come into an event and show it from the beginning. There's no time to adjust throughout the event and suddenly get back into it. It's very rough, or you're always gonna start on the back foot by doing that. So yeah.
Any final words for the fans and the Liquid supporters out there?
I want to give, first of all, I want to give a huge shout out to the whole team. I think that everyone put in a lot of work. They played their hearts out. We tried to find solutions. We couldn't do it in the end. I know that Liquid has a lot of supporters, some of them being here, some of them being at home. I'm sorry that we couldn't deliver better results. We all hoped for better results here. I want to give a huge shout out to this crowd. It was amazing, even though it's not the arena yet. It was still amazing to hear everyone, all the fans at home, my family. Huge shout out to them, they're always supporting me. And also to Victor. He's been doing a hell of a lot of work for us. I think this event, I really wanted him to enjoy it. And unfortunately, we didn't get to do that for him. But I'm just hoping there's going to be another chance.
Thank you very much for the words, mate. Sorry to see you go. If you can just take the Liquid logo for me.
Yeah, I mean, this one's going to sting extra hard for Flashy, not having the ability to be standing in a booth in front of his home crowd. One small thing I do take issue with in that interview is just the word potential, because it's one thing to say, okay, we have the potential to do this, we have the ability to do this. It's a whole nother thing, Ted, to seemingly never show it, even though Liquid have been in a complicated situation throughout this year. When you have the likes of Elige on your team, when you have Naf as well, when you have the calling abilities of Shuey, it's really disappointing to not see that potential realized.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of these projects where you just look at the pieces and you're like, well, why isn't this working a little bit better, right? And it's very difficult to look at the explanations. I actually like the fact that Shuey gave a bit of a shout out to Flashy, because I think if there was a positive to take away from this entire thing, it would be the impact that he's been able to bring to the team. There was multiple occasions where he could call for a tactical timeout and then Liquid would end up winning the next round instantaneously and just switch something. So I feel like, as you pointed out, the potential is there. But now the main question is, how do you just get that potential and actually make it, you know, something that exists? How do you materialize it?
On the flip side, it was Paravision versus 3D Max is our other elimination game yesterday. 3D Max impressing by managing to survive in a 3-map affair. Unfortunately, was the end of the road for Paravision, but I think at Devil Walk, the narratives may be slightly different when we look at Paravision. It's just super impressive to see them make it to this stage, and they've earned so many VRS points from it as well.
Yeah, I mean, they should keep their heads high. This is a first kind of big international event for a lot of these guys. Dustin, James, excellent work with both, you know, building the structure, making sure that they, as rookies, are able to perform under these circumstances. So I have nothing but praise for Paravision. They did better than most of us probably thought they would. They looked clean. It's obvious that they have a philosophy and a game style that works for them, that's a bit different. And yeah, I just enjoyed watching them play Counter-Strike, and I think they should be very, very proud of themselves.
I think we can be assured Jello is the real deal. That is a pure diamond that James managed to find out of some of this young roster of players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a bunch of them. If you want to take the positive side of things, Jello was absolutely perfect. And the poetic part about it is that he's coming in from the same Tier 2, Tier 3 Russian squad as Tenir did from last year, right? And Noda had a couple standout moments. So yeah, I'm on with ZywOo on this one. I feel like there should be mainly positives for Paravision after the end of this event.
Well, either way, it's time to get a few departing words courtesy of Paravision and James Banks.
Paravision fought hard all the way from stage 1 to stage 3 of the major, but the run does end here with a 0-3. I've got James with me, Dastan on the other side as well. James, I want to just get your thoughts on this game and what happened in the 3D Max match, because we still saw some fight from you guys, some good Counter-Strike, but this time maybe not what you wanted.
I think we lost because we're tired. All stages take all our power, I think.
Yeah.
Less experience than opponent, but I think if we have like, you know, moral power and good synergy, we can win everyone. But on last game, we was not here.
But let's look at your run for the whole major. Starting in stage 1, you beat a lot of teams that are favored against you with higher ranks than what you were. You guys grinded your way throughout of it. Are you still proud of what you showed as a team?
I think I'm proud of my team. All these guys, it's first major for them, and they played very good. They won so many teams, and all teams will lose on this tournament. Only one?
Yeah. Now, I remember when we spoke all the way back at Star Series, you said about being on this team for a year, living on boot camp, changing players, everything you went through. When you look at the fact that you made top 16 at a major, does it say that like this was a good way to do it, even if it was very hard? Like, was it worth it?
Our main goal is go to the LAN, all LANs, and our first goal. I don't know, all can be happen. We need to think about how we should play. Sniper Agile, all these things. These guys need to take more control. They need to, you know, take space on map and need to help me. And I don't know, all can happen, but I'm proud of my team. They played very good, and we fight, you know, like last round, we still fight. We do everything from ourselves, but it's happened.
Thank you very much, James. And Dastan, I have to get some words for you because you've been very vocal about the team and grinding out with these guys. Just now, before we started this, you told them not to be sad. How proud are you? How are you, like, how you view the development of this team across the major, and what does this all mean to you going into 2026?
Main goal is achieved. Yeah. I hope we will get more invites to Krakow, to see you, to see fans, and hope people will enjoy to see our game. And main goal is good. But of course, 5 minutes after loss, I am sad.
Yes.
Generally, this result is good. It's okay. Playoff was perfect, but stage 3 it was good result, very good result. Of course, we can win these matches, but I think 3 weeks and previously 1 month in boot camp, they was exhausted. I think they were tired. I hope some of these guys will be future stars. At least some of them will have this experience to be bright in future. Thank you for all guys who watched the game. Thank you for everyone who cheered for us. I hope next time we will show better CS and better game.
Thank you very much, Dastan. I appreciate it very much. James, thank you very much. I'm going to give you the pen. If you can go take the logo down from the top for me.
I like that Dastan has the mentality to realize that, of course, experiencing a loss, an elimination, always going to be a sad moment. But he's so right. He should be so proud of what the team has achieved. And I'm no VRS mathematician, ZywOo, but I feel like with the placement they have here, that's going to mean a lot more tournaments moving into next year.
Yeah, they set themselves up for a great showing for the next year. They're probably going to be invited to pretty much every Tier 1 tournament at the start of the year and can, you know, continue to have this chance, continue to gain experience for these young kids. You know, we talked about Cielo, who probably had the biggest multi-kill rating in the entire tournament, constantly getting multi-kills, and you know, everyone had their part, which impressed me. Belchenok is always, you know, fearless on the entering, James, and just the way that they play Counter-Strike, the way they have the calmness to pause and think and put the pressure. Super proud is what they should be. 100%.
It's been an absolute pleasure to witness some of the kind of underdog names coming through Paravision, but alas, sadly, they are eliminated here. Of course, we are moving on to be looking at the bracket for the matchups today. What would you say is your matchup you're most excited for, Ted?
Ooh, I don't want to ruin the fun for everyone that's just coming into the arena and getting ready for a long day of Counter-Strike, but I feel like we are kicking it off with a bang. I feel like our first game is probably the most interesting, and then we're following it up with another banger. I mean, when you have Na'Vi taking on Vitality and then Falcons taking on Mouse for progression into the playoffs, it's very difficult to look at the other matches.
Absolute cinema, indeed. Speaking of interesting, we do have some interesting stats from Scope.gg, and I think this is a very important one that you need to pay attention to, ZywOo, because you have a bit of an issue with chickens, no? Don't you?
Chickens?
You were telling me, yeah, you have a bit of a problem with them?
I don't have a problem with it, but fair play. Why
I guess
not?
Ecstasies does.
I mean, sometimes when you're like an anchor in Pit on Inferno and a chicken comes through short, you know, why not just get rid of them? So you don't have that, you know, high pressure moment, a chicken, you flick, you shoot, you reveal your position. Get rid of them.
Well, I have seen maybe a slightly larger chicken. Am I going crazy, Ted?
Oh no, there it is. Yeah.
You can see that too, right?
Yeah, this one just walked past us. I am afraid. You know why I'm afraid? Because we've been actually pointed out so many times that the chickens are dying. I'm afraid that this fella here is the king of all chickens. He's just.
I'm gonna hide in the green room.
Yo, and he's got a C4 strap to his chest as well. Maybe we need to get out of here. Have I ever told you I have a massive fear of giant chickens? I don't know, man. Let's leave him be. You can stay wherever you want, Mr. Chicken. Let's talk about the matchup at hand. Devilwalk, Na'Vi versus Vitality, qualification into playoffs. Just give me your kind of overall take in this monster matchup of the two teams and their trajectories to make it to this moment.
I mean, Vitality is a massive favorite. I think if you look at just the two, you know, they had, you know, probably the best half year a team has ever had in Counter-Strike history. They've just smashed some records and just played great Counter-Strike, been completely, you know, creative. They've been, you know, playing different styles, and they're just a massive, massive favorite in this matchup. For Na'Vi, they struggle against favorites. They kind of haven't really gotten that many victories against the top-tier teams, so this is going to be a massive test for them.
Another reason this matchup is so interesting is because we haven't seen Na'Vi and Vitality play against each other since the Austin Major, and this is their only game that they've played all year long. That was a 2-0 win for Vitality back then, but the main difference going into today's matchup is the fact that Vitality is not that mental beast that they were in the first half of the year, right? You couldn't really say that they have the mental edge over a lot of people. No, now everyone knows that they're beatable. Everyone knows that even though they still are undoubtedly one of the best teams in the world, they could take them down on a good day.
Now, Devilwalk, you're looking at kind of the big three from each side of the equation. How have they impressed you so far here in Budapest?
I mean, you can just look at the ridiculousness of the Vitality players. ZywOo, ropz, you know, flameZ. They are probably the best players at their role in the entire world to some degree. You know, ZywOo as an AWPer, absolutely ridiculous. Always gets his pick, his reads, his kind of internal mini-map is just the absolute best you will ever see. He is great in every single moment of the game. ropz, his lurking, the mechanical kind of like proactivity, is always checking every corner, everything is pitch perfect. And I think it's a tough test for Na'Vi going into it. He's had a pretty good tournament. You look at Makase, Bit, and Wonderful, all been pretty decent going into this tournament, but it's a different beast going up against this Vitality. It's completely, it's a big one.
It's just the terrifying sense of what happens if we get into the server today and Vitality shows up on their A game, right? And then you just know you're not going to stand a chance. ZywOo and ropz so far in this tournament have actually been the two people to initiate the most amount of opening kills as well on the T sides for Vitality. So you're seeing a little bit of diversity in the way that they're playing their T sides. They're very difficult to read and they do have their tells. But one of the things that makes the difference and draws the line between Vitality and a lot of the other teams in the world of Counter-Strike nowadays is the fact that Vitality is a team that is very focused on hiding their tails, very aware of what is the type of game they play, what are the tendencies that they're giving away, and they're goddamn good at, you know, changing things up from game to game.
Yeah, with having the brain and the aim, this Inside Vitality, such a formidable beast. How are you comparing both ZywOo and Wonderful then as we come into the server today?
I feel like the one thing that we need to address when it comes down to Wonderful the most is the fact that, because we already pointed out, ZywOo's very impactful for the T sides, and he's a bit of a hybrid oper. He's going to pick up the rifle every now and then, more often than not actually nowadays. On the other side, Blade did point out, as well as Alexi B did, that Wonderful's change of attitude, his change of, let's say, the mentality and the mindset that he's bringing into the games is actually helping them out big time on the T sides. And this is something that we noticed in Stage 2, something that he hasn't really been able to replicate to that extent in Stage 3, but something that he will really need to try and pull off today if he wants to try and punish ZywOo.
It does seem like we've had a distinct mental shift for Na'Vi coming into this Budapest major, but I'm interested to hear what is on ropz's mind as he has a few words to say ahead of this qualification series.
Hey everyone, 7 years ago we made it to our first major playoff and here we are. But now, Robin, if you could talk to your old self or younger self, what advice would you give to yourself?
Oh, deep question. straight out like that. I don't know. You know, keep believing in yourself. Nothing special. I mean, you keep working as you do. Keep your work ethic and everything. You know, things will work out.
Well, you certainly did that, and you're here in Vitality jersey right now. So far, you're only facing throughout this major teams that were in Stage 2, which means on paper they should be a little bit weaker, but at the same time they're warmed up. How do you feel about this?
I think it's always true. I mean, you're playing in this setup for a week before, maybe 2 weeks before, and I mean, you're just used to the environment. You know how like the daily life is. Like, you know, there's no surprises. You know, all the things that, you know, are coming in and out of the event. So sometimes you come into an event like us, and there's a few surprises. Like we don't know where we have to go or what the timings are, or you know how the system works. So it's nice to be in that environment before. And it's a bit of an advantage, but I think the biggest advantage is to come in later into the tournament like us, and we have to skip a stage, and it's, you know, we just play less CS. It's great to have that.
After this event, it will be 1 year that you're wearing Vitality jersey, and first half of the season was amazing, exceptional, but now we see a little bit of a cracks, and I know that you and your teammates sometimes talk about peaking at the right time. So what is Vitality doing to peak at the right time here at this major?
I think the most important thing is just to manage the schedule and the burnout, because I mean I think the one thing that is gonna hurt the most when you're playing like a long season like we do usually in CS, and now having the major at the end, I mean you're gonna be quite exhausted by the end of the season, and you still want to find that bit of energy and just manage the calendar well, make sure that the practices are not too much, not too less, you know. So you just do everything with a fine balance, and I think that's the most important thing.
I mean, great. Let's see how it goes on the server. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
It's actually a really interesting perspective on a topic that we talk about a lot. You know, is it better to start early, get warmed up to the situation, the environment you're in, or is it better to start later? And I mean, for Vitality, even though the trophies may not be here so much in the second half of the year, it's always deep runs, and that is still going to tire you out so much.
Yeah, and that's where it gets a little bit too tiring and devastating, right? Because when you're winning, even when you're playing a lot, that kind of gives you that extra buff when it comes down to the mental, when everyone is just feeling hyped up because they're just lifting trophies, winning every single game. Now Vitality are going through the role of a team that is playing all the events pretty much the maximum amount of best of 3s or best of 5s bar 1 or 2, and they still need to keep going, but they're not lifting as many trophies, right? So this is where you could start probably feeling like a lot of the teams in their position are going to be a little bit more tired, but in terms of whether it's better to start in Stage 1 or Stage 3, this is an entirely different conversation, I feel like, and it kind of goes back to the fact, do we really want to have different teams playing different amount of games to the World Championship? I'm not going to open that.
That's a conversation for another day.
Yeah.
Maybe we should start a podcast on that topic. Devil Walk, if you wouldn't mind, live up to your namesake a little bit. Play devil's advocate as to why Na'Vi have a chance to take down Vitality today.
It's a tough case to make, but there are small things that you can actually point towards. I think prep work is the #1. I think that Na'Vi needs to be the one proactive, needs to be able to shut down players like ropz. If you look at a map like Inferno, there was a final against Furia recently where the big thing for me on Inferno was that Furia found a way to shut down ropz, to negate his impact, to make sure that he didn't actually, you know, come on those lurks that were very, very aggressive. They basically put like Yuri on balcony and Molodor in small pit to kind of just fend him off and then go for retakes once Vitality had hit B. And they need that sort of patience and need that sort of solutions if they're going to find some success against the Vitality. They also can draw the inspiration from TyLoo game, from Mouse, from Falcons. They've shown that they are beatable, especially on maps like Nuke, Inferno, Train, and Overpass. And hopefully they'll get 2 out of those maps to kind of get into this best.
Yeah, give me some thoughts on the maps, sir, because we're just about to bring them up on screen. Anything you're expecting, Ted?
I feel like it should be a pretty expected veto all in all, right? If you're looking at the Vitality side of things, Inferno looked really good yesterday, so this is probably where they're going to be leaning towards. We see the Train coming in from Na'Vi. That's been looking very good, especially those CT sides, which obviously they're not going to start on. And then if we go to the third and final map, it's going to be a Dusty, which I feel like is a nice middle ground. It was always going to be either that or Mirage. I feel like focusing our attention on Inferno a little bit, this is where it could get a little bit tricky for Vitality, because it's been a comfortable map. It's been a map that we know they can play well. They have a very unique style of taking banana as well, with that top car smoke that they deploy pretty much every single round. And Apex is trying to get up close and personal. mezZ as well being the banana player on that T side. And as ZywOo pointed out, ropz towards the apartments is an absolute menace to deal with. But Na'Vi have not played on Inferno so far this event. So this is where all that extra preparation, all of the lack thereof footage from the side of Vitality onto how Na'Vi might have changed their Inferno if they have added a couple small tweaks could come into play.
Expecting big changes for Na'Vi then on this Inferno?
I mean, I think the biggest talking point for Na'Vi on Inferno is the banana, and Makase has especially gotten a lot of kind of focus on himself there. So it's a lot about dodging the utility, making sure that you keep your health healthy to some degree, to make sure that you can use yourself and impact yourself in that entry position that Makase has. On the other side, I think it's more about, you know, trying to shut down small details from this Vitality squad. It's not an easy job. They're great at adaptions. You know, Apex is a great caller who can shift things up really, really quickly. So they need to hit, you know, the prep nail on the head, and they also have to be kind of expecting what Apex is going to adapt towards, and that's a tough job to make.
Yeah, and also one of the key things, when we're talking about Na'Vi and we're talking about Inferno, there's going to be a lot of emphasis being put on bit, right? And I'm not saying that only because of that performance in Copenhagen a couple of years ago against FaZe. Vitality is a very proactive team in towards the apartments. You're looking at the way that flameZ and ropz are being used in there. More often than not, it's actually going to be flameZ to take the first fight in towards Boiler or towards the apps, and ropz is just kind of in there lurking, so bit will need a good performance to try and counteract those two.
But essentially, you're going to need a Na'Vi that's overperforming versus an underperforming Vitality for this to be a chance for Na'Vi. It's too big of a gap right now. They haven't really gotten the final product of this Na'Vi squad. They're still in some kind of testing stage, so it's a big, big test for them.
Which is, I think, kind of why we went with a more logical conclusion in our sponsor predictions, and we all sided with Vitality. But more importantly, it's time to find out what Vitality and Na'Vi think of one another heading into this series.
Against Foggia, we had on paper, as soon as we entered the side and we got the entries, it looked like our rounds and we lost them. Like with Barivision, we clutched those rounds. Like,
I think the FaZe game we were kind of lacking a bit of energy, but wasn't the reason why we lost. I don't think we played the best, but I don't have a feeling like we had a shit game from our side. They played really good and we couldn't kind of match the intensity they had.
I think our game against Penny was just a normal best of one. We kind of knew 2 maps that we were supposed to play, and then one of them, it was Dust 2, of course.
There is a point to make that those teams that come from stage 1 or stage 2, they have a lot more warm-up coming into the tournament. They're more ready, they know the setup, they kind of brought the intensity, they play those tough matches that put them in really sharp situations and good communication.
It's so easy to say the mood is very good because we just won. But even against Foggia, it was still good. Like, you're losing, trying, you got smashed. But what you can do, like, sometimes it happens.
The way we played against Bait, we were really sharp individually, and most of the plays they try to do, we shut them down.
Best of ones are kind of dangerous. No one likes best of one because you cannot afford that much mistakes. And you cannot play without mistakes.
We don't mind playing Na'Vi, we don't mind playing Furia, we don't mind playing G2. It's the 2-1 game, it's qualification match, and you kind of like want to show your best CS.
1, 2, 3!
it's pretty much equal the pressure. Like, I think what we can do is just play our game.
If you want to win the major, you need to win the best teams either way. So.
Perfect quote from flameZ to end it on. Yes, we are getting situated to start off another qualification series. We've got 6 games today, 3 spots in the playoffs being secured, and 3 teams packing their bags head in hands end of their season. We've got the winners to start us off. My name's Machine, I'm joined by Sponge, and yeah, loser is going to be forced to fight in that last chance saloon stage 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, it's really starting to heat up now, isn't it? We eliminated 2 teams yesterday, but with 12 remaining, and with only 6 spots available, the next few matches are going to mean a lot. You lose this one, there's all the pressure in that 2-2 game. You want to be in the playoffs, and especially if you're Vitality, the reigning major champions, want their shot to defend their title and be the first to go back-to-back since Astralis in 2019.
This is just another stepping stone for them. For Na'Vi, the desk has their doubts. An underperforming Vitality and an overperforming Na'Vi, says ZywOo. It's a necessity for us to see a Na'Vi win here today. For Vitality, they've shaken it off after their shortcomings versus FaZe. 6 rounds for their opponents in the 2 best-of-1s after that. And for Na'Vi, sure, you beat Paravision, sure, you beat Pain, but now you must face Vitality, and that is another matter entirely.
Well, try this one on for size. 18 previous major winners in Stage 3. 9 of them are in the server right now for this head-to-head. Makazi, it's his time in the spotlight. He's the only one without a major title to his name, and coming into this Na'Vi roster to rejuvenate them. Got a big task today, as highlighted by the desk, especially on Inferno. He'll be charging down Banana or up Banana on either side of the server, but let's get this one underway.
Inferno to start. Vitality's pick in the best of 3.
We did cover the Vitality versus Bait game, and everybody was delivering for Vitality. They just slammed the Ukrainian side around the server, and they had a relatively tempered start on their pistol. This one looks a little bit more direct. Standard stuff with ropz on the lurk. Long rotation point for Bit, Imma, and Wonderful. It is going to be on Makazi and Alexi to hold them at the door, and there's a decent amount of utility to do so. You can see a smoke to block. Alexi's got a HE and a flash as well to try and assist this defense, but they're setting up now top Banana.
Immediate block smoke. Question is do you dare run through it? You haven't shown signs of that, no signs of commitment whatsoever, but it has forced out one of their 2 smokes.
So the question is there just one player blocking on B? Is there a stack behind it? Is this all a ruse and they actually want us to come in on the fade of that smoke? Well, either way, Vitality are heading back over to A to search out their options. They have 1 smoke remaining on that of Mezi. Could throw that to Moto. There's also a molly that could end back Pit. But now this setup that was the long rotation point is set up to deliver.
Yeah, they're in the right place. This is where Big can start off proceedings. He hacks up 1. It's Imma that plucks flameZ. ropz arriving. Wonderful distracted, and the A side falls. Just surging in. Really clinical stuff to start. ZywOo always seems to be able to put his name in the feed in those pistol rounds.
Yeah, if you look at the stats for Vitality, obviously we only have best of 1s to go for. Na'Vi, you've got Stage 2 and Stage 3, so a bigger sample size. They're 50-50 in the pistol department, so this is going to send them in that opposite direction. Unless Alexi and Makazi can pull off a miracle, and I'm going to say that one ain't happening. I think Makazi's better holding onto his Kevlar. Alexi's even given him the util to say, hey, listen, I'm going to go searching for an extra frag, see if I can do some damage. Don't give them free upgrades from their Kevlar into head armor into the next. It's all about those dollars, and we're pinching the pennies around here. So this one is done. First round on the board for Vitality, and Alexi will get nothing for his troubles. So well handled. Blocked on B, back to A, clean execute, and there you have it. 4 players staying alive for Vitality into round number 2.
It's always satisfying when you do walk into the more stacked site and you leave with the win. Builds confidence in one side of the server and quite the opposite in the other. You had 2 players here to receive on shore. Imma tracks 1, but then just the arrival of ropz really couldn't be better timed. Wonderful, attention drawn, a teammate dies. ropz knows that's when I'm going to put the pedal to the metal.
And they didn't know anything was coming, right? It's from 0 to 100, right? They walk up Banana, they throw a smoke. Okay, that's the last comm that they heard before the bullets were in their face. This is going to be the force. Makazi will get out an MP9. 5-7 Deagles, util to block. You always know there's a thought process behind what Na'Vi are doing. Starting 3 players top B. And happy to avoid any of the nade damage on either side as Mezi is brought down to 55. Staying out of Banana in case there is a second wave. They push through on the fade of the smoke, maybe some deeper HE, so wanted to avoid any
real damage as there's still plenty of nades that they can throw. Flash the delay, as this is very standard from Vitality on Inferno at this point. 4 players together, ropz on the lurk. Wonderful rotating over to be the 4th man. ZywOo straight in now, they're going to pop through.
It looks like they are, yeah, just leaping on in with the MAC-10. Alexi B, monstrous on the 5-7. Vitality humbled immediately.
There's plenty of time on the clock. It might just be trying to get away and save. I think Nezi, if he can get out of there, that'd be great. They can hold on to this AK and the glue, and they will go for the force buy of their own as the next. That's an example of what I was talking about on the pistol, right? Do you believe that the smoke is just one player blocking, or that there's more behind it? And right there, Vitality, I think they thought that it was just one man. They run in, they try and catch him towards CT, normally with that cache of nades over towards CT spawn, and well, actually, Alexi, in-game leader, delivers a deadly double, and now we're 1-1. I talked about the fact that we have 9 major winners in the server right now. In this stage, there was 5 of which are multi-major winners. There's 4 of those in this one game. Apex has got 3.
Yeah.
Right, so you've always got ropz in the FaZe jersey and the Vitality jersey. You've got ZywOo with 2, both in the Vitality jersey, and then you've got Bit. So 4 out of the 5 of multi-major winners are playing right now. Just shows you how stacked we are at this stage of the tournament.
Very accomplished head-to-head. Which was one of the reasons that I woke up today feeling like we might have a game chat.
Yeah, and I agree with the sentiment from the desk, right? Na'Vi are going to have to play their absolute best Counter-Strike, and Vitality are going to have to be a little bit less than 100%. But Na'Vi, this is the thing. You know the way that they won in Copenhagen. Who's to say they can't do it again? They can grind out matches, and I'm not a man to ever doubt Blade. So the night to prep. What are they going to offer up? That's the question. They must have known Inferno was going to be the choice. For Na'Vi, we haven't seen them play this. It was the last map that they played in Chengdu against Heroic that eliminated them from the tournament. So yeah, back-to-back losses against Astralis and Heroic, that just feels, if you're Vitality, you're comfortable on this map. It is a bit of a punish, but surely Na'Vi, you've done your homework. You're just hoping to put your best foot forward, and traditionally on Inferno for Na'Vi, that's Bit, the pit anchor, delivering. This will not be a banana play. They want the top mid control, and the bodies are in the right place for Na'Vi again. They have a good flow of the situation right now.
Yeah, they got a good read of it, and it's Bit that's going to hear this coming. You can see the Tech-9's likely to lead the charge, the 2 safe rifles to try and clean up the mess.
Alexi's been drawn back over towards B.
He's not buying it. There's flameZ out, and that's the bait and switch. ropz nails it. Bit static for just a second too long. It's Imet on the default box. He eats the flashbang. Wonderful. Oh, it's an awkward angle to get output, and they do break through.
Okay, might just be like the pistol round here. Alexi McCarthy. Unfortunately for them, it's just SMGs. They will lose one of the 2. That's tough for a moment. They had the bodies in the right places. I think the smokes was starting to fade top banana. Alexi cheats back over to help McCarthy, and in that time they pop up mid to get that opener. He's trying to do a little bit of damage, but now that his position is noted, they might just want to rip this one away from him. Worst case, you give him an upgrade. Best case, you take everything away. So he's still lingering. ZywOo was the closest, and he's only on 24 points of health. Apex has gotten out of there. ZywOo needs to think better of this situation, because one of the keys yesterday against Bait, as Mezi silences McCarthy, is just the clinic that Vitality put on. And even though they were dominating, at no point did they, I don't know, start to act feral, I guess would be the way to frame it, because they were owning, right? And at any point, everyone could just start running in. You're still going to have strategies and nading for each other, but you take a few more chances. They didn't do that at all, right? They kept their eye on the prize. And the major is where I think we'll get Vitality returning to the form that everybody knows and loves from the first season to play in 2025. Once by our official betting partners, favoring the reigning major champs is... well, the gun's back out again, so they lost everything. By virtue of the force that they won, it feels like they have enough money where they want to contest this. So not taking control of the finances with that one Vitality, they will have to go up against an M4, 2 Famises, an MP9, and a 5.7. This is all about the macro game, in my opinion, right? The maneuvering. Now, in terms of the opening kills when they come in, like we just saw, that's where the difference could be made. But it's going to be these CT side gambles or stacks or pushes that can be the difference makers in all of this. Nade echoes down banana, light damage as ropz pairs up with flameZ to get boiler and halls control. They spring to action, they make some steps, that will be noted. More pressure applied and block smoke thrown out. So just going through the motions of Inferno right now.
There's a real polished, nuanced diligence to the Vitality T side on this map.
The thing is, it does just like they're going through the motions, but every time they make one of these moves, they have to be ready to fight.
Of course. You don't know what Na'Vi have positioned themselves.
What about this? 4 top mid. We'll make
swing.
it 3.
flameZ. Oh, he adjusts quickly to the swing. Wonderful goes down. It's AlexiB unable to retrieve the AK safely.
Oh.
It's ZywOo with 2. Makes that M4 sing on the T side.
Well, they know Bits here somewhere.
Yeah, they're looking for him. It's ZywOo. Surely not another one from the Woo. Bits done very well. May have handed mykaze something to work with. What would have been a nasty 1v4. Instead, a 1v2. 5-7 trying to close the gap. Will use that smoke to maneuver forward. He's hoping to get some info, not catch a bullet through the smoke. He's trying every trick in the book to make this one realistic. Pushes through off the flash, clearing his corners, getting close, recovers the FAMAS, only 8 bullets, makes it a 1v1.
Still got time.
mykaze making this one a reality, step at a time. He's got to beat ropz though in the 1v1. ropz, a seasoned professional. Look at the pathing as well, this elevated angle. He's lost track of him. Mr. Cool saves the day. mykaze, a valiant attempt. That's 18 HP on ropz, really close.
Yeah, brought him down there. So good attempt from mykaze, but now it is going to have to be the eco out of Na'Vi. So keeping the tension high on the back of that 4 spot. This is it. They clamp down on middle. The flash there looked like it catches wonderful, but either way, nice shot from flameZ, and even better second one here from ZywOo. Just deletes Imma in a heartbeat. And that's tense for ropz, but that's why he's in this team, to deliver rounds like that. As the intensity, you can see it is being brought out of Vitality in these games. You can't come in slow. You need to make sure that you are bringing the correct energy to get the job done. And if you win today, you get 4 days off, maybe 5, depending on which quarterfinal you find yourself in. It's the ramifications of how the bracket will come together, as Apex does find the opener onto Bit over towards A. We did have the likes of Spirit and Furia going through as the first 3-0 teams. They're going to be on opposite sides of the bracket. Now it's going to depend on Bookhalls with the seeding with these 3-1 teams, where they do find themselves, right? And I think at the moment everybody wants to avoid Furia. They have come in ferocious form. Molodoy, the monster, continuing to delight our screens. Just more of the same from Vitality. This one should be the easiest of the lot so far. The stack will be noted. May as well farm them up with this MP9. flameZ take the first. They want to just keep piping in. He at least spotted 2 more there, and they just strafe on out. ZywOo's going to get his eco bash, and there you have it. 4-1. They're having a good time. Smiles on the faces. Well, this is where the game begins. Wonderful is able to get out his AWP. Just talking through the finances there, so acknowledging the type of buy. So this is where they're expecting their choice to be between firepower or utility. They've been able to get out that AWP. There isn't a diffuse kit, so if we get into a post plant, likely to be a save just by virtue of the map. Bid is operating with a FAMAS, but that's so he can get all those nades to block over towards A. Now the question is the tone of both teams. If you go all in banana at the start in your Na'Vi and nobody's home and Vitality just avoid all your nades, then you've used a lion's share of that utility to get the control, and then they can just sim around and play in the mid round. If you want to play these back and forth games where you react to what they're throwing and you get caught off guard, they come through on a flash, they extinguish a molly, you could lose the round right there and then. So what type of tempo do we get from either side of the server? Just starting 2B is Alexi and mykaze, so unlikely to go aggressive.
Apex, is that a flashbang? He is holding the flash, and they're progressing further forward than mykaze may like. Tries to put bullets down range on the car position, just gets flattened by mezZ. That's a horrible casualty to concede for Na'Vi. He was supported by utility, but Vitality do get the better of him. They've taken minimal damage as well from the opening exchanges, nades, and the bullets of mykaze. ZywOo and mezZ just a little worse for wear.
Still gambling off the back of that, right? So Wonderful's here, and Imma as well, and Orp. Oh.
God, couldn't be a better flash.
Okay.
Sure he didn't pull the trigger. I mean, there was an opportunity for a frag back there.
We'll have another chance at a pick. Apex is already across this line of sight.
Everywhere you stand, there's a flash or a nade of some description. Imma might catch that one. Oh, he gets caught by the wallbang instead. 4 on 3, 2 of them are on B, and actually aleksib has timed that very well. Now the bomb was not committed. Bit hasn't moved a muscle. He's ready for that fight. What? flameZ wins it with a MAC-10.
And that should be round right now. They're not going to be able to track down mezii. Should have the open bomb sites, and they'll just punch that one in. Likely just to see them hold on to this AWP for Wonderful. And that'll be that, 5-1.
Oh, that's a frustrating death for Bit, isn't it? You're looking for one there. You're expecting to have the advantage in that head-to-head. flameZ's just hit 2 headshots in rapid succession with the SMG.
Yeah, they have looked sharp in their recovery games, right? They lost a phase, but then going up against the likes of 3D Max and as well as Bait, it's just been ragdolling, right? It's been some fine form out of Vitality.
Yeah, I was curious to see what how much of a fight Na'Vi put up today. Seeing their result versus Fury, you're like, okay, well, Fury are in that form, but Vitality's best of 1 form and seems to have carried over at least to start us off here on their map pick.
And Jimpphat is absolute drubbing. The problem becomes they will start on the T side of Train. So you want to make sure that you can get a couple of rounds where your players start to feel a little bit warmer. So it's not a good sign when you see somebody like Wonderful, who's been one of their better performers this major run so far. Sure, against weaker opponents, but you need him to step up in a game like this if you want any chance. Here's the opening exchange. So mykazi doesn't charge all the way down Banana, but does try to catch them. Meandering around the half wall. aleksib, Imma, and Wonderful stacking the site after, and that is crazy on the MAC-10.
He wasn't even looking halfway.
Okay.
Guys, listen, not a lot of rounds left, please. It's very important. We need to be on the same page constantly, okay? But not something like, let's do this. Not like this. We cannot just move because one player is saying. We need to be on the same page, connecting to the idea, okay?
How do you pass that?
I think it's just a comms thing, but it's hard when you're losing rounds, right, isn't it? You need to be more connected, at least for trades. Can't be one player just asking for a flash and
ooh, Wonderful's got to get away. flameZ is a real threat on this MAC-10 right now.
Bit's ahead of this.
Okay. Jewel Beretta's tucked in the smoke. Maybe some revenge in that flameZ Bit head-to-head from the previous round.
Definitely going to stall out now, right? So taking a chance top Banana with a look. Wonderful is going to rotate over, so I feel they have to play it somewhat aggressively. Need to try and sweep forward, which isn't going to be easy, but just post on the line. I think when you are in these half-by-save situations, you need to be somewhat active. The Ragged's control. They made some noise top Banana. There's a flash at the ready, but bomb being scooped up, and it looks like they're bearing down on A. Eyes really in this situation are on Imma and Bit, but they have 2 of the worst weapons right now.
Na'Vi are a step behind this. They've only just confirmed Banana's a bit too vacant. Now aleksib pulls up his socks, starting to rotate. Seems like mykazi's on his way as well. Vitality already have their mid-control. Spotted out, jiggled out. Smoke exchange. Oh, if you'd have won that, ropz beats out Imma. Opens up another avenue, leaping through smokes. It's mykazi, claws one back, but aleksib paid the ultimate price. It's mykazi library, and Bit with the Jewel Berettas with nothing to say for himself.
Do you want to hunt right now? You could definitely be making that call if you're Apex. You've got enough rounds, you've got enough finances, you want to try and take this AWP away. You know they get max loss bonus into the next, but it will soften them up ever slightly, and they're starting to have a look.
Yeah, they wouldn't mind, would they? Wonderful's going to have to cross this sight line, and he's just going to clothesline him, hang him up to dry.
This is looking like the Vitality against Bait. Everybody's looking sharp. They're winning as a team, right? It's not just one individual carrying. Sure that ZywOo has 9 kills, but I think he got 3 of those against the Eco Bash. So take those off the tally, and everyone's pretty tight-knit. Now, this was the saved gun, so now it will be the full rifle again.
flameZ is such a nuisance, isn't he? Like, when one player has that A, movement speed, B, audacity to just be jumping at you with an SMG, it's almost a guarantee that that trade is going to be easier for your teammates. Pulls the crosshair away, catches you off guard. There's so many ways in which having that nimble player like flameZ on your side works.
Looks like they were about to just start moving up mid for an A execute. Yeah, so they know that's likely a 3-banana start because of all that util. So trying to barrel down on A now.
Yeah, they are barreling. A long wrap, 4 members of Vitality, 1 minute 27, and on the fly, smoke onto library. Block smoke's good. Could be naded open. I don't see the HE. ropz could throw it. He's disconnected. He's elsewhere towards the short side. So they have that space. aleksib goes looking. A spam from Apex catches aleksib down to 40. A lot of moving pieces. Hard to track. Who's going to take the next engagement? Don't envy the observers here. Hey, that's a nice tap. Okay. Response from Imma. And a necessary one at that. It's Bit responsible for more. He got the USP out. Nearly found lethality. Has Apex wounded? Yeah, mykazi, he nearly won the 1v2 prior. Is there a conversation about this one? He's got the health advantage. No kit, though. That could be a difference maker. mykaze will have a look.
Tough crossfire to break right now.
Yeah, it's going to come down to if Apex kind of gives him one away. How restrained will he play it? ZywOo cowering in the site with only 8 HP, but he still has that one bullet headshot potential. There's Apex giving it away. ZywOo cowers in the corner. Knows time is on his side. He is up for a clutch today.
Okay. And the fuse will come in, just not expecting that timing there up short. Apex oversteps the mark, gives away a freebie, and then ZywOo on 8 HP. That one's going to feel damn good. I talked about 9 major winners in the server. He's the only one not with it next to the name. Brought in to be an aggressive piece, and here's the clutch again. Just has to be on target. Doesn't need to be the headshot, but still removes ZywOo, and that's a nice round. Okay, so giving him something. Now it's about getting consecutive. Gonna need 2 more of those to break through the Vitality money at this stage. Starting top banana, they're 4 starting top banana. So a lot of pressure on Bid. They do start coming his way, so he needs to puff up, seem bigger than he is, block early, right? He's gonna have to throw out those incendiaries, the smokes, but they're gonna come through the smoke himself. ZywOo takes barrels and broom control. Off the mark there. Could have done a whole lot more damage.
Oh, never mind. That's a whole lot more damage. And Nade sails over the wall and catches mykaze.
I'd just be execute now.
Yeah, you'd be tempted to, wouldn't you? It's Alexi and Imma that will be tested. Lock smoke thrown. mezZ will respect it.
Even still, that's the staging area, right? Oh, okay.
Every time.
Okay.
Apex is just smoke spammed Alexi out of the round. Imma returns the favor, but ZywOo's through. Smoke break, he has vision. mezZ shows restraint there, doesn't overswing, doesn't give him anything extra. Oh, and ropz is slipping the gap for the flank, so Imma's looking for him. He knows ropz is alive. He's pressed tab, he knows what's up. Trying to just get back with his rifle.
Well, they might pass each other. Ships in the night right now. Yeah, Imma's away, so should get to hold on to this. Unless ropz starts turning it around, and he is. Okay, so ropz now, after clearing out spawn, is back on Imma's trail.
It's just like you can smell him.
It feels like he's going to get caught here. ropz is about to round the corner. Imma's in trash.
Did he see anything? Important one from Imma. Still, the ZywOo's on his way. AK retrieved. I think that's enough. I think Na'Vi will leave with the AWP and an AK-47. It's better than nothing, but it is number 7. On this T side, Vitality still showing their comfort. Every time Na'Vi take 1 step, Vitality take 2.
Yeah, here's the nade that took out mykaze, just following that one through for, whoa, right on the toes there. mykaze obliterated, expunged from the round as up. And there's the second. So
of course.
Apex doesn't even need to see his opponents to remove them from play. Well, last time we heard the timeout from Blade, he was saying there wasn't many rounds left. Well, there's even less now. You could still recover this and get yourself fired before the halftime break. You save those 2 guns. Wonderful, 0 and 7. Now, Inferno is never the easiest for an AWP to really sink its teeth in.
Especially against a team like Vitality, where like every time we're on Wonderful's POV, is either flashed off the line, double swing, pushing through the smoke on him, Molotov lands at his feet. I mean, the amount of times he gets to just actually plant his feet, pull the trigger on a target. I mean, he doesn't get those opportunities, and that's just a sign of a well-drilled side.
There's 7 opening kills in favor of Vitality as well on this T side, so making mincemeat of Na'Vi in that department.
And that's what makes, you know, AWPers like Molodoi so impressive, is that they are finding out, but against these teams. It's where those potential exciting head-to-heads to come in those playoffs. Get the Counter-Strike world very excited. HE stack. Oh, mykaze. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, they've done their homework too.
Like on the timing, he just goes to go start his spam, and in the end, he just has his tail between his legs.
This is why we need the damage received from HEs.
Yes,
you know,
we do.
Right?
Yeah.
We've got the damage done. That's one thing.
We'll give Scope GG a call.
Again, of course, it forces the rotation. When one of your 2 B defenders is the walking wounded, you have to turtle up. You can't really go for fights.
The nade magnet stat. I need that stat.
Well, Na'Vi might need the defib right now on life support at the moment. Going to resuscitate home now. Alexi gets over here in time.
Top mid is clear.
And I think they're lining up for a bit of an execute through short. Bit and Emma under fire.
Incendiary thrown. They might have to respect that. Then again, flameZ by name, flameZ by nature goes up and over. Can't get it done. Good crossfire from Alexi. He chips in as that magical third piece. Is there still something? Nothing for Vitality.
Okay, strong defense there on the side. Great work from the captain. Again, had 2 big rounds so far. The 5-7 in the early stage, the second round of the game, takes down 2. This time, he's in the right place, right time to assist his A defense. They're under a lot of pressure there. Everybody from Vitality piping up through short and through apps. Remember, recovery is still available. You get this one. Might be a little bit lighter for the purchasers of Vitality going into the final round of this half. But it just looks way too comfortable there from Alexi. So much focus towards the pit.
It just feels like so much of this map is determined by having that third piece in the right place. TeSeS tries to manipulate it into the wrong place. And the CT is the opposite. This time, Alexi B being there just makes it look so comfortable. Has mykaze avoided nades?
Yeah, he did this time.
Okay. He actually gets to play.
So, yeah, that's a fortunate factor for him as Apex has gone back to spawn to pick up a couple of extra flashes. Seven rounds on the T side is great, but I think just considering how dominant it has been, you're going to want a few more. And if you can avoid Na'Vi getting consecutive, you're in a strong position to even grab those 9. So again, it's going to come down to Na'Vi reading the rotations. Not many of these rounds have ended in the first 30 seconds. It's been more about the push-pull. How much do you truly believe is a threat behind this utility? 3-quarter drop. That opens up the ability to slip for the mid to B. But now they're going to partner up to take mid control. Emma and Bit ready to clamp in. Now, if they flash forward and say nothing, it might actually get them start rotating over the other side. But they know that long's been this massive gap. Nobody's watching it.
Here it comes.
I think it's going to be a long wrap this time. Or are they going to go short again?
See what Bit has to say about the matchup. ropz versus Bit. Bit bests him.
It is the wrap.
Kill for Na'Vi, wrapping, but Bit's fragging, and Wonderful's on the line as well. This is what Na'Vi have been looking for. A flurry of 4, quick shutdown on the A site.
Okay, Wonderful's first kill comes in there. Mandatory. There's just 1 round away now from recovering this first half. They've been up against it throughout. Let's see how much damage have they really done to the Finance. Ecstasy really wants 1 more, using just 1 tactical timeout in this first half. Maybe they go for a pace change out of this. So Galil for ZywOo. Apex might have to operate on something a little bit lighter than that.
That was Wonderful's first kill.
Yeah. Tech 9 for Apex, Galil for ZywOo, AKs for the rest. So that money not broken, but definitely a little bit battered for this final round. Wonderful will be able to get back the AWP. We'll see if he can put it more to use. But yeah, you're happy if you're Na'Vi that you've worked back into this. Remember, Train's still up next. This isn't the best of 1. We're done for them. As far as the StarLadder Budapest Major is concerned, they all concluded yesterday. So just even if you do lose this, making sure your players are warmed up to defend your honor on your map choice. Is there a shift of gear right now from Apex in the calling department?
They want to go through. A quick boost erected off the back of the Molotov, buying space. mezZ clearing corners, sandbags clear, retake util in exchange.
Oh, couldn't block that in time. They have to respect that.
Alexi with that pre-fire tells me he knows exactly what that util set meant.
Yeah, the restraint of Alexi here is going to be key. Right, even if he spots 1, how long he's going to hold on to this?
Okay, incendiary if they accelerate. That's the perfect choice of nade. mezZ goes through though, trying to cross the pool. That's mykaze, can just pick him up, knock him down. 2 gone from Vitality. It's flameZ with a response. Smoke break, Alexi spots nothing. They've managed to path into the site safe side. Flash and go, or is there another one? Yep, coming through. alexib pushing on in. Where's the covering fire? Apex doing the flashbang dance. flameZ again on the trades. This is still up for debate. Wonderful's rotation's been noted. It's Ime though. Up against flameZ. Flattens number 3. ropz and flameZ, these two sharpshooters are not going to go down.
It's been given time to rotate up Banana. He's close enough now to deny this.
Especially with a fake flameZ's only got 5 bullets as well. He hasn't elected to reload. Wonderful's posted. If you jiggle, no, he swings. 16 seconds and on side swipe from Bit. Okay, it was push, it was pull, but Na'Vi have found their legs here on Inferno. Back in business, best of 3, winner securing a spot in the playoffs. Vitality hot favorites, but Na'Vi have shown that they're not going to bow out of this one. Not going to roll over like Vitality's last 2 best of 1s. Vitality will be made to work for this. It started 6-1 and 7-5 as we swap sides.
Yeah, tough stuff for Wonderful in the first half, but the team able to put together some key rounds thanks to Alexi early with a 4-spy victory that didn't really get the ball rolling. It was the late piece with the Famis that was the one that started to bring the belief. So that's enough, right? That's you want as many rounds as you can get, sure, but Blade and the boys know that they can work with this. Can they split the pistols? ropz going to search for info. Doesn't see anything there on his hops, so well pathed as Bit, Ime, Wonderful will be able to slink into apps quite quickly. It's 4 players starting B, so the gamble from Vitality. There has to be an idea of, okay, if they do hit A, how are we going to retake this? And it might just be piping straight down Banana to flank A quickly, but ropz was out of block smoke early. It'll channel them. They were already heading through Boiler. They are starting to activate down Banana now. makazi and Alexi with the nades. flameZ and Apex taking space.
Oh, and makazi spots that walk down Banana.
You feel like you have to go towards A immediately, Na'Vi. So here comes the smokes.
ZywOo and mezii will get to the long side in time. ropz has some support. A flashbang doesn't quite connect. It's Wonderful and Bit coming out apps. And ooh, no, never mind, just Wonderful, because Bit's sleeping with the fishes. In back with one is Ime. Good tracking. mezii overlooked on the box for one. Ime and Wonderful have partnered up nicely. Getting into that site. A man advantage as we do see the bomb go down.
Have to wait for this smoke. You can see Apex collecting himself now. They'll double swing.
Oh, you need this now. Don't let him get away. Tucks his head. Now shots are being connected back. Apex brought low, 66. As flameZ creeps in.
This is tough to win for the CTs.
Yeah, Na'Vi should have this. Ime, he has delivered. Oh, the silver platter. 4 kills for Na'Vi. He is in the server. finally puts himself head and shoulders above the rest. 4 members of Na'Vi had 8 kills on that half. Now 4 kills added on top for him.
One of the key details of that, obviously the A defense, they rotate there in time, and it's a great opening kill here from ropz. But after that exchange with mikaze, as they've leered down Banana for info, they haven't wanted to push down Banana because they know that they're going to have to deal with a lot of different crossfires. But mikaze's just jaunted up mid to join the rest of his team. So it's made the rotation slower, and it's also made it a little bit more linear to deal with. They're not coming up mid behind us. We're just going to have to worry about library as well as Arch. So just the body of mikaze enough to scare away that Banana play as we do get into the force buy out of Vitality. Apex starting with the Mag 7. He's going to be using it over towards apps, traditionally B player with flameZ, so that might catch them off guard. We've seen him use this several times. I think he's inspired by exercise, but we haven't really seen Apex wield it to the same successes.
There is nothing more frustrating, though, as the T-side apps player to be having to worry and consider the shotgun angles that are available in these tight corridors. And actually, Apex has made a step. So Bit building that mental picture, knowing that his opponents are likely occupying his territory.
Yeah, so at this point, it's on the B defense of ZywOo and flameZ to be able to stall them out here. Their rotation is quite far away. Nobody playing Arch side to help this out quickly. So if it is a B hit, it might just be the save. Block smoke deployed. Now, it is hard to call to go back. If you're Na'Vi, you will have to go mid, and you will need to worry about Boiler and Halls because of that early information from Bit. So this is difficult now with 40 seconds left. So Alexi, I don't envy your task right now to find the solution.
Yeah, Mezzi's gambled incorrectly at the moment as well. ropz in his forward position. He knows that if he goes down, the site likely will fall. It's only a shotgun. And so falls back, respects the mid loss. Hears them, confirms that there is a lot of action on middle. Na'Vi committing into the site now. It's a short side, very short centric. Shotgun at that range. It's not going to do anything for Apex. ropz will just tuck in. Hopes his teammates can chip in. Nice burst to the head of mikaze. It's a fast flank. Quick reactions from him.
Okay. Well, it's just going to be the save right now for ZywOo and mezzi. Well handled. Heard from Apex in an interview saying, you know, when things aren't working and they weren't playing to their A level, right, they've still been very good, to top 4 at every single event other than Blast Bounty to start the year, but he's trying to overstep the mark or set his teammates up a little bit more, and that felt like a desperate swing as well, right? The shotgun designed for close ranges, using it at mid-range, or I'd even say long range for especially the Mag 7 in that situation, so if he bided his time and was able to play the crossfire with ropz, could have got something out of it. And I don't like to be too critical, but that's just one of those situations. If you buy that gun, you're buying it to use it at close range. So, as he hoping to hold on to the scout, ZywOo will be able to retain the 5-7. Bomb goes off, and we're all tied up at 7-7. What was a commanding lead has slipped through the fingers as Na'Vi, they're starting to build confidence. It was 7-2 at one point in this game, and now it's 7-7. So that tells you the hill that Alexi and his team have had to climb.
Yeah, this is the fight you're talking about. You're right, at that range, perhaps expecting someone at the front of the pack closer up, but I mean, Apex in his entry fragger days, that's a kill he would have loved to have seen. Oh, a shotgun at truck? Sure.
He must own with it in prac, right? To keep buying it must be the best thing in practice, because you and I have seen it a bunch of times.
It's an Apex shotgun and an Apex scout. Both things I think he's definitely got a little penchant for.
He's letting mezzi do the scout work this time, so we'll see what he can get done, as it will be Apex and flameZ both back to B. More of the same in the last round. 4 players up Banana. You could take off the nameplates and it looks similar from both of these teams once they've swapped sides.
Yeah, well, will we see the equivalent of an Alexi B double kill with a 5-7? It's just a P250 for flameZ. Highly unlikely that we see this go awry. Well drilled.
Yeah, you can see the timing of it, right? They get their smokes and they puff, then there's probably about, 4 to 5 second half-life on the CT block smoke. But there's another. Apex milking every moment of that. And flameZ is back over towards A, so they are hoping that it will be the gamble. But there's more smokes where that came from. Plenty more smokes. They can just do a second wave into B, and then it's just Apex on his lonesome. Great rally of flashes. I think he's just playing for damage at this point, Vitality. Round is essentially gone. Apex does have a flash, so if everybody can rotate over, Apex can set them up. They can either try and pipe through that of Coffins or through CT. Never mind, he's going to give the flash over to one of his teammates. mezzi with the scout. ropz has found one. Okay, if they're able to get in soon, there's still an opportunity.
Yeah, that's what they're aiming for. Waiting for that call is ropz joining the pack as well. ZywOo and Apex rounding the corner. It's Alexi B first test. ZywOo! Oh no, a double kill! How has he done that? How has he done that? ZywOo just storms into the site, and now it's up to EMS spamming away. Vitality surely have got a 10-seconder here. Finds him off the bomb. They need the defuse. Emir has stepped up to the plate and delivering. ZywOo desperately trying to cut the wires, and Mezzi's gone and covered him.
This is going to be damn close, right down to the wire here. Hold your breath. Vitality, snatch it away.
That is ridiculous, Na'Vi. It was looking so good.
I'm watching the radar the whole time. As those fights start to come in, Emma is at the bottom of Banana. He is at the base of Banana. He is called back in drive before the flag.
Let's see that from ZywOo's POV. That is so frustrating. How has he walked in and got all three of you? He knocks you off the bomb. The very best efforts from Emma and mezzi. This is a high-pressure shot. You cannot miss. Oh, my God. They stay so calm, so composed. Na'Vi is crippling for them, though. That one really will leave a mark if they can't win this. You can bounce back, sure, but it has to be now. That one will leave a mark.
That's the Vitality nonsense that we're used to in the first half of the year, right? Those are the rounds that would propel them to trophy wins.
And it starts with like a kill on the lurk, you know, like how crazy. Bomb's already down.
So that stops the spree of 5 consecutive rounds for Na'Vi as well and brings them back to earth. Just as the confidence was starting to build, that's one that's going to fester in the back of the mind. That should have been ours. How have we given that one over? We dealt with the Force. That was just the lighter of the two. And now we've given them a couple of AKs and a chance to be fully invested, and it is ZywOo. So essentially into the guns.
Okay.
Right on schedule. 50 seconds, brackets control. A block smoke from the CT. So there was a long smoke down. They blocked over towards so long to make sure that Alexi cannot progress. At least not for now. This does look asymmetric. Wonderful's here. So is the rest of the crew.
Smoke in the skies. ZywOo's got a choice to make, plays in front. Flash is long. ZywOo ready for that head-to-head with Alexi B. But peeks on into Iman and just completely owns him. Booked by Iman. ropz staying dynamic. It's mezzi who partners up. Going lots of work on the site. Wonderful's opened up the A side for the plant, though. We've got an intense game of Counter-Strike here, a 2v2. Bomb planted once more for Na'Vi.
That replenish of the smoke over towards Moto is beautiful. I think that first one was blocked. There are kits in play. Apex has used, so Flame's going to try and play through the short side.
Oh, he's going to throw an incendiary on top of that. It's really uncomfortable for Wonderful. Forced up on the box with half health. Apex has amplified the pressure. flameZ throws a nade. Wonderful's looking the wrong way. That's a lovely one. That's Amore.
Yeah, frustration's understandably so as the defuse comes in.
Some diligent Utah. I mean, I thought it was going to stop at the T side, right?
I love that, though. That's a great counter-strike from both teams. Really good trade work, right? So you get this trade out of, well, Emma grabs that opening onto ZywOo. ropz gets one. mezzi able to swivel in. Really great double. That keeps the round alive. Good util set from Apex. Normally we see that either missed or really netting nothing. And now with those 2 rounds back-to-back, your confidence is going to be absolutely brimming.
And quite the opposite for Na'Vi. That one's going to really kind of double down on the misery from before.
Well, the odds by our official betting partner have flipped and flopped around, but it has been Vitality, the favourites throughout, and understandably so. ZywOo gets out the AWP against the Eco. Sentry does slow the crawl. In these type of rounds, you do get a little bit worried about, say, an apps pop, right? That's one of your concerns.
Very forward positions from ropz. He could be susceptible to a Desert Eagle headshot. ZywOo baits them in. No one's looking at him. He gets a couple of backs turned. ropz does well for 2. M4 falls into enemy hands. They can retrieve that. Second guessing the HE. ZywOo ready for his fight, though. Oh, he didn't pull the trigger. Bit of a misstep. Closing the gap, but overlooked. Apex keeps it clean. Chill your beans. ZywOo goes looking for that on the USP.
Okay, and they do get the AWP. So they give that one back to ZywOo. And speaking of AWPs, does Wonderful want to invest upon him? No, T-side going to stick with the AK-47. So it was 7-2 to Vitality at one point. Na'Vi worked hard to bring it back to 7-7, but you can see the vibe. It hasn't gone anywhere for Vitality. Sure, there was moments of tension. But with
the rounds they're boasting, like 2 of the 3 of them have been straight BS.
Yeah, this is going to be the final tactical timeout that Blade has a chance to call. I think XTAS still has 2 available. And Apex just say, let's do the same, which means he might be the Joker over towards A again. What adjustment will come out from Blade in this moment?
Blade, a 30-second timeout into all of his players looking at the strat book.
Yeah, well, they travel around with that. It's quite heavy. Their book bags brimming with notes. Imma is having a great performance here, 16 kills, and a lot of those have come with impact. Unfortunately, wasn't able to win out that clutch with the spam through the banana smoke, but it's back-to-back strong maps for Imma.
Okay, good. Just watch out, guys. Huh? If it's late round, use your flash to info, long, short, etc. Okay? Otherwise, they will sneak. Make sure we have info on what's going on. Okay?
All right. Then I want to be in the dark. Next TeSeS wanting focus on the utility in the mid to late round. Just talking about Imma yesterday, 19 kills against Pain. So good to see him in fine form. Just a layer of constant harass utility being thrown out by Vitality now.
Look at that one.
Okay, you ain't boosting. Banana fully blocked.
That's cheeky.
That looks like it's from Valorant.
Yeah. Like, that looks like flameZ has been watching TikToks at 4 a.m.
That's such a suffocating smoke, isn't it? Okay, well, this clamped on a middle again, same setup. ropz forward, ZywOo with the AWP porch, and then Apex is this loose piece. mezz rotates back. They're playing a 4-1 setup right now. And 40 seconds left. It might be the right call.
ZywOo remains active. Hoping to pull the trigger off the flash. There goes Alexi. Now ropz is set up for success. ZywOo re-peeking, and ropz getting nothing. With empty hands, it's mezz on the forward position for 2. Tracking his Apex, and A-stack. Na'Vi just run and butt their heads with Vitality. Only Wonderful can save them. With 13 seconds, he's still trying to look for Apex in the pit. Now works it out, and he's managed to find it. Just enough time to plant. flameZ rotating in loudly. Wonderful knows he's got a chance, gets his gun out, needs to tap the head of flameZ. He does it with it! That is Wonderful!
Right, it's been a quiet game for Wonderful, but that one's for 10, and that one is for the 8th round for Na'Vi. He's been having a strong major, but now he's up against the best in the world, and that's a great way for the young Ukrainian AWPer to shake off some of these woes.
Low time, no teammates left, up against Vitality, and he turns it on.
That's 2 2v1s that they've lost. One to mykaze, now one to Wonderful, so both teams coming up clutch in certain situations.
I really thought that Apex was in a position to just close this down here.
Yeah, he's trying to delay. Even if he had given over the plant, then he's playing the 2v1. Again, being critical of the Vitality in-game leader. Money a little bit ropey. Apex down to a Famus. Game back on. Lost bonus for either team going into the next 1900. You lose that one, I think the game probably goes with it now, V. So Wonderful. Huge impact. Now you need to make good on that. He's teed you up. You win this one, you break the money, an opportunity to tie up the game again before the guns come back out.
God, no, Vitality are light on nades, huh? I say that as Apex throws out one of the last 2 smokes.
ZywOo's coming over, he has a flash, so if there is the execute, how perfectly placed and timed will this be? Bits in boiler. Maintaining those rotations, listening for any sound cues, trying to make sure that they're unable to pipe forward for information. That's his job, just to make sure that the likes of ropz, mezz can't play more aggressive to facilitate the stack. Another CT smoke dropped in. Speaking of smokes, there's still 2 available. One for mykaze, one for Imma.
You've done well considering how few they brought through. They've timed them well to have this one just starting at 35.
The question right now is, do Vitality doubt this? Right, they're playing towards the stack, and now that ZywOo burrows deeper, it doesn't feel like it at all. There's an incendiary and a molly, so the site can be filled with flames.
Yeah, it comes down to how that first fight goes. Here comes that smoke break. Alexi B going to be parting in first. The spearhead of the assault on the Mag-10 beats flameZ. flameZ. Oh, it's all him! Triple kill, the full magazine of the M4. Twisting the knife, it's a big turnaround. How have Imma and Wonderful turned this whole site on its head?
It was a pit setup. Rotation is absolutely miles away. Neither of these two have a kit. They need a hightailer over and they're split up. mezz through banana, ropz through CT spawn, and they're all on the line.
Yeah, he should be perfect for this. Wonderful will remain active, can't just sit there and tuck on the box. He has the perfect weapon for the job. There is that kit close to bomb, but it's about getting past this sight line. ropz is going to give it a go. He's timed it very well. Wonderful just looking towards the ruins as ropz gets across. That's the shot. Wonderful has closed it down with that frag on the retake attempt. flameZ, you thought 3 on the defense would be enough, but Jimpphat and Wonderful have other plans, and Na'Vi keeping Inferno tight.
That's crazy. They're able to claw that back. flameZ delivers more than he should have. It's Apex and ZywOo who let them down in that situation, not being able to find anything. After just mantling the box, they're running through the smoke. He mows them down, delivers the triple, and then everything. You blink, you miss it. The round is back on in a 2v2. mezzi gets away with the save, but Wonderful, I'm pretty sure he had 2 kills in the first half.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
And now he's up to 12, so 10 within the second half, being massively impactful on the T side. So Jimpphat,
he's that 4th man in.
Yeah, and you look how easy it is from flameZ here. It's just one up. Oh, the transfer there into Flame, trying to peer
covered
out.
by the AWP. Beautiful.
Okay. Huge round to win. Look at what it's done to the finances. Vitality have to take the eco behind the save. 2,400 into the next, so their buy will still even be a little bit ropey. I was talking about just making sure you warmed up for Train. Well, why not take Inferno? Sure, the last time you played it was getting eliminated from Chengdu, but...
Ooh, quick reactions.
Oh, and they're not in a position to try and take A space quickly. Right, mezzi's the A rotating rifler, so he could have been anywhere. You wanted to make sure you could find out where it was first. You do, but you give over a player. Now, you want to keep that M4 active, but Alexi calling the bluff, knowing that. Okay, well, he showed himself over towards B. He's likely to rotate, and that would be the right call. But that means you need to play for info, Vitality. You can't just sit on your haunches and hope you gamble correctly. Apex leering forward mid, calling all of this clear.
That's what xTeSeS was asking for, even in rounds like this.
If the exit comes down, it's just flameZ on B with just a USP.
Oh, yeah, it looks like the round will end. Yeah, it looks like it will. Jimpphat confirms Coffins is occupied. He gets a couple of opportunities there. There was a bit of a delay to the cover, but Alexi B does bring down the sole defender of that site. Apex walking into the scope. Wonderful has a fun time. Number 2.
I love it. The detail there. Right, gets the first, jumps for info, sets himself up for the second, and mezzi will save again. So even though it started with mykaze going down, we're all tied up, 10-10. Great form from Na'Vi. We'll see how this series continues, but if they're able to match Vitality and make them sweat, even if they lose today and they get through tomorrow, they're in the conversation once the playoffs begin. The Spirit, through their performances throughout this stage, have elevated themselves. For me, coming in, they were in the 5th slot. Right? You had, oh, that's another gun, you'll take that. You had Furia. You had Vitality, you had Falcons, you had Mouse, and then you throw Spirit in there as number 5.
Sure.
Well, Donk's back in God mode.
Yeah, something happens when he puts that major badge around his neck.
Chasing that of all-time ace record at the moment. You see him trying to set them up for one against Mouse yesterday, and torzsi just making sure that he doesn't go down to the man. Didn't want to give him his 8th. He's 2nd of all time behind Magisk, who once donned this Vitality jersey. So it did take some miracle moments. It was a 2v2 on the A-bomb side. It was ZywOo with the 5-7 on a B retake. In terms of clean CT side rifle rounds, Vitality have none. They still need to prove that to themselves and Na'Vi that they can shut them down.
Yeah, got to give props to Na'Vi being able to kind of shrug off some difficult round losses and converting the important ones, converting the gimmies.
Okay, those 2 safe guns actually make the buy a whole lot more enticing right now. So they have all the nades, they have extra weapons, and it is even the AWP for ZywOo, a couple of kits too.
Half-wall smoke thrown from CT spawn. It's up before mykaze really gets a choice in the matter. Throws out his util set that's going to keep flameZ trapped in, locked in. No second layer though. flameZ can safely occupy the sandbags. I want to ask questions of Mr. Wu. Holding on that line. Wonderful's not far off, could be crouching in, and off that smoke grenade, you will have a little look. They want to poke in. Blocked by the smoke. Is he really going to make a nade play? I think he's, second guessing that. That's the right decision. There was a lot of bodies ready, primed and ready. ropz.
flameZ calling banana clear. Rotation's coming from Apex.
Okay, ropz getting messy with it. So, however, it's 2 from ZywOo. Chips in. There's Wonderful with a response. Quick flick up from mezzi, but Wonderful doing everything he can to keep Na'Vi in the lead. In that winning position. Has he got it in him? He's been playing stunning throughout the major. And he's turned another round on his head. It's only flameZ that can save Vitality. He's walked straight past the kid. Focused on the one in pit. Wonderful dips into his own smoke. flameZ now his position noted. Wonderful. One quick scope away from glory. Missed it now. Tech9 perhaps. Oh, it's hectic. He's done it. It's fantastic. It's wonderful again and again on that A site.
Mate, in this second half, we can't stop saying this kid's name. Forget about the first half. All those woes, though, don't matter. This is the one that's going to get you the map. Stunning work from him on the AWP. ZywOo removed and just keeps on stepping into these duels, taking name after name. The rounds that Vitality have let go or that have been ripped from their hands.
Yeah, that was involuntary.
Agonizing at this point. The round where it felt it should have been theirs.
Oh, an opportunity there. ropz gets a back turned. Piece in out. Apex in pursuit. Mag7 and App still yet to bear fruit.
This is the thing with Na'Vi. We know they have a strong base. There's no question about that. Blade is going to drill your fundamentals day in, day out. It is about the individuals. When in the system, that's when you need to add your own flair, your own flavor. You've worked hard for this. You've got them down to this hodgepodge purchase. It is max loss bonus into the next. So
doesn't look good on the minimap, does it? Never mind the weaponry.
Well, the 5.7 has already done some damage. Let's see. Mag 7, 5.7 on A.
ropz was positioning himself to perhaps be able to provide that trade a bit committed, but it's mid first, mid-centric. Safe pathing, wonderful sideline, nice try for number 2. ropz can't do it. makaze's ensured it. And smokes erupt, so Apex, this is a good range for that, yeah. Catches him at just in the shoulder blade. And now Bit could be his next victim if he dares put his head in that shotgun.
2v4.
And it's crosshairs, yeah, 2v4.
Hey!
Oh, he does, a little crouch peek. Trying to run him down, fakes it out. He wants to fight, there's 3 on his screen. He can't find anything but death. ZywOo securing it, Vitality not out of this one.
Okay, still, I would say nothing on this CT side that has been a convincing rifle round, right? They've had 5.7, now they had 5.7 again with actually the Magnum finally getting something done. They had a 2v2. They've had rounds where they were in massive advantages. The wonderful clutch, well, he's had a couple of clutches, right, at this point. So they've been in strong positions, and they've been the ones who have fumbled. So if you're Na'Vi, I was going to say you should feel confident, but not when we get back in a game and everybody looks at this bye. It could be bye-bye to all that hard work. What a tough way for it to go down. I think this has to be the 12th round for Vitality. How can you let this one go? Hero MK4 makaze. And they've really found themselves in a tough financial situation. And that spree of rounds, you win rounds, your loss bonus goes down. So just because of those clutches, you haven't had a massive cache of cash.
Yeah, it's all Wonderful's fault for clutching a 1v4. That's what I'm thinking too.
The ebbs and flows of ZywOo.
Ooh, a nice attempt. It was going to catch him on the way back out. No, but I mean, it is bleak, isn't it? To be scrounging for pennies in round 23. No one wants to be there here at the Major. Especially in a qualification game, playoffs awaiting the winner. Vitality's pick and Na'Vi have managed to really make a statement of intent. They're here to compete. But with 25 seconds, they are likely going to be running into a massive showdown, spray down from mezii and ropz.
Yeah, this is where ropz makes his money.
What's he got? Oh, makaze with the covering fire. Okay, ZywOo chips away. Actually takes the rifle out. They can't retrieve that. mezii with that double kill. Needs number 3. alexib has other plans, but there's no time for a round win. We'll just preserve a rifle, bring it through to the next, but Vitality do secure 1 map point.
Okay, so alexib can drop that AK back over to makaze. He can buy something of his own design here, and they should be able to piece this one together. makazi actually is going to be operating on a Tech 9. Wonderful's the one who gets the AK, so no Wonderful AWP. And fully strapped for the final round. Everybody with a kit. Nades galore. And aggression.
Push, oh, of course. On round 24, after such a hard-fought battle, it's mezZ that elects to take a huge risk. makazi was not ready. Important trade from Wonderful, but it's ropz that turns tail, gets Zimpphat for free. Keeps Vitality in the lead. Whatever your game plan is, it has to operate now without makazi or Imet. mezZ just throws a spanner in the works to start.
Well, Wonderful's still alive. 19 kills, plenty of clutches. Let's see if he can find some impact to take this one to overtime. 2-2 split, plenty of time to recoup, but not if you get picked away with another. flameZ looking forward in banana smoke, now fades. Wonderful and Alexi looking to take this space. Well, flame's actually been left to his own here. Apex has rotated back through spawn, so flameZ has potentially it all to do. Long smoke keeps the question marks flowing. At this point, I'm calling bit back and I'm just executing B, right? Because even if it is a 2-2, it's unlikely they gamble in this situation. You can have a 3v2. Little do you know, it's just one man here right now. And Apex, he needs to get there damn quick because here they come.
flameZ's got an awful lot of work to do. Left to his own devices, restrained from Na'Vi, incendiary from flameZ. Through the flames for one, taking out Bit, but conceding the site. It's Alexi being Wonderful. Have Na'Vi got another clutch in them? Oh, not if Alexi strafes into the spray. That silencer doing work for Apex, takes out the captain, and I can't believe I'm saying it. He has to do it again, Chad. A Wonderful clutch, an ace clutch at that, to keep Na'Vi's dreams of upsetting Vitality denied by Apex. They made them work, they made them sweat, they impressed the crowd and those watching at home, but Na'Vi, they'll have to turn it around on train.
Yeah, the record shows Vitality, they take the map, but Na'Vi with Wonderful may have taken the hearts in that one. A great display, but not enough to take Inferno. It's Train up next. I was asking, could the players do enough to get warm? It was 7-2 down. This one ended 13-11. Na'Vi are no slouch here in Budapest.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out that clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
Show your support for your favorite team. Post on socials with hashtag Major Fans, tag Corsair, get featured, and win a Corsair gear bundle. Na'Vi right now are trying to make their step into the arena, but it's not quite there for them just yet. One more game to go potentially here, Alexi, and I want to just start on the feeling, the mood, and the energy in the team right now, because it does feel like a lot has changed after this boot camp, especially after how you performed in stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, everything's up to us, and as I've previously mentioned in the interviews and everything we do now, I think we're showing our level. And it's just when we face the top dogs that we need to do better, and that's what we've been trying to do every day and trying to achieve. And today we're really excited to get another chance against Vitality.
Now looking at that, you say the difference when you're playing against the top dogs. Can you maybe try and explain it to us at home about what that exactly is? Because if we look at the games you played, for example, against Pain or Paravision, dominant again, just like in stage 2. But then against Furia, we didn't see the same Na'Vi. So how do you quantify that?
I just think the top 5 teams, everybody's playing super well. All the teams are taking small little things from all the teams, I feel like, from those teams. And it's just, when you play in front of an audience, you know, our recent results, we can't say that we would be like a top 5 team or anything, where we can challenge them. Okay. But I feel like, you know, for us, it's special to play against these type of teams, especially on the major, understanding how our previous tournaments went. Yeah. This is something we are fighting for this year, and something that when we're on the practice room watching demos, going through preparations, it's these teams that are usually the ones who inspire you, right? And yeah, it's as I said, it's just up to us now, and I just feel so excited to play against these type of teams, not taking anything away from the others, but it's just like the teams that you usually watch fight for the trophies now.
It's a good thing if you're that excited for going into these games, I would say that for sure. And you got a smile on your face. I can see it in the expressions, mate. So let's look at this. You haven't beaten Vitality all year. It has been a problem team for you, but you also haven't faced them since Austin Major. That time it was the quarters, it was in an arena. Here you're doing it in this scenario, in this setting. What is the biggest upgrade Na'Vi has had from that boot camp that can make the difference here to get you that win?
just the overall confidence of everyone and the level and the talks that we've had and the experience that the team has. And also the fact that we also know that Vitality is not showing the same strength they had during Austin. And, you know, they can slip up here and there, and maybe this is our time to, you know, put it in there.
Maybe, or it is?
Yeah, it has to be.
It has to be the final words. I love that. I got you out of that one.
Ready?
No, no.
One more long.
No.
One shot.
Let's
Shot.
I'm reloading.
I'm gonna jump. Two.
One shot.
One shot. We can be ready. Close sight. That shot.
Chill. Lock. Chill.
Landing. I'm coming. Shot. Sight. Then plant. Picking up. I wait.
Nice!
AK.
Not mid.
Banana. Full. Two.
Banana.
Nice. One more.
Can you watch this?
No. Last was banana.
He was.
Let's play together. Don't
Play
pick
together.
Don't pick. 3, 2, 1. I've rested. Yeah. I need pull. Guys, I will play first, okay? Take your time. Wait. Step hitting. Banana. Be ready to pick.
Nice! Boys, sick!
Na'Vi really making Vitality work for this one. Despite a slow start, the full 24 rounds were ultimately required for Vitality to just about squeeze this one out. Ted, it came down to some individual heroics, it came down to a hell of a lot of clutches, but Vitality just about getting their map pick in the bag.
That was definitely a much closer game and a much closer map than what Vitality were hoping for going into their own map pick, right? And this is why we spoke about it before the start of the game. Na'Vi had the opportunity to prepare. Na'Vi had the comfort of not having played Inferno so far in the event, and the amount of preparation that they came into this one with, the amount of stacks that they were able to pull off, especially on that CT side. It kind of felt like even from a tactical aspect, Na'Vi were one step ahead at times. But yeah, in the end of the day, Vitality just a little bit more clutch.
Yeah, it came down to a few moments, you know, them especially losing that anti-eco kind of threw them off. They lost the kind of money control, but a very well-planned Inferno from Na'Vi. Something that the individuals had to kind of bring Vitality back. And I feel a little bit bad for them because they had so many moments, like they read Apex calls like a book, constantly doing the stacks, they were well prepared, but just some small little details where they kind of overcommitted into some of the engagement, especially on that CT side and middle.
Let's go back to the first half because, you know, we're talking about Na'Vi making this one incredibly close, but this came off the back of having a very slow start. We were talking about this Vitality T side, how formidable it can be. Let's dive into round number 4 straight away because this was what was a 6-1 start for Vitality, right?
Yeah, it really was, and it didn't really feel like it when you're watching from the outside, right? This is another situation where Na'Vi just has the perfect read of the situation. You see that early utility being deployed in towards the B-bomb side. They deploy the retake nades. Vitality is trying to put simultaneous pressure both in towards Banana and in towards the apartments. And this is one of the things that we were talking about before the start of the game. You see the way that both ropz and flameZ are absolutely relentless in the way that they're pushing the CTs back. They're doing the same in towards top Banana. And now Na'Vi read into it. They stack up 4 in towards the A-bomb side. They try and go forward, try and force the issue, but they're just getting absolutely deleted. ZywOo with a phenomenal sequence in towards bracket. And then from that point on, Bit, even though he was able to find a little bit, he wasn't able to get it over the line, and mykaze was left in that clutch. It's not an easy one to pull off. It's not an easy one to win. He's able to make it a little bit doable, and he was able to pull off another 1v2 later on, but in the end of the day, it's just not a round that Vitality should be winning, considering they're just walking into a 4-man stack.
No, I completely agree. I think, you know, they may be overcommitted. Maybe the close mid guy maybe got a little bit too scared and backed off a little bit too quick. He had Bit there on the rotation to kind of fix that with a crossfire, but they're so good, Vitality, at finding the space to get these one-on-ones and kind of clearing things out without it seeming that dangerous, seeming that stressful. You know, super well played from Vitality.
It's also a good understanding on the economy on the other side as well, right? You're setting up for a bit of an A execute, and you realize, well, there's a half-buy going on the other side. It's going to be a little bit lackluster, so they might try something funky. So you could see how Vitality were just ready for that re-aggression.
Yeah, it's one thing being well prepared for certain aspects if you're Na'Vi. It's another thing to be able to stop Vitality shooting heads, which I guess ZywOo can do with an AWP, with a rifle, with a pistol in round 15 as well. This round was so crazy, so chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, this is the round that pretty much loses Na'Vi the game because they have a 5v5 situation in an anti-eco, bomb planted on B side. ropz get a great kill here on the lurk of Bit. But this shouldn't be lost. There should be no chance for Vitality into this round. They do it with one flash, they pop in through that coils, and just awkward timings and awkward positioning just makes ZywOo. And actually, I thought that Imbe would actually win this round. But you'll see here, he kills ropz, and instantly ZywOo goes back on that defuse.
Yeah, there's a bunch of things that just go very wrong here for the side of Navi on that hold, right? First, the fact that the lurker, the T-side player that was trying to get in towards Speedway and towards Archway gets killed. Then the 5v4, ZywOo's just peeking out of ruins, and there is a crossfire between the guy that's playing top dark and the one mykaze was towards the back of New Box. But then ZywOo just walks out and gets a triple kill. One of his teammates goes down. So yeah, this is the type of round that if you're Navi and if you're giving yourselves a chance to win this map, you just cannot afford to drop.
Absolutely a miraculous moment for Vitality to pull out the bag. But respectfully, DevilWalk, I don't think I agree with you that that was the end of the line for Na'Vi, because there were so many clutch moments. Round 21 coming in from Wonderful is just one example of showing that Na'Vi have some mental resilience. You touched upon the mental change for Na'Vi. This is just it playing out on the server so obvious.
Yeah, I mean, that's the clutch factor that Na'Vi had last year as well when they were the number one team in the world as well, right? It kind of felt like you can never ride them off, and this is another example of Vitality just being ready. ZywOo in towards Library, able to get a double kill. mezii activates for another double, and he was solid, very, very solid throughout this CT side coming in from Minipit. And then you're looking at Wonderful Apex overextending a little bit, maybe not waiting for flameZ to gather up and play that one together. He's putting flameZ in a very difficult position in a 1v1 clutch against Wonderful, who was a little bit scrappy on the last kill, but with the Tech 9, he's able to pull it off. And this is one of the bigger changes when it comes down to Na'Vi. The fact that Wonderful looks a lot more confident, a lot more comfortable in those positions, going for opening frags, but also when he's pushed into the clutch, he's able to pull it off.
And you have to credit him as well, because he had a terrible start to this game. I think at one point he was 0-7. You could see on his body language, he was leaning back, getting a little bit frustrated. But to then kind of mentally prepare yourself, get back up on that horse and deliver clutches and moments that Na'Vi desperately needed to kind of gain some control back into this game. It was exceptional kind of mentality from him.
It's just what makes it extra heartbreaking. If you're Na'Vi, you almost had Vitality's map pick within touching distance, within reach to be claiming as yours, but there's Lameway. It's Train. I believe they're going to be starting on the T side of things, though. What do you foresee in terms of some of these executes you expect from Na'Vi today?
I feel like a lot of teams are just falling into the trap of assuming that Train is a very bad map for Vitality. I wouldn't say it's bad per se. They have been losing it, but there's been a lot of close calls in there, and I still feel like their CT side is very good. They were one of the first teams when Train came back into the map pool that kind of implemented that brown holes aggression with a lot of the utility that they themselves came up with, the ropz, deep smokes in towards upper brown holes, the contest. They were one of the teams that set up the meta that the B-Anchors should be a lot more active now in CS2 in comparison to CSGO. So I feel like the strat book for Vitality should be going pretty deep. ZywOo's notoriously very, very decent when it comes down to Train. So I think if you're Na'Vi, you will probably have to try and shake off some of the rust from the previous map and just try and not be frustrated going into the second and try and get a couple early rounds on the board on the T side, because otherwise Vitality might just run away with it.
It's still, if you look at Vitality on paper, should be one of their absolute weakest maps in the pool. And that is no, like, yes, they are not bad on the map, but this is a comfort map for this Na'Vi. They've constantly been great, you know, Bit on that B side is actually like a monster. He is so good, probably one of the best anchors in the world on Train right now. So I'm expecting Na'Vi to make, you know, this a third mapper. I'm expecting it, because what we've seen, the level of prep, the level of, you know, clawback rounds, they're making Vitality sweat for this, and it's not going to get easier on Train.
100%. If we're looking at the CT side setup for Vitality, though, who's going to be kind of the key pieces that might prove tricky for Na'Vi to be breaking into?
Ooh, I feel like, first of all, as DevilWalk pointed out, I mean, in towards the B-bomb side, there's going to be a lot of action. There's going to be the head-to-head between ropz and Bit, and it doesn't really matter what side we're talking about, as both the T and the CT sides, as they're a little bit, the positions are just reflections of what they are on the CT and the T side. You're looking at probably flameZ as well. He had a bunch of really good moments, especially in towards that B-bomb side, that triple kill, which ended up leading to a Na'Vi 2v5 that they won, but still seeing flameZ get a little bit more unlocked in towards that outer area on Train could be vital for Vitality.
Na'Vi making this first map so competitive, but does it all end on their choice of Train?
Yeah, I mean, Vitality win the map, but all we can talk about is Na'Vi. Wonderful, especially standing out, stepping up. It's not enough for the first map, but coming into Train, the desk has their doubts and Vitality's competency. What do you reckon, Chatty B? We got a game here. Do we see 3?
think the form that we just saw from Wonderful, if he can carry that through, T-sided train also going to be tough for an all, but there's a chance. I was singing the song, the pistol's underway, we're already out, mate.
And it's already going to be over for Na'Vi, pushing on into the USPs and just flattened. Nothing to show for this pistol, not a single point of damage, but a bullet to Apex, and yeah, it will end that way. ZywOo didn't even need to lift a finger.
Yeah, if we just reflect on that first map, we did split the pistols, so we'll have to wait and see to the second half if we do that again here. But opening kills were dominated in that first half by Vitality, 17-7. Clutches went in favor of Na'Vi. The desk even discussing that 2v5 situation. A couple of 1v2s, and McCarthy 1v3. Wonderful with a massive 1v3 as well. So individual factor is definitely flowing right now.
All right, well, I've asked Chad, I'll ask Budapest. Budapest, are we going to a third map? Or are Vitality about to win it on train? Absolutely, they are. Yeah, I think that's my thoughts too.
It seems like there's some Na'Vi fans, Alex.
I think there might be.
Okay.
Not surprising.
If you are just tuning in, loser of this gets a chance tomorrow, but that's when the pressure at its absolute highest, excuse me. It's to be a 2-2 game. No more chances. And it'll be the last 3 spots in the playoffs available tomorrow.
Talking of spots, everyone write this one down. Add this to your repertoire. The freest information, the safest way to keep an eye on that high ramp.
Yeah, so they're just playing a block in a couple of areas right now. ropz and ZywOo both here. They're in the right place. It's going to be Wonderful's Deagle, the headline of this.
And he's in the right place as well. ropz and ZywOo. A dream partnership, really.
That's Wonderful again.
Rare to see them slip up. Wonderful, just the one.
All right, let's get the guns out, shall we? AKs will be equipped. Emma's going to be the man working for the main control. Makazi's going to be over towards Ivy. We'll see what conditioning the idea of the T side is early, right? Is it going to be something Ivy-centric or B-centric? It's not too often you see teams who are just going to go high talent out of main. They want to try and weaken up on one of the extremities. ZywOo and ropz starting B again.
Are they going to go Aggie?
Yeah, I think they want to fight this.
Just going to be that HE. They avoid it. Bit dropping in first. It's ropz that could catch them on the smoke spam. He's trying to catch them on their pathing pop.
flameZ has blocked them for now and also has the support of Apex. Can't really go through that if you're Na'Vi. So you're boxed in. Flame's still playing aggressive behind this smoke. Apex has had to go back to block main. And it looks like Na'Vi are resetting. Oh, push from ZywOo. There's a kill available.
He's got a freebie. Oh, he didn't quite spot him out. Bit's going to be very well tucked now. It will have to be a head-to-head with ropz, but just looks away as ropz rounds the corner.
That's frustrating.
That is a very frustrating death for Bit to stomach.
Okay, so they did definitely want to go for some form of a B or pop play, but they've been pushed out of there, and now they backed off completely. So in through main with 2, Makazi, Ivy, Wonderful, the late piece of this, joining these main players, and the push from ZywOo is massive.
Apex forced away, the flashes do connect. White screen for him, flashing Ivy, flameZ looking for trouble. Alexi B waiting for the smoke, good restraint. Losing Makaze, though they can focus now on this 3-man Na'Vi squad.
ZywOo.
ZywOo's flank does look like he's absolutely won the round. Wonderful finds the bomb. No one's ready for ZywOo. Just in the shadows, what a flank.
I kept it moving there, so clear intent out of the CT side to get that box holes control. And handling business right now as it is just 1 kill in 3 rounds of play for Na'Vi. So they were 7-2 down on the last match. We'll give them time to work into this, and we set the bar at 3 or 4 rounds. Well-placed nade there. So a whole lot of this is planned to harass over towards B in the early stages. This one will have a few more upgrades than the last eco. 4 Tech 9s, a P250, and some util.
Oh.
Yeah, those ons by the official betting partner making a whole lot of sense.
I thought Inferno had us believing in Na'Vi. It seems that others don't agree.
I agree with the sentiment of the desk, right? To say that this is a bad map for Vitality wouldn't really be fair. When you look at a lot of the losses there to Maus or G2, other top teams, I still think coming into the major, if they want to win it, within the time off, overpass and train, they're going to need to put under their own microscope to try and
fix some things, but you can already see different ideas coming out of Vitality, and that was one of the things that a lot of the pundits attributed to their success in the first half. Always having a different idea, right, making sure that they were staying ahead, as Ivy's fast right now.
It is, and it's going to be mezZ and Apex trying to partner up here. Combination of a double nade and a big spray. They're so low. They avoid the spray, trying to run through the smoke on the reload. Maybe overwhelming. mezZ just got to pivot back and forth. Gets himself a 3-piece. Or 2.5. Winnable, but oh, wonderful. Gets caught out. ZywOo cheeky through the smoke, dips away. Now ropz and ZywOo can play this one out. Bit finds the headshot onto ropz, knows where ZywOo was last seen. Bomb is retrievable. Priority the plant. Looks like ZywOo's going to allow that to happen. Will Bit overplay?
The longer Bit takes to get down the bomb, the more chance ZywOo has. Bit has an awareness that this is a possibility. Because ZywOo is allowing him to make the next move. This bomb will be planted. Now ZywOo knows.
Some problem solving on the fly.
Think about where the plant is. Bit's playing for the fight.
ZywOo's going to give it to him. Oh, what? Crouches under the crosshairs. Bit can't even pull the trigger before ZywOo's seen to him.
Okay, well that was essentially an eco, right? Some upgrades on the pistols, a bit of utility, and there's just one man staying alive. ZywOo yet to die in this first half. That is a stressful one for the 4-0.
Yeah, it really does come down to it.
Yeah, great job here from mezZ. Right, this is the man who is the safe pair of hands. This is a crazy move from ZywOo, just coming through that smoke, taking a gamble in a 2v2. Bit isolates the first, gets the bomb down, gives him the cash injection, but then swooping under the crosshairs. ZywOo, great pick, brings the energy out of Apex. Well, AWP out for Wonderful, AWP out for ZywOo, and aggressive play over towards Ivy. makazi very passive.
Keeping it dynamic on Vitality. Definitely added a few more sheets to that playbook.
Flash does nothing. ZywOo actually investigates.
Says he threw that from a mile away.
The question now is, does he actually want to push off of this, or do they just leave ZywOo here? He can't stay here forever. Apex and flameZ looking to rotate over towards B to help out ropz, but here they come.
Oh, straight down the ramp through the flames. Apex is at least spotted out early, doesn't give away his life. 4 members of Na'Vi now corralled into the site. Looking the wrong way. Apex and ropz getting the kill. Necessary is Wonderful providing the fire. A swing from flameZ down. makazi brings it into level pegging. 2v2, bomb is loose. It's Apex up in the head. Goes down to Wonderful. Forward position now. ZywOo in that clutch. Wonderful, he's got the kills, and now he has to get the plant.
Surely not back-to-back clutches for ZywOo.
Such important kills from makazi and Wonderful. They still have one more to find, though. Playing on the ladder. Wonderful hoping to get a spot onto ZywOo's approach. That's enough, though. Information flows.
Into the AK.
Progressing high. Oh. That's the shot, and that's Wonderful. Still at it.
Yeah, this kid's not missing a beat. The clutches within that last map, they're carried across into this one. Impact frags on impact frags, as they will get there first. Sure, they don't win it with the Tech 9s, but they get it done on the rifle round. It's great to see him in this form, right? When you look at Na'Vi, we talk about the base of this team. We talk about their understanding of the fundamentals, Blade system. It's when the individuals get going is where the team can find that fear factor. It's something that has been missing across the course of the season. Wonderful's a name that always seems to be in the mix, and he is really on a heater right now. You love to see this from Wonderful.
I mean, T-side train, Chad, you've been trying to hammer it into my head that, you know, you're aiming for 2, you're aiming for 3 T-side rounds. Na'Vi get one on the guns.
Respecting the Na'Vi presence, dropping out a defensive smoke, minute 20 on the clock, and good map control at the moment for Na'Vi.
Double swing behind that HE smoke, and it's Bit that gets warded off at 50 HP, blocked by the incendiary for a further 6 seconds.
Ivy feels like the problem at the moment in Vitality. That's where the gap appears to be if we look at the radar, right? So it's just mezZ going to monitor that from the back of the bomb train. Flame's going to work forward on main, and there's more harassment towards Ivy. So a 2-1-2 split. Once upon a time, this used to be very potent. You could crunch in, take away the space from the CTs, and there's only so many spots that they can really hold from.
And makazi is a very powerful opening piece. Could be caught by ZywOo's AWP there, but he's missed his shot. Finds himself boxed into the corner. Maybe mezZ! No! makazi catches him. Makes it really uncomfortable now for Vitality.
Bomb's heading back to B. Action on ropz.
Look at ropz working his way in. Yeah, ropz and ZywOo will be here. And oh, jumping up at the perfect time. ZywOo confirms there's a second body. Removes another. Alexi's gone. Bomb on the back of him. Not for long. ropz connects, and now that backtrack flank could be susceptible. Here's the steps, stampeding towards him. Swings on out, but Wonderful's ready. He's got it in a position to win it. Running it up to get that bomb picked up. flameZ and Apex coming in from high.
They can plant.
Should be able to uncontested. Wonderful with the cover and fire. He's doing everything. You said T-side all things hard. Not for Wonderful. In back-to-back rounds, he seems to have set them up for success. It's only Apex, and he hasn't got the health for this. Impact on impact from Wonderful. He hasn't stopped.
Hands behind the head there for ZywOo. That was a great little maneuver there over towards B to catch them on the way down low ramp. Apex is going to save, and the round is done. And normally the tough part is being able to get the space. Right, the AWPer in terms of the head-to-head duels immediately, what are you doing? You're picking main, you're copping all the nades, you're going towards Ivy, you're pushing the AWPer off the line, maybe you're catching a player in pop, maybe you're catching someone pushing into brown walls. That's 2 on the trot now.
Just walking down that ramp.
It's just about getting the space, right? This is the difference in these 2 rounds. The AWPer's been able to get in. And once Wonderful's in with territory, not getting bottlenecked in a choke point, he is delivering, as I mentioned, not missing. 7 and 4 right now. Catch some of this again in the replay. So down low ramp, ZywOo jumps up, takes down Bit. Piz in for a second, so great output from him. You think ropz getting this one should be it. And then when you see him take this fight, it feels like Wonderful should be his frag every day of the week. But now at range, they're the ones coming through the choke points, flipping the script. So 1 saved M4, but essentially an eco.
Yeah, they're going to just go for it, aren't they? Stop nades, cross their T's, dot their I's, and Imer just strides out. mykaze covering fire onto flameZ on that ladder. Lovely work. This is some good pep in the step here from Na'Vi.
This is great punishment against the eco, and the rifle was starting towards B on Apex, so wrong place, wrong time, no chance to even fight for this. And I also like the gear shifting around like this, right? Against the rifles, you're probably not going to be playing at a main, but you show that it's possible against the eco. Now, Apex does have himself a defuse kit, and I don't think we live in a world where this would be a possibility. But I think him lingering around the back of bomb. We'll give it a lance worth for the moment. The bomb. That's about that halfway mark, as Apex still looking to do some damage. 2400 into the next. Alexi still just tucked in, very diligent on the clears on the way back. Is Apex going to start backing off? He's going to have to now. There's not going to be any time for this defuse, even if he wanted to go for something crazy. So looking for damage, maybe looking for some stats, and that range will just pepper away. So now his position noted. Everybody's going to stay alive for Na'Vi. And Apex will carry that across. So he can now hook ZywOo up with their AWP, right? That's actually a strong save. Can drop ZywOo an AWP and they can go again. But I think it should be a timeout, right? XTaz, yeah, you see it there from the admins. So the timeout will be taken. And now that you've managed 3 consecutive rounds, it was the 2 rifle rounds, the ones that mattered. Now you take care of the gimme being the eco, and then back in with the gun. So the bed of rounds, it's been made. It's time to be losing the mid-round portion of the game, right? Because in the openings, it looks pretty good for Vitality. But then once they're able to get the space...
Yeah, just getting back into these bomb sites, they're making it look hard.
But you think about that, where they rotated 2 players in through CT, they were splitting B. It's such an unusual situation. And it's a call that you always hope that you can stick the landing on an in-game leader. Not in that fashion, I'll tell you that much. But it's a scenario that's where the Counter-Strike counter-worms gets opened. It's not normal CS at that point. Obviously, these are fights that the players are somewhat familiar with, but they're not standard. So 1-4, ropz stunning, aggressive low ramp to throw some nades. A bit more Ivy pressure. Again, Wonderful joining mykaze.
It's ZywOo,
run boost.
Can he track that? Ooh, doesn't hit the flick. Wonderful gets across. Info on 2, Ivy.
There's a 3rd man, so Alexi joins this. They're going to continue to push down behind the AWP sightline. ZywOo still posted.
He's get flashed off.
Legged
Lovely
it.
work. Yeah, did hit the shot. Alexi B walking wonky. Nade swallowed by ZywOo. mezZ provides supporting fire. Does tag up mykaze heavily and finishes the job as well. Such a good flash. Wonderful. Sets up Alexi. Despite that low HP, and now he can use ZywOo's AWP to level the odds despite that discrepancy. It's Wonderful. A free frag onto mezZ. Barrel betrays him, sticking out. It feels like it's taking shape for Na'Vi. flameZ getting caught. Apex flustered. They're going to have him on the swing. Imer nails the headshot. And the T rounds are flowing for Na'Vi. That's 4 consecutive T-side rounds.
Yeah, and right there, kyxsan took the timeout, like they're having the conversation about what he sees to be as the weakness, and they're not able to correct. So again, they get out in the space. Sure, the opening kill doesn't go their way because of the spam, but ZywOo is pushed back. The flash work from Wonderful is great. And they'll grab another round. So 4 straight with the pistol, now 4 straight with 3 of them being rifle rounds. That's Na'Vi doing the heavy lifting, making light work of this. They've already hit that bar. Now it's about how many more can they topple on top, and you'd think at least 1 more.
Yeah, really good flash work as well. You saw ZywOo, just both of those flashbangs thrown by Wonderful, bouncing off the wall for the first. Second one catches him, enables the frag. Alexi B, Blade, going to be happy with what they're seeing, what Na'Vi are putting down.
I'm still in the third and deciding if we need to get there. Still a whole lot more Counter-Strike to be played, but Na'Vi are making a great case. If Inferno wasn't convincing, understand they didn't win the map, but their players are here to play today. Train is starting to take us there. Last time Na'Vi, as an org, beat Vitality as an org, was all the way back in 2022. Masuda was still on the Vitality roster.
It feels like an age ago. Time moves fast in Counter-Strike.
So Vitality have been getting their number more often than not.
And yet, such a close first map. And now, already, Na'Vi looking to take the lead on this T side.
Like the calling again, right? Last time they just kind of pedaled to the metal. I know there'll be a few more investments available because of the loss bonus. And ropz is playing retake. So if you do just go for a B execute, now that they've cleared out pop, that's most likely. You should just be able to storm in. Now, they are lacking a few mollies. But they're not lacking the opener. McCarthy, Ivy Space takes down mezZ, and now they can just waltz into B. ropz would have to go massive from high ramp to make this a conversation.
Yeah, the flash work seems perfect. Look at that. There's just no vision for him. Knows that Lexi could have slipped through, but everyone dying. Oh, it's perfect. McCarthy catches some loose players on A. Nothing for your defender on B, and it's a 5 alive Na'Vi round. It's flowing so nicely.
Yeah, that's also a change of pace too. So in the first couple of rounds they won against the rifles, they were close. They were a little bit more chaotic. I know 2 of these 3 have been against the lighter buys. flameZ might change the dialogue of, no, he won't. Wonderful, clears his corners. And that's huge because now you've got, what, about 10K on multiple players, or just under after these buys come in. So this is going to give you a lot more finances to take more risks and to have more rounds down the flow of the game, even if Vitality start to work back in. So you are set for a very strong half at this point. Good work from McCarthy. Stressful situation. He's on his own, right? And I know he's up against the lighter buys, but still, it's rookie year. Out of the academy jersey into the main team.
Are we going to see more output from Wonderful's AWP? He's trying his hand a little Aggie peek. They go for a smoke break play, trying to clear out that all-off area. Cognizant of all the offensive options from the CTs, that nade does get swallowed, so 50 for him to work with for the remainder of this round. Apex trying to get cheeky with it.
Yeah, they're just retaining pop control with 2 right here. So flameZ tucks in, ZywOo takes the line, and he's not playing the standard angle. Probably wants to avoid the possibilities of the wall bangs that Vitality are oh so good at. Oh,
not the one.
No.
Not the one.
No, but considering he hasn't been missing anything, we'll give him that.
mezZ's been having a tough time.
Yeah, he's been under a lot of harassment. It's a tough point of Ivy, right? If teams really want to push the issue and you're unable to block them, they'll keep coming and knocking on this door.
It's a perfectly placed Molotov. Look how uncomfortable it makes him. flameZ forced to extinguish, just feeling that pressure and strafing. Oh, he fumbled the movement. Woof! It doesn't choose to engage or take a shot.
It's Ivy again.
Yes, sir. And it is going to be mezZ just here. No one close by to lend him a hand. And McCarthy seems to have his number. Not this time. mezZ gets his, gets out, confirms an additional step was made. flameZ, upon the fade, is going to have 2 players to deal with this. Alexi and Bip trying to pincer in with him and Wonderful from the Ivy side.
20 seconds.
They have to make their move towards that bomb site, trying to close that gap. Opportunity, flameZ. Oh, he actually gets one from either. And now ZywOo should have another. Catches Bit on the walk-up. Wonderful can't do anything here, and he loses his AWP.
Okay, something back. Remember, plenty of cash to break through. Just 2 more rounds. This is salvaging the first half now, Vitality. You can still get 7 short. But Na'Vi are going to be very, very happy with the 5 and on the trot in the fashion they were able to pick them up. Tactical timeout taken. Blade wants to get on the microphone. Now, he's in such a good spot to be able to call. He knows that they'll be fully invested. They have all the nades, and that's what Blade needs, right? He can go to the front of the strap hook as opposed to the back. Not having to pull out the emergencies. So if you think about the pressure of the game so far, they have been able to keep Ivy relatively honest. And we even saw Vitality want to go for an Ivy move early. Remember, they had that of ZywOo go aggressive with mezzi. They had the space, but they lost elsewhere on the map at that point. So if you want to go for a move like that again, and now Na'Vi just start to go into B executes, you might be chasing the wrong calls. But yeah, great pivot there from flameZ. Important double. It's just when you have that aggressive outside hold and you lose Ivy, you know that you're susceptible if they can get into the backtrack. So you always feel in such a box on the CT side without that Ivy space. But here we go, back into the guns.
Again, mykaze, this time with a bit more zhuzh to it, just charges in. Yeah, no flash this time. ZywOo's got vision. He's got your number. mykaze goes down. Apex finding Imit in the meantime, looking for that clawback. Oh, it was wonderful towards main. Peeking into ZywOo. It might very well be a ZywOo round. They are inevitable, as is he. A 6th round, a recovery from Vitality.
Now we're back for bit. ropz is here.
Just walking on into this one. ropz secures it. 5 alive for Vitality. So, I mean, as you've described it, Blade's already laughing, but off the timeout, not going to get what he was looking for. Wanted to see 6, set that bar as insurmountably high as possible for Vitality's T side in the next half. This is the head-to-head ZywOo's been looking for. It's the first time he's got it without that flash in his face.
Right, so they've done such a good job up until this point, Na'Vi, of pushing them away. You can't get out. You see the difference within the rounds. Fast.
It is. Certainly considering it. That's just straight strafe. Look at him go. He wants to brawl. Looking for that first blood. flameZ, he's been completely caught out. Booked. Red card. ZywOo puts him back. There's that AWP at the back of the bomb. Messy from Apex. Awkward for ZywOo. Nades, Molotovs, the kitchen sink thrown at him. Advantage Na'Vi extended and converted. It's a 6-6 half. That is a high bar. Vitality's T side has to match that output. 6 from Na'Vi.
And wonderful, hasn't slowed down since map number 1. It's now CT side open up next. Na'Vi, they want to take this the distance.
Teams with 2 wins and 1 loss. This is an opportunity for playoffs. Vitality, Na'Vi. Bit of a barn burner. 13-11 Intense Inferno, and now here on Train. Supposedly a weak map for Vitality, and the cracks beginning to show. It was a run of gun rounds, a run of spectacular calling, starting with Wonderful just showing his prowess. T-side orb to get the Na'Vi juices flowing. 6 is a high bar. Now Vitality have to match it if they want to end in 2.
Map number 1, we split the pistols. Let's see if we do it again or if Vitality take both. Heavy over towards B. Bit playing retake. What you need to think about in that situation is the util they have for the retake. Alexi with a smoke and flash. Starting to join Bit over on the side now as he just postures in con. So all 5 available, and as Yard is investigated, wonderful calls, Ivy completely clear. Immer cheats over as well. There'll be 3 players to receive this execute.
This is exactly what Na'Vi were hoping for. You get the info, get the extra man in. Is he going to be a surprise pick? No, he actually takes the fight off the flash. He's got Messi from him, but still Vitality, they prevail. 2 at the back of the site. It's Bit and Alexi for that retake. ZywOo's getting cheeky through the smoke. Might catch the late arrival of Wonderful here on the fade. Bit's right next to him. Here's
so
Wonderful
noisy
as well. Very loud, easy to track. ZywOo licking his lips, tapping his head, back of the skull for Wonderful. Immediate trade from Alexi though, and walking in is Bit. Mezzi might get caught for this. Doesn't hit that 1 tap, hits it on the 3rd. There's ropz on trades. 2-on-1 for Alexi, uncomfortable with no time and no head. ropz a quick 1-2.
So the trap that's set up there by the CTs is all about that flash, right? Because you know that on a B execute, the Ts are going to scale up street towards connector. Flash comes in, and the fact that Immer can't get anything. Right, he's been having a good series, but this is where he needs to deliver them something.
Wow.
And it's the Mezzi kill onto Immer that really changes the discourse of that scenario. You can see the other 2 jumping around, just trying not to get taken out of the equation. So both pistols for Vitality. Will that be the difference maker? The conversation has been about the snipers on either side of the server, both towards the top of the scoreboard. We're into the force. 2 MP9s, 2 Deagles, a 5-7.
Looks like Wonderful wants to fight with the Deag. That's exactly what ZywOo was waiting for. What's the timing? What's the go? Ready to clamp down. 4 members of Na'Vi invested into disrupting. It's Wonderful's Deag that does beat out ZywOo. Deagle versus AK. And he's going to get away. Push in, Apex. Oh, empty-handed. Thought he had him booked there.
You have info on 2 players. Does that want to change the call right now? You have a lot of time to recalibrate the situation. So ropz is low short. flameZ Mezzi on full HP. Immer and Wonderful, the walking wounded after their exchanges. flameZ knows that he can get himself a better weapon than that MAC-10, so he's going to waltz on over and pick up that AK-47. Now Alexi's going to gamble. You may as well take the risk in this situation. They're pushing high ramp. Immer's looking for a timing.
Could very well be his. It's out for now. ropz, ooh, doesn't hit it.
Saw the bomb,
the low HP. Still down the ramp. Alexi B, a warning shot. It connects onto Mezzi. Have they seen enough now? You've just seen 2 different players in a 3v3.
They're high talent right now towards Yard. They have a couple of smokes. They could lob one to connector. Alexi has to play ahead of this, surely.
Yeah. Throws out the flashbang, makes it clear he's on his way on the line, on the cross. Mezzi does make it across, survives the first test. There's the block smoke. Makes life difficult. Wonderful wrapping around for back 6. 18 seconds. Could he stop him with the bomb plot? Does manage to hit.
Someone's going to punch it in.
Now. Alexi B, that's massive. Wonderful could walk on the smoke. Another one. Exposes Mezzi. Cover from ropz. Bomb goes down. It's intense. With him so low, Alexi B, you've already done so much, but we need more. Na'Vi need more. What? Mezzi's on the E-box. Bullet didn't connect. 100 HP in a dream. Mr. Alexi B. And he's covering perfectly. ropz, those are such impactful kills. I thought that for sure Wonderful was going to catch Mezzi on the plant.
That was a tough round, wasn't it? You can understand. That's great from Alexi, just chipping away through the smoke, knows that it's the default plant.
I mean, we've all tried to do that through the smoke, but he did it.
It causes the chaos, but yeah, again, it's ropz. He had impact on the pistol. Now, here against the force fight, flameZ goes down, then ropz covering the smoke. This is mandatory, a round over right there and then, and it's ropz to finish things off. Will have to be the eco now.
I mean, Na'Vi, they are really keeping this competitive every round. This one, I suppose, likely to not be as competitive.
Yeah, well, let's see how much damage they can do. The ramifications of this can still be huge in the flow of the game. And then we have to see what game plan Vitality have in store We'll remember FlyQuest getting stomped on this map. Navi have played this a couple of times, and this is why apparently it's looking like home turf. The other train game was against Bait, 13-6. That was from stage 2 to qualify for stage 3. And across those 2 games against FlyQuest and Bait, they lost a total of 8 rounds. So they've done that in just one map to Vitality now, but there's no reason they can't have a comprehensive CT side. Pistols are stacking over towards B. Vitality sort of just congregated at the moment, mainly around main.
Yeah, they're just hoping that they keep the boots planted. Ima does punish Apex for his
Now you
lead.
go away, right? That's back in the day we call that a money man play. You'd send someone in to find out where the eco was, make some money, and then you need to erupt on the other side of the map off of your in-game leader's info, and they will do. How much more costly can this get?
And that's the question. Very costly if you lose any more. ZywOo goes down.
Didn't have head armor.
LeXi B hits the shots. What's going on here? Na'Vi surely not on the economical.
20
here
seconds.
Comes Spit. He's got mpz. Boom! Takes him down. It's ropz. No time for him to win this unless he hits a transfer. Double kill. LeXi B to clutch up. Make good on their promise. Win the eco. Turn this train on their head. ropz denies. Spectacular composure under pressure.
Right now, ropz is the angel on Vitality's shoulder, impacting 3 consecutive rounds with this shaky start to the second half.
Oh my God.
They are being made to work for it here today.
Seriously? LeXi B with that drive-by.
ZywOo no head armor.
ZywOo no head armor, and LeXi profited until this last 1v1. What a clutch from ropz.
Okay, so the money, it's wonky for the T side after all those casualties. The CTs will get out a bye with a wonderful AWP. That's the discrepancy of weapons. A couple of kits, and they harass main with standard util. Playing through pop though, the 2. mykaze and Ime partnered up. Here's ropz again.
Has he really got an opening in him? mykaze down easy, quick burst to the head. He knows you got a friend and it's Ime for the trade.
Round settles in now. The heavy presence of mpz and ZywOo. Apparently they've seen enough. mpz's just going to stay there and play for the lurk. He shoots a couple of bullets to keep the CT defense inquisitive. I said ZywOo didn't have an ult, but excuse me.
He went back to spawn, yeah, changing last minute. Look at this head-to-head. Wonderful. Why just stay there, though? In the meantime, they've lost Bit.
That wasn't high ramp. He was peeking for info.
And Wonderful's peeking for more than info. An early grave.
Overplayed their hands here. There's info plays by multiple players not connected. That was what Blade was talking about in the early timeouts of Inferno. Pleading with the boys to play together, to stay connected. And here, that looks like they've just gone for a couple of hero motions. It's easy to have the adrenaline high after those 2 rounds that you feel that you could have snatched away on the lighter buys, but now it feels like you've given this one over in the guns. If you're Vitality, you group up and you look for the finish with the nades that you have. If you go towards B, you're able to get that ult posted on Con. What you don't know is Emma and LeXi are both in here. 20 seconds. They can still win this.
They can still win this. Turn it completely around. A 2v4. LeXi B. Only the one. It's up to Emma. Can he do it? ZywOo brought low. 15 HP and only 10 seconds. This gets awkward fast. mpz, what do you do? 9 seconds.
Got a plant.
He's got a plant. mpz knows this. mpz's going for the kill. He's actually lost the round.
No
the decision
time.
has cost him.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a Na'Vi round. mpz takes the clutch. That could be a difference maker. I thought that was a certainty.
Oh, they've gotten away with murder there. I'm still taking a timeout if I'm Blade. I'm getting on the mic and I'm saying, boys, let's keep it together. You've snatched one away. You had a lot of opportunities there with the lighter buys, and fortunately the gamble pays off. mpz wanting to play for the fight, not for the plant. A tough decision to make. And it's actually going to be a Vitality timeout off the back of this. So yeah, they are rocked to kick off this second half.
They've already gotten away with a lot.
Yeah, none of these rounds have come easy, and that one slipped through the fingertips right there. I thought grouping up and executing towards B, it was the right play, but not expecting the gamble. Not expecting Ima to have a HE perfectly placed onto the dome of ZywOo. 17 kills for him, but unable to be immune to the flak damage.
Call this Ima pact. A second shy from mpz. I think he presumed he's pushed up oil, so he could deny the plant. Ima knows mpz has to make the play.
Right now, this timeout from Xtaz is one of 2 things. It's to discuss what we can do with the finances that we have, and if we have a pocket install, let's make sure everybody understands what they need to do, because the money on the other side is still ropey by virtue of that 1v1. Famous MP9, still the AWP.
ZywOo versus Wonderful. He knows this line well. Yeah, he's not falling for the bait. Catches ZywOo, opening kill for Na'Vi.
Okay, well, that's the AK that was given to ZywOo, now picked up by ropz. They're still going to clamp on a yard. Apex throwing nades. mezZ out main, the other two pop, and Apex will join mezZ.
Oh, it's fullback AWPing 101, forced away by the flameZ though. Wonderful, are you going to get overrun? No, he stands his ground for another. Removing ropz is massive. mykaze ensuring this one doesn't go awry, but it's a quick one. Catches the push from the Tech 9. mezZ delivers.
He needs to live. Wait for Apex to play.
He's starting to cook on that flank. Smoke not fading. He doesn't care. He's going to go through it. 2 on his screen. 2 on his screen.
Oh,
no! Squandered opportunity. And Alexi pulls it across the line. He thought he'd finished the job, was ready to pivot around. Back-to-back rounds for the CT side now.
Yeah, and it's broken the finances as well, so get to tie things up. Another competitive map. This is the Na'Vi that you want to see. Only org to play at every single Counter-Strike major. They're looking to turn their season around. They've been in the playoffs of every prestige event up until this point. Katowice, Cologne, Austin. Well, they get a chance today, a swing at the Kings, the reigning champs, and if they end up dropping this, well, they get to play again tomorrow. This is the type of form that you'd love to see from Na'Vi.
Yeah, teams talk about getting into their major form. Na'Vi are definitely in it. Light work, light work. No problems. Maximum efficiency, only an MP9 goes down.
So we were talking about the T side that Na'Vi were putting on display, and they were able to get a lot of space over towards Ivy in the rounds that they won. Sure, it was chaos from that point. They're splitting inside through Ivy. They're being able to be a thorn in the side. If you're Vitality and you can't get similar space, it doesn't have to be through Ivy, but it needs to be elsewhere on the map, you're going to have a real tough time, and you can see how staunch the defense is over towards main. Right, this combo of mykaze, Emma, and then Alexi to help throw the nades, depending on spawns. They're going to look to lock down main every time. Then are they going to play in main or play in pop? Well, there's been a lot of harass so far. Bomb straight over towards B. ZywOo part of this. It just looks like it's going to be a B play.
Wonderful gets a flash to try and go lock in. That's another quick opening. Can he dip about away? No, gets caught by flameZ and ZywOo. That 1-2 punch puts him in the mud. ZywOo fancies his chances. Pulls that AWP out of Wonderful's cold dead hands and looks to put it to use. Can Na'Vi overcome this one-man advantage?
They've won a 4v2. Let's see if they can win a 4v3.
Yeah, man, just in that transition between the two, now in the open, and he's just booked by flameZ. 2-on-4 again then. It's mykaze and Alexi. mykaze doesn't finish the job. Incendiary makes things awkward. It's ropz that's considering a play on the plant. Alexi B doesn't reveal his location. It's ZywOo catching mykaze that puts this into an almost unwinnable situation for Alexi B. Smoke, they slink through. ropz will just dig into connector. And around the edge of the smoke, he gets caught on the grey screen. Alexi B now position noted, spots out flameZ as well.
This is impossible. There's no way for Alexi to win this.
I think he knows it. And he will be backing away, so double digits for Vitality.
It's tough there. Wonderful gets the opening kill on the AWP. A quick shot onto Apex. He's not missing a beat, is he? Straight in with a very direct call over towards B, but it's the frag back, right? So ropz takes down B, then flameZ and ZywOo connect to take down Wonderful. That throws the round into disarray, and this is more shades of the flameZ that we remembered from Inferno. When there's a player on his screen, removes them without too much trouble whatsoever.
Yeah, it's a worst case scenario as well for him, just getting caught between the 2 points of cover. Up against Hamers like Vitality, you will get punished.
One timeout left for Blade to call. Make sure he gets this one in before the money's gone. Either team with 1900 loss bonus going into the next.
Orders given, mic's muted.
So crazy because you're going in with assumptions, but you never know what the other team's going to call. You're trying to read their mind.
Yeah, and some of the best Counter-Strike players are those mind readers.
So what's this one going to look like? They've just played heavy towards Brownwells, and it's something that is an all-in move, right? Because if you lose those fights, you can see exactly what happens. They didn't lose the round over towards B, but they lost the key fight. So I think they might just go back to something a little bit more default, which does put a lot of pressure on Bit, who is having a tough time in the scoreline. But these more standard rounds, it's why train is train. You get the main control, you at least limit one of the key options. The expectation of Ivy is usually pretty light unless they're there with 3, and then at that point you can take a lot more map space, but they are looking for another execute over towards B, or at least pressure on Bit. ropz and flameZ might just walk out high ramp.
Mezzi's got another smoke to be throwing out, so that's the lurk.
Yeah, we'll keep mykaze inquisitive.
Followed by deep inner.
mykaze's ahead of this, so
okay.
He's removed the question. Him is here alongside a Bit. Here they come.
Parthing's good, angles. Oh, it was good, but Bit doesn't find the fight. Misses his shot, cowering in fear, and Apex puts him down. Awkward now. Damage onto ropz is great. Nade can finish the job, throws it out. flameZ with the Molotov, trying to limit their rotations through. alexiB firing peppered shots through the smoke.
You might be calling this one off. Finances are on the line here.
Yeah, they're definitely in two minds about it. alexiB wants to catch something, and that might ignite a little hope. You can see mykaze parthing back, worried about the lurk. Ima considering his options, but no, he has been called off. Leash put on Na'Vi. 11 put on the board for Vitality.
Yeah, you have to, right? Because you lose that, they're going to be up to 11. You're going to have anything to defend your honor, right? You'll be in with a really awkward type of a bite. And those are not the choices you want to be making. So at least this will give you the 4 rifles.
Bit's going to be kicking himself. I think he knows he's got 1 or 2 there on a different day. Chugging along our Vitality.
So this is the tough choice right now, right? Because you have the AWP, you have the 3 rifles. I think that you should take the final tactical timeout blade. You can give Bit a gun, right? You can drop him an MP9, or he can buy himself a 5.7. Everyone else can get U2. Or you can just use these guns as you have them right now, buy no utility behind them, and then you have another gun round into the next. But I think you need to full buy right now. I think you need the nades. You're going to operate in a rifle round. You're not going to be able to block anything. So I think that right now the best option is to fight for the map here, right? Is to go for some type of a buy. Bit's been given a FAMAS, okay? So they will be able to get all the nades behind the rifles. But that's why I imagine you want to fight for box horse control. So you can't just be executed on like that and they waltz all over you. You can see how tough it can be with the players locked out, especially if the entry goes your way. Bit goes 1 for 1, then Alexi finds the kill through the smoke, then the round could be back on and alive. But they lose the side again, might just be another save. Vitality, can they take 12 right here, right now? Apex joining mezzi on Ivy, so a slight change in this one.
So I was hoping to catch alexiB forward position from the AWPer. mykaze is up close and personal.
Not aware.
Ready for him, not aware at all! Pantsed! ropz hits his nerdy wallbang straight onto Wonderful! Brilliance from Vitality, cheese! From the French side, and now we've got an 11-9. This feels like 12 is coming.
Yeah, Bit's had to make a move to take some space back here. He's at least going to alleviate the pop pressure that Wonderful held. This is the next fight.
He's got the angle. Brilliant from Bit.
Okay, clawing him back in.
Just the tip of the head.
He knows he needs to hang around.
He's gone for a rifle. Very audible. You've got mezzi parked Ivy for the late arrival. They're concerned about that. Then it's Bit that starts with this. Given the AWP.
He's searching.
And he's got to time it well. flameZ caught, and that's the bomb now trapped. Apex has got no backup. They are miles away. 45 and counting. Na'Vi a must-win round. Bit has stepped up and delivered.
They just threw out a camera smoke, so they have to be worried about mezzi. He's still alive. He's the Ivy lurk. They're congregated right now at Pop and going to walk on through. There's util that they can throw from Pop if they want to breach out, but it's Bit. Can he really be the hero? Got the AWP tucked in.
He hasn't necessarily been known to be rocking that AWP, but he's made it sing for 2. Needs a whole lot more. So concerned about that late Ivy arrival. Awkward molly, great shot. Bit's doing it all for them. Puts it down by mezzi's AK, a 2v2. Alexi has to try and disrupt. Time against Vitality, but ZywOo catches him. Going walkabout, safe plant down from mezzi. Ime, a clutch, demanded. Feels like a certainty given ZywOo's post-plant position. Ime would have to somehow find mezzi. Oh my god, he has him. Knows where the first is. Anticipates ZywOo's pop occupation. mezzi has managed to play a little bit of a reposition game. Dancing perfectly into the 12th. 1 round away from the playoffs.
Yeah, and that reaction from Apex says it all. He knows where the finances are at. They took the shove. They went all in behind the saves. They didn't take the eco at all. I think it was the right call, and it was damn close. It didn't start that way. 3v5. We'll catch these in the replay. So mpkz not aware ZywOo was across, and then this wall bang.
Oh, brilliant.
ropz just takes down Wonderful, posted up in pop. Bit does his best to sow the seeds of doubt, but Emma left in a tough 1v2 situation, and there is 12. One more round for Vitality now to take this 2-0.
They're trying all the tricks in the book, aren't they, just to get this done. ropz, he's got the perfect crosshair placement. He's won it once before, but a swing in MP9 at the right time gets ropz down with nothing.
They're accelerating right now, Ivy, but they've just been blocked. They go through this.
Just going.
They're going through this.
He wants to catch you on the exit. Emma, you're booked. Needs to extinguish, burning down, gets away, tags him on the jump through the smoke. Na'Vi, as the dust settles, they've got themselves a man advantage. Hanging on by a thread is Emma from pop. There's ZywOo missing shots. Alexi B noted, running at it with the MP9. The Fanmaster wants to pull it across the line, and Na'Vi say play on.
Spurt of action right there. Once they get that opening kill on ropz, Ivy has to play, Main has to play. Nobody had the bomb, it was loose. And Na'Vi just everywhere. Extend this. 2 more required if they want to push this into OT. Unfortunately for them, Vitality does have the finances, the timing there just against ropz, who has been the guardian angel of Vitality. Think about how close those opening 3 rounds were of this second half. Well, he kept them holding on by a thread. If Na'Vi had broken through, it could have broken Vitality. We might already be on dust too.
ropz on that early warpath. Wonderful poster for the pop test.
You win this. Vitality are the ones with the financial difficulties going into round number 24, but you've got to win this.
It is going to be an isolated bit. That's the game plan to start for Na'Vi. Emma is on his way. Just a high ramp. Lurk smoke thrown out.
mpkz's rotating as well. There'll be 3 here.
Yeah, they're kept at bay by the incendiary as well. They've still got a minute to play with. Is there commitment behind this? You can see Molotov ready, primed and ready. And flashes on top of that. Emma has so much help from mpkz as well at the backtracks. Emma and Bit unite and defend. Spectacular start. Anything back? Absolutely not. Just mpkz, the late arrival. Sure, a couple of constellation frags, but he can't do more. He needs a rifle fast. Avoiding the nades, but can't avoid the Desert Eagle. Runs them down, 2 consecutive, went up against the wall. Na'Vi clinging on. They just need 1 more to kind of reset.
Tough call to make, right? But you're hoping that they don't gamble towards that side, but reading the situation well. Lack of noise, lack of spam, lack of fights anywhere else on the map, and they're just able to set up and unload. Final round of regulation. It's a broken and battered by mpkz with the best. They're going fast. Going to try and pop out pop.
Preemptive block util successful.
You got to catch them on an off timing. That's the only way you're going to capitalize with these Tech-9s. The flash needs to be perfect.
Just juggling util in spawn. Apex trying to set this up for the squad. Waiting for his cue. A hail of 2 smokes. Wonderful. Has an extra to replenish on the pop smoke.
mpkz is close.
Oh, mpkz wins it out versus mpkz. You have main control. They flood on in, but the backstab from mpkz is brilliant. Onto flameZ. ropz is doing way too much on that Tech-9. Not like this, Na'Vi. He's got the dink. There's Apex picking up the pieces. It's all up to Bit. A quiet game on Train, and he can't close it out. It's Vitality.
It's a photo finish at the end, but Vitality get it done in 2. They will be in the MVM Dome. A chance to defend their title. Looking to be the first team to go back-to-back with majors since 2019. Now we have to wait and see the ramifications of the playoff bracket. But Vitality, they have done their job. Na'Vi didn't make it easy, but they get through by the skin of their teeth. And ropz in this second half. Impact after impact, right down to the wire. What a game.
Vitality have done it. They find themselves in the arena here for Budapest after what I would describe as a very intense game, a lot of back and forth, but you still overcame it. So just tell me how you're feeling after that, because it was on both maps, right on the edge.
Definitely relieved. I think, like you say, I think both maps, I mean, Inferno, we messed up like so many clutches or so many advantageous positions, and then this map as well, I think it's been a really tough map for us, and we've done a lot of work on this map and trying to improve it. And then I think it was 12-9, we lose where they had a pretty low buy, and we mess up that, so then it gets even closer. So we can only blame ourselves, that's for sure.
Speaking about these mess-ups and these low buys, this is something I've noticed Vitality throughout the stage 3. You win pistol, you fail to convert second round, or if you convert, it's incredibly crazy and clutch situation. ropz had to pull you out of 1v3 in the third round of the train there. So can you talk to me a little bit about that? Why is it suddenly making so much trouble for Vitality?
I think sometimes just rounds can go down very fast, like when you lose one guy on the left, and especially with train, because it's such a big map. Like you're trying to cover a lot of ground and spread out that you can kind of be like too thin across the map. We're 1-1-1 kind of, and they get one kill and it just goes downhill from there. And yeah, it's something that we're trying to definitely work on. It's been a focus point for us across on all maps where we've kind of had some messy rounds in this context. So yeah, we're trying to fix it. But the main thing is that we win the rounds is the main one.
It seems like you thrive in this chaos because you've had pretty solid game yourself, and I want to ask you, was this kind of like messy on the A game, B game, or was it something that you are still looking for improvements here and there?
Definitely still looking for improvement. I think this is probably like a C or B. I think, I mean, for me, I'm very critical of myself and always trying to find little ways to improve. And yeah, I think it felt comfortable today. I'm happy that I could do my part in that aspect, but yeah, always looking to improve.
Saving that A game for the playoffs, right?
Of course.
Now, Mezzy, you've gone 3-1 again, similar to Austin. You're looking at potentially being back-to-back major champions. Do we feel like, considering the form that you guys have been in, you've tried to peak again at the right time? Is it starting to come together? Do you get that feeling?
Yeah, I mean, the feeling's always there with this team, especially after the first part of the year. And even this part, of course, we haven't won as much, but I think the deep runs and the chances we've kind of created for ourselves in finals is also a confidence booster. I think in this major as well, like, of course, we didn't know exactly where we're at after beating Bait and 3D Max. I don't think they were the strongest opposition. I don't think they played their best game as well. So it's good to go up against Na'Vi, which I think was it was a close game. It's good to just see kind of what level we're at, and I think for us, we're always leveling up after each game in the tournament. So I'm excited to see where we can go.
And lastly, any words for the fans back home, the crowd we got here?
Yeah, just thank you. I think it's always nice to have the crowd here, especially in the stage 3 before the playoffs. So it's always nice to have this. So thank you for all the support, everyone here, and all the fans at home as well.
Budapest, it's Vitality and Mezzy through to the playoffs. Make some noise!
This series truly down to the wire, but Vitality now locked and loaded into the playoffs, clawing themselves ever closer to defending that major trophy. This series, no doubt, made them sweat, Ted, but now they can just wipe that off their brow and start preparing for yet another arena in 2025.
This is probably the closest 2-0 that you're going to see all day long, right?
Yeah.
And it's probably the closest 2-0 that Vitality have won in a bunch of time. That game could have easily been a 2-0 for Na'Vi. It could have been a 3-mapper. It could have been an overtime on both maps. Vitality, honestly, the fact that they're able to close it out 2-0, I mean, this is, I guess, bringing us a little bit back to the identity that they had in the first half of the year, where they would constantly close out those close situations. And yeah, if that doesn't bring out that mental edge that they had over some other teams, I don't know what will.
I mean, great from Vitality, but to some extent even better from Na'Vi. You know, losing 4 pistol rounds and still getting to this point where it looks like you might get control over the game. But yeah, Apex and, you know, these kinds of risky buys to kind of close things out, it's really, really hard to kind of figure that out because Na'Vi is expecting everything at that point. So it's just great calling, great situations from Vitality to bring it back home and win it 2-0.
One of the many reasons why this was indeed our monster matchup, and I feel like we have to give it to ropz in the tail end of this series, right? Showing up in such important moments and getting the job done to perfection.
No, absolutely. And there was something very interesting towards the end there, by the way, because the round that Vitality went to close out the game was a force buy with a couple Tech 9s. It was a very scrappy investment. Xtas actually did call for a tactical timeout initially. The admin was going towards Apex, and then the last second, Xtas just goes behind him, and he's like, no, we don't need the tactical timeout. Apparently, I don't know if he heard what Apex gave as a call and what he wanted to do in the next round, and he just agreed with it.
Seemed like he liked it.
Yeah, seems like he liked it. He was like, no, you know what, never mind. I don't want the tactical timeout. I want my boys to try and close it out that way. And the fact that they're able to do it on a low buy is just very devastating for Na'Vi, because I agree with you, ZywOo. I feel like throughout the course of this series, Na'Vi did look like the better prepared team. They looked like the team that was playing better Counter-Strike in terms of the buy rounds as well. They lost all 4 pistols, as you mentioned. They lost a bunch of clutches. So there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic if you're a Na'Vi fan. But yeah, the end result is definitely not
great for Vitality and great for Na'Vi, because, you know, they've had trouble going against these top teams, the very, very big dogs. So for them to kind of have this game be so close, notice that their preparation is good, notice that the individuals can come back in matches, even when they're struggling to start. It's just good signs for Na'Vi. I think that this Na'Vi can definitely make it to playoff and can definitely make trouble for the big teams.
Yeah, and also there's 2 perspectives to it as well, right? It's kind of like that type of a game where the winning team has a couple things that they need to iron out, because you're looking at the way that Vitality closed that game. I mean, let's just imagine a world where Na'Vi win one of the pistol rounds, then this is probably going 3 maps, or it could have been a 2-0 for them even. So I feel like for Vitality, as much as they're going to be very happy that they're able to close out a close game, and it kind of brings them back to the first half of the year and the way that they closed it, there is still a little bit of details and a couple things that they need to look at if they want to be able to take down some of the top 5 teams going into the playoffs.
Could we just romanticize the playoffs just for a moment? Because we have Spirit, we have Furia, we now have Vitality. This is looking incredibly stacked. Next matchup, we're going to decide whether it's Falcons or Mao that are going to be going through as well. How much of a quote-unquote favorite do you see Vitality, given that we've already got Furia and Spirit moving into the playoffs now?
I mean, for me, they kind of look a little bit scrappy at times, a little bit, you know, not the same Vitality that I'm used to seeing. They can be very creative, usually dominating in the opening round scheme of things, and they always have a fallback plan. I've seen a little less of that in this version of Vitality compared to the first 6 months of the year, but they're definitely a contender. And the thing with Vitality that makes them just so great is that they can always find solution, just like they did in this game. Doesn't matter what situation they're caught in. They have bad economy, they have good economy, they always have a plan, and they always have a good idea on how to break the other team. And that makes them dangerous no matter who they face.
Well, I hope you're sitting comfortably for our next match. And if you're not, it's probably about time that you entered our Blacklight share giveaway. And it's very easy to do so. All you need to do is type !Blacklight_share in any of the 3 English streams, and you could be winning a very fancy gaming chair to take home. But you do not want to go anywhere for our next matchup. One more team must earn a spot in the arena, and that will fall to Falcons or Mouse. Going down after this.
Get in my way, you cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain, you don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made, I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes, and I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive, I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with, that is infinitive, top of the throne, it is me. How you moving slow when it's speed, I just been breaking the fire.
We see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm winning. I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
Show your support for your favorite team. Post on socials with hashtag #MajorFans, tag Corsair, get featured, and win a Corsair gear bundle. Falcons are looking to go far here at the Budapest Major. I've got m0NESY with me who, okay, we got to look at your performance a little bit here. I want to ask you about that because in recent times, we've been praising how well you've been playing, how good it's been looking. But what do you feel is the difference here in these opening 3 maps where we're not seeing the usual m0NESY?
Slow start. First start we played against Bait on Ancient. It didn't go so well. Best of 1. I mean, not a lot of excuses, just a slow start, bad performance, nothing much to say.
Is there anything you're doing to make sure you come in with the good performance you're going to need to go and take on a team like malbs?
Yeah, of course. I'm very confident. I believe in myself, believe in our team that we can be even stronger than what we showed first 2 games. But I think against Imperial that match was very, it was quite a confident win. You know, we needed it. So yeah, we'll just see.
Now, in terms of we'll just see, you're playing malbs, who you play so much. That's such a familiar opponent for you guys. You haven't lost to them since Maxim joined the team either. You just keep winning against them. So is this a game where you have that extra confidence in your preparation, in how you're going to approach this? Or do you think maybe some things have changed in malbs?
Some things for sure they have changed in their team. I think the way they play maybe on some certain maps, maybe they have like new plays. torzsi said they have some new tricks, you know, that they want to surprise teams on Major. So, I mean, let's see how well they prepared, and let's see if we are well prepared against them as well. But I think we are, so just join the server and prove it.
And I also want to ask, because you have such a good win streak against them, do you feel like you have the mental advantage on them? And also the crowd, obviously torzsi's home, do you feel like that will play a factor in any way?
I don't know how to say it, how different it will be, because it's his home crowd, you know. Yeah. No, for sure it will make some difference for him, I think, of course, and for their team. I think fans will be on their side. I think it's fine for us, fine for me as well. What I wanted to say, mentally, it's major, it's new tournament. We haven't faced them since Chengdu, I think. Yes, since Chengdu, but it was for 3rd place match. It didn't mean anything to us, to them. Okay. So they for sure prepared. So like I cannot say that we are mentally stronger than them. Okay. I think we are. It's 50-50.
And lastly, you got your brother and your mum in the crowd as well. Want to say anything to them?
saying it to them. Вот I can say: привет, брат, Андрей, привет, мама. Жду вас здесь перед сценой.
There we go. They're going to enjoy the show. You're going to enjoy a win. Thank you very much.
You're watching the StarLadder Major coming to you live from Budapest, Hungary. My name is TeSeS. I'm going to be keeping you company for the next 2 best of 3s. Ted and Maui on the desk as well to provide some insights. Of course, just to recap, Vitality through to the playoffs, joining Falcons and Spirit. 2 more spots today will be filled, and we'll find out if it's Falcons or MOUZ in a little bit, because that is the game we're jumping into. Quick thoughts. I mean, Ted, we heard from you, but Maui, that Vitality victory, concerns for Na'Vi maybe?
I wouldn't say so. In fact, I've seen a lot of bright signs. I feel like Wonderful has shown that he is in top-tier form right now. This guy is on a huge heater, and if Na'Vi don't actually make it to the playoffs and let this guy blossom in front of the audience in Budapest, then it's a shame on Na'Vi, because everything Wonderful's doing is trying to get them over the line in every match that they play.
I like that. I like that a lot. Maui being positive about Na'Vi. That's exciting for those Na'Vi fans tomorrow. Obviously, we heard your thoughts, Ted. But we didn't hear your thoughts on the MOUZ-Falcon matchup, which is the one that's coming up right now. So really quickly, how are you feeling about this particular setup?
I'm not going to lie to you, I'm very ecstatic about this game, because I feel like that's been one of the most interesting rivalries throughout the second season, maybe even the first season of 2025. We've seen 11 series being played between the Falcons and MOUZ in 2025, the last 4 going in favor of kyxsan and the Falcons. And as Banks pointed out, since kyxsan has joined that team, they've never lost to MOUZ. They've dropped maps every now and again, but they have never dropped the series. So going into this game, definitely Falcons feeling confident about it.
Even extending it back to as soon as Falcons got m0NESY on board, 7 total series, 6 of which went the way of Falcons. And also, if you even look at the one series that MOUZ has most recently won, seeding game. Didn't even matter. Falcons didn't even mind that one.
I want to talk to you about something you posted online in the last 24 hours, Maui, where you were doing your AWPA tier list, and you all but said that m0NESY is just not in the conversation for top player this year. Why do you feel that way?
Unfortunately, m0NESY, despite being one of the best snipers in the world, he's been selling it when it comes to the prestige elite events. If you look at Katowice, if you look at Cologne, if you look at the Austin Major, where they didn't even get out of stage 2, m0NESY has just been historically bad by his own standards. I mean, if you look at those 3 events, they're practically speaking his worst 3 events of the year. And unfortunately, this major is no different. This has been a very slow start for him as an individual, and it is clear that when he is just loading up into the server, when he's got the AWP in hand, in some of the matches earlier already in this stage, he's just whiffing shots, he's not being as assertive, he's not able to actually capitalize, and I feel like if they want to just put a little band-aid on this problem, just let him rifle a little bit more. His AK has been absurd this season in terms of round swing with the weapon, best in the world, better than donk. So there's a lot of reasons that you should probably have that plan B ready to go if m0NESY starts slow today.
Yeah, they'll definitely need him, right? Especially after the form that he was able to show in both Chengdu and EPL before that. It kind of felt like m0NESY was on the upward trajectory to become the player that we all know him to be. But yeah, the start of the major has not been great. I still feel like this game today is going to be a great opportunity for him to, I guess, break out in a way and get back to his normal footing and form, especially against a team that has always been a comfortable opponent for him.
Is it fair to say, though, with Falcons, I find that they kind of rise to the level of their opponents? So they looked pretty weak throughout. I mean, not weak, but not great either. But also, if you look at the level of opponent they were against, they didn't really have to pitch up and kind of bang off, if you like. Whereas with MOUZ, maybe they reached that next level?
Well, I would say that Falcons are only really losing to the most elite teams in the world for this season, ever since they've added kyxsan. So I don't really know if maybe you can be upset about sometimes the level of play, but that's kind of what happens when you have a team that's more driven by the individuals, where every single player in the server is trying to stretch the margins, and there isn't always a perfect setup for every single stage of the round. And I feel like when you're always trying to break the mold, think outside of the box, have guys that are trying to find their own in every single game, it's going to look a little sloppy at times. But when it works, then you can just praise all of the ways that those individuals were able to cause misdirection, that even people like TeSeS are able to pressure people on opposing teams. So I think that they're going to be just fine in a match like this, especially when MOUZ themselves are one of the best teams in the world.
What do we think about the veto, boys?
I feel like it was to be expected. Probably MOUZ has been trying to go for that Inferno punishment pick against Falcons pretty much every single time they've played him this season, and Falcons on the other side have been pretty comfortable with their Mirage. Nuke is an interesting decider, but I feel like we're looking at the first two maps, and at this point, it's kind of like a similar story with Train and Vitality from the previous game. The Inferno of Falcons was really worse for at the start of the season because of kyxsan and the fact that he hadn't really played it that much on Spirit Academy and prior to that. But I feel like at this point, especially after the role changes, after they've put him in towards Banana, and now NiKo's freed up to be a little bit more of a rotator on the CT side, that Inferno from the Falcons is actually very decent. They were able to take down Fury on it pretty convincingly as well lately. So I feel like going into this game, Falcons even could be looking at a potential 2-0.
It does feel like it could be a bit of a trap, the fact that in the grand finals of Hong Kong, Falcons able to show that they've improved their Inferno. I would say that the opening pick, it is Falcons switching the veto from the last time they played against each other. They went for Ancient that time. This time, I feel like when they played that third place decider in Chengdu and they just rolled over MOUZ on Mirage, and they saw TeSeS being a star, kyxsan getting mid-control every single time he wanted, the A execs were all going well, they just felt like everything's working, so why not just run it back?
How do we think this is going to play out, though? I mean, MOUZ, they've looked really good here in Budapest. Hometown boost definitely paying there. I think that they looked really strong coming into this. Can they make their spot in the playoffs now?
I feel like they did, but then in the same time, there's that sour taste in my mouth thinking they missed an opportunity to go 3-0 yesterday against Spirit. I feel like the veto was very favorable for them, especially with Overpass being the third map, and it's just the most unfavorable matchup for MOUZ this season that they have to go into a 2-1 game. So I feel like today is going to require some massive effort out of them if they want to pull it through.
Stylistically, this is just a nightmare matchup for MOUZ. We've seen it over and over again. The fact that the Falcons players, they're willing to take risks, they're always going to get in the face of MOUZ. They don't need setup. Individuals will, in a default, simply challenge their counterpart on the MOUZ team, and MOUZ are just never ready for that. They always need a second guy. They always need a flash. They're almost too telegraphed in the way that they want to play, and Falcons, even when they're pressed by two MOUZ players or a flashbang, they still usually end up with getting that one kill that just swings things in their favor, so I feel like the skill disparity is too large for me to take MOUZ in the series.
Both the boys think Falcons going to take this, but I know if you're at home, you're probably a MOUZ fan, especially if you're in the audience as well for Budapest. Let's find out how this plays out. Who's going to playoffs?
I mean, we had a really good preparation going to the major first of all. We know that we had a really shaky start in BO1s in the last major, so yeah, we want to be hungry and show up in the BO1s. Hasn't been the best for us in recent majors at least.
Overall, we didn't play that bad against Bait. I think we did what we talked about. I think we just made some crucial mistakes in some crucial rounds. We get a kill and suddenly we want to react there, we want to react here, and then just everything falls apart. One of the things that we discussed was to just play a bit more chill, don't react to everything that's happening on the map, and just use the time that we have. Obviously, it's hard to win the best of one when we lose 2 key rounds, and I think these 2 rounds costed us a lot.
I mean, this game was pretty rough in the first map. We tried to reset as much as we could for Train. We feel like they're not that comfortable on the map, so it was a good pick for us, and we had a really good reset after the first map, and it felt very comfortable for the whole map. We handled it out pretty well and won the map, so it's fine. I think our OPS was good CT side. We could have won some rounds, but sometimes when you play Spirit, there's gonna be some tough rounds that someone is gonna show up and kill everyone, basically.
Even in this 13-1 win, there were some rounds that looked maybe a bit hard. Maybe we lost the entry, maybe we got flanked, there was one round. We didn't have the best situations, but just because our comps were good and we just stayed calm even in these hard situations, we managed to win a lot of these rounds. So I think the communication and the patience will be crucial.
If you look at the positive side, it's always good to play more, in my opinion. So we have to go floor in the game and try to fix mistakes before it's too late. Because if you go 3-0, you're always going to have an elimination match in the playoffs. So sometimes you're going to have some tough games in the group stage, but if you have it in a positive way, it's also positive to learn from it.
When you play for a team like Falcons, there will always be pressure, not only at the majors, but also at all the other events. We have had this experience with the pressure for a long time, and we have been working on it. And I think it's just about maybe trying to look at it in a positive way, because, yes, it's pressure, but if you look at it from another perspective, then you can maybe use it in your favor.
I don't really care who we're facing. I think everyone wants to maybe face this opponent, of course, but I think it's more get revenge from the top teams, basically, because we have lost a lot versus Vitality Falcons on these things, so try to maybe face them in playoffs and win them there.
Get ready, we are coming.
Get ready, we are coming. Well, here we are, another chance to qualify for a stadium where MOUZ want to attend, where this crowd
wants MOUZ to attend. And they are up against the team that they have yet to defeat in the second half of 2025. Falcons have MOUZ's number. That is unfortunately the tail of the tape.
That is the tail of the tape. It's very one-sided. Some call it a rivalry, but right now there is no response from MOUZ. I think one thing's for sure, when it goes 3 maps, Falcons always close down Ancient. Now we have New coming into the veto. MOUZ are trying something different. Falcons are too, though. They're bringing in Mirage to kick it off. So it's a question of who's more prepped for this new veto in this series. They can't sit back on what they already know about their opponents. But when you play a team this much, a lot of it will come down to what you remember from your last games. There's going to be a lot of mind gaming, a lot of second level play. And I think for MOUZ, they know it doesn't matter how many times you lose in a season if you win at the major.
All roads lead to this one, and it's going to be a hell of a challenge. We begin with MOUZ on the CT side of Falcons map pick.
You just want to win at the major. The stakes are high.
Dual Berettas await down beneath the palace. Jimmy given a chance first, but it's Brollan with the frag. Good turn. Zershin's got a triple. And as NiKo comes out, Rampy's pop. MOUZ were ready for that one.
Good Lord. What a start here for MOUZ. Every kill falling into place. Game plan's perfect on the A site. Off to a good start. Again, it's a fresh map to kick it off. MOUZ are going to be wondering why it's Falcons who wanted to change it when they didn't have to necessarily.
Well, fresh in that their last matchup started here too.
Yeah, it's like
it's the newest edition. Obviously, didn't go so well for MOUZ last time either, so gotta find your footing, and I think a pistol will take off that bit of pressure immediately. We got a NiKo Desert Eagle out on the field, Glocks all across it. You know, Falcons are a team that we know can push every team to the absolute limit. They only lose versus the best, and MOUZ aren't on that list that they really lose to. But beyond that, you know, Falcons within Budapest specifically don't come in with as tenured as a boot camp as other teams. And they've also only beaten so far teams you'd expect them to. A victory over Passion, a victory over Imperial. I mean, these are chumps as far as Falcons are concerned. MOUZ pushed to the limits already versus Spirit and the Paravision best of one. You know, they've shown us what their game looks like.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, it's the first real test here for Falcons in this stage. But, I mean, they earned their place because they just crushed in their last 2 maps. So even though the opponents were weak, they were so far apart from them that it obviously makes you feel that this is going to be no different than their other series. But that little bit of extra pressure, the fact that this one is the game that matters when all the other ones didn't matter quite as much, it's the only things that Falcons have to sort of overcome. And if they do, it'll be more of the same.
Guns come out in the third here for the Falcons. Ooh. Missed chance there for the Opper. Or rather, excuse me, that was just Spinks. Thought we were trying to throw a sniper up onto the catwalk, but no op here for either squad.
He was just trying to get up on Cat.
Yeah.
For the moment, there's like a little gap over in B, but there's nothing fast coming out of Falcons, so they don't have much to be worried about.
Bit of a shame, though, that there is this kind of like missed mechanical opportunity for MOUZ. Bit embarrassing, but that's fine. Spinks will still just get into the windowsill, act like nothing ever happened. Flash into the ramp.
Yeah, that's
Feet
why
spotted here by NiKo, but they disengage slightly. Brollan staying just on the cusp. Honestly, going back to the window smoke. Oh, mistakes both sides.
Yeah, this one might be a bit more impactful. That minute smoke, that's this walk up now. kyxsan's wondering, are we going to get paid for this?
Yosuke drops that Molotov to give kyxsan space on catwalk, but we've got 2 players very close to the other side of these bricks. kyxsan slotting in with that Galil. Kind of draws the attention of torzsi, who takes a glance, but they don't catch that timing, and so kyxsan's got the easy execute. Man advantage here in the first gun round of the Falcons. Pressure over towards the player Van. torzsi's got targets in the open, and he will lay down lead for the double kill. All while Jimmy's able to recover that pressure off of the first attempt, and then the headshot out from Zershin. You've got support on the scene, and with NiKo nowhere to be found, bomb possession over, MOUZ put the right pieces in the right place and win off the 4v5.
So it was clear from the first round that MOUZ were going to show up and aim today. It's already a slow start now for the Falcons, and this is a round where they get a 4v5 despite their window smoke coming down. kyxsan takes the risk of walking up Cat. No flashes into window, no mollies either, just tries to sneak by, gets the kill in window, and from a 4v5 with ladder room on a B split, they still lose.
Good shooting here from torzsi without the op on either end.
And he had to make last-second adjustments, backing up off of Cat, going into the site. He was just trying to get away from Cat, now that they lost it.
Ooh, our official betting partner with the odds towards Falcons. I think that's just, again, because of the head-to-head. Now he's trying to tap back into Dallas. The last time they were able to defeat the Falcons. And if memory serves, not this iteration.
Yeah, I mean, they even played the major with Magisk, right? So.
Kyosuke, Desert Eagle, ready for the contact. Doesn't find his chance to strike. Remember, NiKo comes in after saving that last round with a purchase for this solo AK. See if he feels the need to kind of stay alive and see what the Deagles can open up with, or whether this one rifle will give MOUZ something to think about.
It's a game of give up space, but not too much, because Falcons are doing a good job of really crawling up into some key spots to force you to make a bad move.
It's going to be StarLadder. This is where he died from when kyxsan was able to slip the net.
Wow,
that is what you're looking for. Speak of the devil. kyxsan straight in with the Desert Eagle headshot.
With the mid control came a little pressure to peek that ramp.
Spinks gets spotted. NiKo's AK's now been found. Feeling like you had to get something going, but you've at least still got two defenders here for MOUZ. Pressure's inbound, AK included. Side of connector held for the first two. Zershin at least able to deal with the sidearms, but now you've got rifles picked up all across the board. torzsi with a chance to be the hero. Bomb being planted in the spam. Oh, he gets it!
Can't get one by Jimmy.
NiKo's got those two kills quickly. Still time to plant this. He's got to scoop up that bomb. Wallbang is connected, but he's missed his chance to win this off the bomb plant. NiKo walks away.
Got to give him credit. That was a great spam, and if he had finished that kill, he does open up a chance to win the round straight up. Would have been a very hard retake for torzsi. Really lovely spam from Jimmy, right? Ultimately, that's what makes the difference.
Like 6-7 bullets into that spam. Good on Zershin as well, holding back those pistols on connector, kind of slows down NiKo for a moment. And awkward for him. He keeps looking away, worried about a flash maybe. You know, once the AK's on the field, for all you know, there's utility with it.
Sonic trying to fire him up. They bring that round close with one AK, so it's still a good, well-called round. But it's not often you see them struggling off the jump versus MOUZ.
And connection. Round right there with it. I'll give Falcons something to think about, but luckily NiKo got away with the AK, so still a part of this full buy. Certainly kept MOUZ on their toes with that single AK purchase of round 3.
Use an extra molly to replenish the top boxes.
Still
no T's here.
For m0NESY, but there is one for torzsi. He'll find TeSeS over towards the apps. m0NESY can't get that instant entry, just pressures Brollan. Here's the push out from NiKo. Jimmy's dead, and NiKo catches the second frag. Can Zershin multi-kill again? Peels one off, retreats over towards jungle, and m0NESY's gonna catch him. That's man advantage for the Falcons. torzsi back to ticket. We saw him clip the wings of kyxsan trying to climb over Palace last round. This time, kyxsan dead. Smoke bounces off into his face.
Man, did you really want to give him one extra kill?
And there's a small gap here. Remember, m0NESY's down to the 50 HP. There's no utility here for the Mouse side of things, and Falcon's still worried about where Spinx is at, but Spinx stands on the opposite side of that smoke. Just sitting within this, they're so concerned about that connector catwalk pressure, they don't realize it's a double up. They plant for it. Unprepared for that left side peek. Now m0NESY, insta-headshot!
Oh, come on now!
Make it 2! 3 kills on the round, and m0NESY shows us a little rifle prowess.
No kidding, that's big money, m0NESY. What a clutch. And you know after that last peek, he was just going to tuck forever and make that impossible to get the bomb planted. Oh, so nasty.
So fast. Just as quickly as he swings with the AK, he'll upgrade into the op. Falcons flexing a bit of star power in the first 5 rounds of play.
They needed that to get the engine started, that's for sure.
Big clumping of Falcons outside of the A site.
Yeah, a bit of a riskier for them trying to run this one fast.
Just that flameZ down beneath Palace, eats the flashbang. Brollan tucked into the corner. Oh! Manages to find TeSeS, then the jumping kyxsan Mac-10, a notorious Mac-10.
Bomb planted for default. This one will be open. Yeah.
Pops it open, kyxsan bested. Zertian's got his. Right now it's torzsi and Zertian that are trying to keep MOUZ in these rounds. m0NESY back-to-back clutch attempts, this time 1v3.
They gotta wait for Spinx to get some info back. m0NESY has to be active.
Chucking that smoke forward, m0NESY tries to play around. Oh, and he gets found out by torzsi. torzsi with a triple.
I don't love how they go for the default plant right away. I mean, it's 2 times now that they left CT as a liability against them. This is a spot where they come in from the right side. They aren't going to take CT control, and they only go 1 for 1 on the kill, so it's not like they've really pushed everyone back so much. Like 3 CTs are waiting here. Them having an HE is not unfathomable from this spot, so. I mean, getting the bomb down early, you know, sometimes you criticize the team for getting the bomb down too slowly, and then they don't wait for they don't use their smokes to their advantage, but. If they adequately covered it, they could have justified that spot, but they didn't.
kyxsan's got targets here. That bottom connector push from Zertian tucks back in, and Spinx sticks around a little too long. Wasn't ready for the corner peek, and that's man advantage Falcons yet again. 10 kills on torzsi, 10 frags for Zertian. It's a deadly duo out of the gate here, 6 rounds in.
And I just felt that last call was a little risky for Falcons because the full A rush is sort of all or nothing. And, you know, you would like to see them try to grind down MOUZ's economy a little bit more, so that even if they lose, it's close. But this definitely can make up for that position. Oh, TeSeS, the timing is perfect for Zertian.
Just this creepy crawl off of catwalk. Zertian doesn't waste a second with that one. NiKo doubling back is going to find presence here by Jimmy. Oh! Looked like he had the jump on him, but Jimmy reacts. Zertian tries to keep that pressure up, but then just gives man advantage back over to the Falcons side. Or rather, the evened out 3v3. flameZ, it's going to be good enough. Brollan catching the kill to connector. That's going to cut off bomb temporarily. And as torzsi still awaits his target inside of A site, you're just not going to see anything yet.
Yeah, you do need a big mistake out of this. There's going to be no ops coming in to hold CT spawn. Plant won't be free either, and the bomb's awkwardly in connector.
They don't want to give over another kill the way that Zertian stepped into middle and died. m0NESY eating a flash. Very uncomfortable here. Still has 60 health to work with, but that layered MOUZ defense out towards middle still gives enough time. kyxsan tries to chase it down. Oh, it's close. Oh, it's really close.
I think he's got it.
They're rushing him down. He'll cut down a player, and that's going to flush them off. Jimmy standing at the end of this one guarantees MOUZ's 6th.
Good example of why material advantage matters a lot. Like, there was no way to counter that play. Brollan knows he can just die and win. But 3 times now we're seeing Falcons struggling to get the bomb down on the A site safely. They're kind of just closing their eyes and hoping in some of these plants. And that is just so many rounds on the board here for MOUZ.
quickly into another timeout. By coming back, it's going to be just fine for Falcons. They don't have mollies, which is one thing, but maybe they can afford one more. It's going to take the wind out of the default. This head-to-head is something we're going to be paying attention to today for sure.
Hell yeah.
We're looking at, m0NESY's major, and I mean, this is a kid. 2024 it was like big events were the place that he delivered the most. This year it's been the opposite.
Oh, easy one for torzsi. Said we're going to be watching it all night long. Well, you don't get to watch it very long, do you?
torzsi with fans is a different beast too. Crowd's been all over him.
It's a new monster that nobody's really had to deal with before, so feels like he's enjoying the limelight. Both ops with a good spawn take that fight towards mid, and it nets MOUZ 5v4. There's 3 opening kills so far in this half for Falcons' favor. Only one of those go their way. NiKo's gonna find the answer back, but I mean, losing TeSeS to the top of middle still leans this the MOUZ way.
Yeah, that is brutal. Just I walk up on Cat. I mean, it's so early in the round to be down this many.
Gotta be careful though. I mean, torzsi could die to this Palace push.
Absolutely, and he's making a fast
step.
step.
Yep, kyxsan's gonna jump on that. Finds it with timing, all while Brollan went for that ramp push.
It's a little awkward though, because the T's that are rerouting are most likely not gonna come back through Palace. Brollan's got the push down on the A ramp, and kyxsan could assume that he's around this area, but they don't know how far he would have gone. It's gonna be really slow to the crawl, and they still kind of have 2 players over on A. They've given Jimmy the keys to say, whatever you want over on B side, but we're going to focus on this side of the map, and it's the right move.
Oof, timing, but he eats the dink, man. Gets the better of kyxsan, then gets blindsided over by NiKo, so aim power at an all-time here for Falcons.
This has been a problem, man, when someone snuck to this side of
yes,
CT.
sir.
They're planning for it. You got to be careful.
On top of that, the catwalk pressure. Spinx is going to come wide, blindside. NiKo into the 1v2. We've already got a clutch on the board for the Falcons. It's NiKo's turn to offer another. 2 kills into the round, looking for a 4K total.
We've seen some good rifle work from him already this map.
Tucks into the ramp side. Just sits here, gives time over to MOUZ, lets them have their space. They're a little bit worried as to where he's gotten off to, but that smoke on site has faded. Spinx has been towards Ticket this entire time, and NiKo searing the rumblings of this retake. Now he's got to make a tough choice. Does he go through the flames? They're defusing this bomb. And they're going to do it without the kit even, right? 10-second defuse demanded of them, and just putting that right piece of utility in the perfect place. NiKo's got to laugh it off, as this is MOUZ just now up 7-1.
Iron sharpens iron, and for MOUZ, even though they can't overcome a team like Falcons, Falcons have definitely proved to be very good practice for them this year. They've been the perfect nemesis to expose their flaws and make them make up for what they're lacking in individual one-to-one comparisons in team play. And that molly lands in the perfect spot. I mean, they could have just offhanded it, but it was impossible to counter there for NiKo.
It's just gotta laugh it off.
I don't know if they just found that molly too. I swear I looked at the utility, didn't see a smoke on them.
I mean, it's possible the way that torzsi got blindsided that he would have dropped the nade. And that was right in the sight, right in the path that Spinx took for the retake. Utility to the top of middle. CT's pushing behind this. Is kyxsan going to be ready for this close proximity observation? torzsi's coverage out of the op is great, but it still costs them that front-facing foray. kyxsan comes out from underpass, bests Brollan immediately. torzsi's feeling the pressure now as Falcons come out with a flurry of kills.
Yeah, this is a couple of big misses actually. He walked right through that smoke, and there was someone watching and waiting for that smoke push. The round starts off 4v4, but instantly now to a 4v1.
It's starting to feel like they've got to get a little more loose in their chasing of the MOUZ players, and MOUZ clearly extending in middle at the start of this round. I think it makes sense that Falcons chase them. 4 players up in the post plant. Most convincing round win so far for Falcons.
Yeah, if the structured attempt, off the jump, your game plan is not going well, sometimes you do need to play a little bit looser and just take a few more risks, just get back into the game.
It'll be enough to give them a second round.
Don't help anyone.
goes. No save allowed. 3 players up for the Falcons. That's the kind of round they need to get back into this one. Money's in a very awkward place as well here for the CT side. I mean, this is going to be a save. Or, they're starting to come in with a force buy, but it's going to be an awkward one. It's going to feature 2 pistols here for MOUZ. A scout for torzsi. Not a comfortable place to be in after so many rounds won, but cut down in those retakes.
Here's a defining moment then. Big chance for Falcons. That's an early stack towards B. The split's coming in as well. Looks like they're reading this right.
Nade off the wall, drop down in with the MAC-10. Make the best of the little guns, and now Xertion pressured, has to deliver something, and he will go into the night empty-handed. Totally just overwhelmed inside of that B bomb site. Falcons, that is a fresh look.
That's excellent. I mean, the second flash as well, there was no way to fight back against that. That was so clean from Falcons, and even though MOUZ were loosely aware that this was going to be a B play, they had a third player going over there. It was a third player to support a pistol, and it was a moment where they were also just hoping they'd have a second to maybe look for a pick first. So good move for Falcons. 5 up for now. And it looks like they'll save everybody. And you really see how comebacks begin. I mean, one play walking through an underpass smoke, somebody watching it, but they whiff. And then suddenly now you've got a situation where a team's forcing up, they have to save next round. And the lead isn't nearly as intimidating.
Knowing that they've got to take another one on the chin. Official partners' odds almost evened out. What's torzsi going to do about it? I mean, he's been lights out since the get-go. MOUZ know that they had a strong grip on this game. And all it took was one convincing flurry from the Falcons to put everything back under question.
I like the speed and simplicity of the last B hit. I mean, they didn't walk around and get tagged by scouts inside a middle. They really went quickly into their idea. It's not that you should do that every round, but I think that's how you get away with 5 up.
kyxsan's going to pop this open. Can the pistols make anything of it? Standing there. Oh no. Okay, top con smoke as well.
They want connector. I think they made their game plan quite clear. And you see, it's a vacated B site. Molly on Cat. How stubborn are Falcons going to be about this take?
How pesky will MOUZ be with such limited guns?
It can be very pesky.
USP could just give it a bit of a jiggle at the top. We'll see if any kind of a distraction is offered for Brollan. Corner's getting cleared.
Oh, he didn't clear.
Josuke doesn't fully clear. That'll cost him his own life. Luckily for him, TeSeS there to trade it. Now we're starting to look at the USPs. That was the best pistol of the 4 in the round. torzsi collects off of that scout. Oh, and he finds himself another. And they're going to remain adamant, pressing down into torzsi. Finally misses. Falcons come through with 2. And they are stubborn that they want that A bomb site.
And if you have all the advantages, all the time, utility, better guns, you still should win. And they show how you do that, but at the same time, I think MOUZ were quite close to actually overturning that round. Still, it'll be a 4th for Falcons. They get 5 in this half. I think they'll be pretty proud of themselves. They burn through 2 timeouts quickly just to get this thing back in order. 1 key round win, and all the effort to get players down in the rounds previous results in the force buy, results in an eco. Any lead in any half for MOUZ is going to be refreshing.
Fast rush. Oh, Brollan, well done. Insta-kill on m0NESY. Falcons thinking they can skip a couple bits of protocol and instead find themselves 3v5, but the answer's already coming together. Brollan tests the waters again. torzsi catching one with that op. And we're gonna find kyxsan in the clutch this time around. m0NESY was able to pull his off. NiKo, not so much. Can kyxsan now? Minute 20 to try to cook.
They try to embarrass him with this close, but...
I mean, he's got a player coming from behind, but kyxsan still in the middle of it. Oh, it's got the headshot on the Spinx. Unfortunately, yeah, down to a single point of HP. You'd think this clutch is now impossible.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is, torzsi has the full cutoff from this angle. Brollan's going around to the safe play, which is getting into ticket, and kyxsan with a molly, you know, he could force a peek, but it's got to be first bullet head shots right now.
He's got the time to try to walk around and catch somebody off. And it's him instead that gets caught on the timing. Well done here by MOUZ to find that 8th round to put an end to what could have been a 4-round streak out of Falcons, but that'll cut them. 4 on the attack is all Falcons find. Fueled by Hungary's local, torzsi to the top of the scoreboard has given MOUZ a reason to be proud of holding back the Falcons' challenge on Mirage. That op was online from the get-go, and there's no denying that Falcons felt his wrath.
He got put in multiple clutch situations this stage and actually has put up a couple of 1v2s. I've seen some impressive stuff from torzsi. The stats have been up and down, but his overall output, it seems he's definitely taken to the crowd. Some crumble when they've got too many fans out there cheering for them. Some thrive in it.
And kind of going under the radar in that first half too was Brollan's successful opening duels. 9 kills on the half, 5 successful opening kills.
Yeah, that last round was
big on him.
Perfect.
The climb up to cut it off. Right now we're gonna get TeSeS taking a look into the apartments while we get MOUZ fueling a fake execute over towards the A site. That does get a lot of the Falcons players wrapped up by the util. But it also comes with a NiKo frag. Now that bomb starts to try to rush over. Kyosuke's inside of the market. Zershan's gonna hit the drive-by. TeSeS dead with nothing. The newest piece of Falcons trying to step up. What a snapshot over into Jimmy. Man advantage back for the Falcons. Zershan's got the rebuttal. Another challenge into the window. This would be a lot of runway for MOUZ at the start of a critical T side. Fake plant once, and it's gonna get Falcons to bite. It's gonna get them in the open. NiKo dodging shots at the moment as Zershan and Brollan try to find these kills. This duo from G2 to the Falcons goes one and back. And now NiKo on his hunt for the third. Misses shots on Zershan.
Oh, he wants to reload so badly. The plant's going to come down.
Quad kill on the line here for NiKo. Zershan's thinking about the swing. decides to tuck back into the corner, and NiKo closing that gap slowly gets bested. Quad kill by Zershin again at the top of the board for MOUZ.
He was on a skateboard on Cat. Ran by window, instant headshot. A 4K closeout of Zershin, and even though NiKo read every peek, a lot of those shoulder peeks were perfect. He never actually stepped into the line of fire with his head. This next shot. Dirty. Yeah.
And all for naught because the other two players that are there with kyxsan both get killed.
It shows you that aim is, you know, so much of the game, but also probably like Zershin, he can keep up.
Double Desert Eagle here for Falcons.
Kind of a damning pistol to lose. It's just such a tough spot. Falcons just on numbers, right? No pistols in this map.
Good pinch though. Brollan dies out. kyxsan the first, TeSeS the second. Sure footing into this B bomb site. NiKo misses his chance to strike one down as well. We go back to a man advantage. MOUZ off of the back of that clear inside of the site. Unfortunately, NiKo can't deliver. m0NESY pause on an AK. Ooh, what could have been. Instead, it's Jimmy in with a 3K. torzsi's going to clear that flank. So, critically, majority alive here for MOUZ as well.
Yeah, they don't care how it went. They kept 3 up, and it was a good hold. But it's so difficult to win on a B hold without something else. A fast flank and a ladder player or something like that. kyxsan does his best effort getting that deagle kill, and it gets scary, but it's a recovery that's just as impressive. I mean, rounds like that, you can't sweat them. You got to now think about this rifle. This is what matters for Falcons.
Here we go. kyxsan M4 up, almost caught with that thing unprepared for the peak. And then we get NiKo and m0NESY to establish a Falcons advantage. Jump out from the window. Again, MOUZ just trying to take this one by storm. And over towards the marketplace window is pressure that gets the best of TeSeS. Nades in hand, awkward moment.
But he can't punish.
He'll chuck that over towards the bomb planter instead, and that's going to be torzsi down to 68 health. They know this T's in the corner. Smoke down, but still, m0NESY's going to shave Spinks off of this post plant. Falcons have clawed back another edge. Zershin and torzsi have been at the top of this board from the get-go for MOUZ. And touching inside of that smoke in a moment. Bench player down. torzsi, 1v3 denied.
Wow,
m0NESY comes out with big impact, and Falcons find their 5th early on.
That's 4 on the round for m0NESY. Each kill was fantastic, and I'm sure Spinks is regretting peeking into that window when they dropped 2 smokes there to try to hold back that retake. I was right here. Even kyxsan put into a really tough spot. Got a dink before he died, helped out. NiKo got the kill in the end, and then they had good rotates. Ultimately, still, so much of this just comes down to m0NESY. That's a game saver here for Falcons.
100%. And it's nice to see from m0NESY, right? We've been kind of talking about him at the major and waiting for him to kind of steal the show. Doesn't do it with the op. But he's had a couple of rifling moments now, actually, on this map. Whatever it takes, just get the job done.
You never see a discrepancy in skill when m0NESY picks up an AK. I mean, that's always going to be something that, you know, his reputation precedes him just in terms of how versatile he is.
One of those guys with so much depth.
Opening, closing, ops, rifles.
Just trying to put it all together at the major. Final event of the year. At a major that feels more open than any major that came before it. Made to the top of mid, torzsi waiting and waiting. And doesn't get that target. They'll pop that smoke open as well, but he's already tucked back around the top mid corner. So he'll lean back in case there's any kind of forward move from Falcons, but that doesn't look to be the case. Early grouping of MOUZ over towards A. We get that one lurk.
There's only one kit here in play for Falcons, and utility is decent from the perspective of smokes, but that's pretty much all they've got to work with. This is actually, I think, quite a good round to go for an A hit here for MOUZ. This comes down to the hold more than the retake, I think. I don't think there's
that utility
too
pops in
threatened
front
by
of him.
that, yeah.
Brollan's going to go through. kyxsan's just waiting for the Palace player.
kyxsan's alone.
Oh, he eats the teammates. No, excuse me. Zershan pops one at the same time.
This is going to be really hard now.
Okay, Hail Mary from m0NESY.
And
Doesn't
again,
connect.
That kid's in the site. They have to go pick it up.
Kyosuke, though, already here on ticket. I mean, he establishes a bit of map control. At least they can try to get this retake going. But yeah, they'll have to push past the bomb, then double back for it. m0NESY, missed chance. Brollan with the Galil.
Turn around. Get out of here. That's it. That's the final word here for Brollan
So
and CT.
Brollan again, opening kills.
Yeah, and I think the call is perfect from him, man. Like, the A play in this round, they drew out just enough utility. They knew that this was going to be a reasonably easy site to take, and yeah, we saw it. They felt like they could see what we saw. I feel like unlike the Falcons A-rush call, that felt like that's a round you want to grind out a little bit longer. This is like the perfect moment for it.
Sure.
And especially if kyxsan's not playing in CT and they smoke all his teammates on the right side. It's like, well, now he's got to dodge all the flashes, all the potential mollies that come his way, and 5 players. There's no one that's going to help him. He might get a flash over triple or something like that, but you know, it's hard to coordinate, especially with how fast they move through that smoke. Mouse knew what they wanted, and look at them on 11 now.
Yeah, I mean, that smoke did nothing to deter Brollan at all. Even the flash that comes out meant to save Falcons' one defender.
Our expectations have been subverted in many matches at this major so far, and it feels like every game is more surprising than the last.
I mean, you said it kind of in the halftime just to me off air. Like, once you have so many head-to-heads where it's so lopsided, eventually you're going to get that breakthrough moment. You know, MOUZ have done it in the past. We go back to the Austin Major in the quarterfinals versus Spirit. Another head-to-head that, you know, even since then, they haven't really been able to get back their way. But in some of these big games, that is when MOUZ do best their kryptonite. And in this season, Falcons have been that problem for them.
It was them also versus the Mongols in the quarterfinals of Shanghai.
You know, for a team that can't quite seem to complete the runs, still able to beat the first Goliath.
They gatekeep the runs. It says 30 max premium.
So on the brink of a 12th round, still waiting for somebody from Falcons to go God mode. We've seen the clutches, we've seen the potential, but
man, look at me. Look how they're clumped right now. Falcons, they don't actually know what's going on this round. They're getting real suspicious about A, and they're actually leaning in the correct direction.
Sure.
That's a nice sign for them. But you can see the way that they're looking. They
must be difficult to lean in this direction as well when we have had MOUZ just go for those B floods at the start of this attack.
Yeah.
You know, no stranger to just jumping out through apartments.
It's going to take a second because they need to get their connector players up.
That still remains smoked at the moment. Already now we're starting to get this push over towards the B site because kyxsan's finding ramp for free.
This
but
is what happens when you lack information. You start making blind moves.
3 entrances.
Oh, so bad. kyxsan, he thinks that this is knowledge. It's not an A play. They've just avoided his only choke point.
3 entrances and MOUZ only played 2. So this is going to catch them off, but NiKo could still save it. Insta headshot on Jimmy's, a good start. You get that 3-player flood up through connector. NiKo, another execution, triple headshot. Palace players able to try to move back. Spinks has got the answer with a double of his own, but it's too far removed. That was a big moment for NiKo to step up, and he does.
Oh, what's so nice is that those kills convert to a round now, finally. We've seen him really light up a round. Couple of 2Ks, excellent aim, headshots only for NiKo, as you would expect. But here, the impact directly leads to that conversion. Great A-hold, and it's, you know, it's not kyxsan making a bad move, or, you know, if you push a ramp that late into a round and you don't see anybody, like, you can reasonably say it's likely that it's not going to be an A play, but they made sure to leave someone in a spot to punish that can be safe as well. If NiKo was over at default, maybe he dies, kyxsan can't even come in to help. So he picked a good spot to play off of the fact they pushed a ramp, and yeah, they stretched that A site thin, but they made it work.
That's NiKo to the top of the charts as well off the kills. Falcons find that convincing round. Falcons send MOUZ into the bottom of the bin. Desert Eagle here for Zershan. Timing not quite found.
And even though we haven't had extremely tough tests for Falcons so far this stage, NiKo's been incredible.
Sure.
We've seen him
some great maps.
You know, this is a test that we know Falcons can pass. In fact, they do every single time this season. But doing it in Budapest was the question.
Still not a huge fan of the way that the first half of that round played out for Falcons.
Sure.
I would have liked to see late retake on mid. I would have liked to see a little bit more info. I mean, I guess the kyxsan push in their mind, that's a lot, so fair enough. But if they let this happen again, you know, we've got free roam right now for Xerxan, and he's just got a deagle, but his job is to lurk.
All he needs is NiKo to put his head on that silver platter.
They're not coming back to clear this either. You just don't want the guy with a deagle to be a problem in a late round situation.
It's a good nade. Spinks chipped down, but he plays ahead of the smoke. Ooh, hold on. No smoke. It's over towards Palace. Wall goes up. Frag goes deep. Over towards that ramp. More chip damage in.
Oh, he took out m0NESY.
NiKo kills Jimmy. You've got Xerxan trying to activate up through connector, but NiKo's got the multi-frag again. NiKo steps up in another multi-kill moment, and other pieces of success for Falcons surround him. So stepping up and not as all in on that NiKo forward position on ramp. This is better, no? From the setup?
Oh yeah, it is better for sure. I still, you know, there's still some gaps that they don't have full info on, but like NiKo's the right spot, and honestly, I think m0NESY dying is just a little unlucky for him. Like right that next second, his teammate gets the instant refrag. So it's overall good. They find themselves in a similar spot to the first half, making a comeback now. Eliciting an eco here for mouZ. Time to think, time to regroup, and time to build the money up.
Yeah, full save as well. Not one flash, not one deagle, nothing here for mouZ. You know, we kind of compare this back to the first half, Mohan, when all of a sudden Falcons find a couple of successful rounds back to back, and mouZ suddenly this game no longer looks like a free close.
I mean, if it gets any closer, like now it's going to be about pistols, right? 2 pistols in this game for mouZ. That's the whole lead.
So 4-0 start in the first half. 2-0 start here on the attack.
In a matchup like this with your neighboring nemesis, you see it every tournament, ending your run over and over again. It's gonna be things like pistols that change that result. Not these pistols, though. This should be no problem.
Yeah, especially with NiKo catching Brollan. TeSeS can full focus ahead. Bit of a shooting gallery. Easy. Quad headshot moment for TeSeS. Feed him the unarmored Glocks, why don't you? It's a 3-round game.
And what this means now is just that they'll have money to buy. Even if they lose, they'll have money to buy. So, Falcons have stabilized very hard. They're a few rounds down, but it does get scary here for mouZ. So they try to figure out how to close.
Yeah,
and also the last 2 8 takes, they took a lot of the round. They didn't lose a player early. They had all the space they were looking for. They'd even had Falcons believing it was B for a second. Still didn't win that round. How many good chances do you get? Last time out burned here for mouZ.
$25,000 pool of money on the side of Falcons in surplus. It's going to be a grind for mouZ. Falcons have kept that door open. And while mouZ waited for this buy, it still comes in with a limitation. Brollan's Galil. When we talk about his success in opening duels, going to have to do that with a Galil. Could be a daunting challenge, especially in the face of warmed up Falcons players. Spinks tries to get an early angle towards apartments. Instead, all he's going to do is eat that frag grenade. And we've been waiting for kind of Spinks' big moment. Quietly, he's now down to an 8-13 scoreline.
Absolutely. He's got an ace at this event so far. Almost got 2.
And guess what? That came late versus Paravision as well. So you'd be a fool to write him off. But you just think at 55 HP, the odds ever lower in this round.
Cyclone's changing it up. They want to make this a B lane. And it's again Falcons without info on mid. So at some point, you know, you are going to make the wrong move one way or the other.
Kyosuke.
Oh, this is a huge peel back. You actually have Spinks leaving his spot, now working towards underpass. This is turning into an A play all of a sudden. I wonder what has conjured up this moment here for mouZ.
Going to the A play.
Now we're going to have the reclaim of mid here for Falcons. They're getting really pressed up against the windows. They're not going to see anybody here. But what info is no info in this spot?
Surely with no cap player, they're worried about A.
Also, only one smoke for the execute
Smoke
here.
on both sides. They're splitting the difference. Where does NiKo go? That's what we have to watch. Gotta be CT.
30 seconds to this clock, full-blown execute setup, but that execute only features one smoke grenade for MOUZ. That's gonna keep the door open, most likely for kyxsan. And he takes an early peek. Now 2 members of MOUZ, sub 50 HP. kyxsan wants to go back. They don't have the smoke to cover it, but at least the Molotov to prevent that top stairs peek. It's gonna burn out though, and when it does, somebody's gonna come peeking over top of those steps, I guarantee it. Brollan bests NiKo, Zershin catches kyxsan.
Can they plant?
MOUZ down to 6 seconds, bomb just got dropped by the wall bang, and there's the pressure up from Ticket. Falcons step up into the fight, and they will do so with 2 players surviving.
Oh, that's massive. I mean, the style of attack was good with the molly on stairs, how they were pressuring CT. No one within the site, but that actually might have worked to Falcons' benefit. Instead of sacrificing one guy like they did with kyxsan earlier, they made sure to retake this one together. Now a smile on kyxsan's face. 2-round game. 3 very good rifle rounds we've seen from Falcons on this comeback, all versus A plays. MOUZ tried to, they diverted from their own idea to make this a B hit. We saw that Spinks was up there in B apartments waiting for his teammates to get up cat. But for the first time, Falcons, they come and check mid.
Trying to rally.
And a full B hit late into the round without cat is really unlikely, especially if a team has been successfully taking mid over and over again.
Ooh, already showing a bit of skin towards ramp.
This is one of the scarier rounds because they know MOUZ are going to half-buy. They know exactly sort of what they're going to be working with, and it's just about don't make mistakes here.
We'll see what kind of timing MOUZ throw out as well. And it's not all of MOUZ on just pistols either. That Jimmy AK looks for an angle through window already.
Let's see if NiKo wanders back in a window. This is what they're looking for.
kyxsan's allowed this angle wide. NiKo's gonna go right on the brink, but I think he saw it.
Yeah, he did.
He prepares himself to go into the duel. kyxsan still holding towards that bench peak. He wants these players of MOUZ to try to take a step up towards him. NiKo then queued up for the window peek. Pistols for the majority here. And kyxsan confident within that mid-challenge. He will drop Zershin. Still, Jimmy's AK in this mix. We go to 40 seconds. Brollan taking his time over towards the ramp is applying no pressure onto m0NESY. So a shooting gallery down through Con. 5v3 established. 30 seconds now. And MOUZ trying to get this push to go, but m0NESY, it's his show. Easily steps back up to it for another kill off the op, and this one fizzles out already. MOUZ's AK never able to get this challenge going.
Jimmy just wants a fight.
No frags found until this moment. 15 on that clock. Spinks has got the bomb. Oh, this Deagle kill. It could have been huge. Would have ran that bomb in, would have had a gun and a clutch attempt late. Instead, a 1-round game, and Falcons right on MOUZ's heels.
This is such a classy comeback out of Falcons. Some tough rounds, some good responses. They're not losing the anti-ecos. Like, it's just been so solid, and they've made up for the pistols and then some. Looked like Falcons were under pressure, now looks like MOUZ.
Silver lining, MOUZ's economy stays alive. Purchase back for torzsi. Op is here for MOUZ to try to challenge, and you've got NiKo kind of playing out on an island. There's a world where he gets punished on some sort of a fallback, maybe an overface. Smoke pop momentarily. NiKo still floats down here. kyxsan gonna fall back. NiKo takes a ton of damage for just looking at middle. He is sitting on 25 health now.
He's a good guy to beat up. You know, not opping here with the rifle. Has been very active. Key component. MOUZ are missing some X factor while this comeback is taking place for Falcons. NiKo's the one who's shining here. There's no 2K entry to cement the bomb plan and guarantee the round. It's not coming down to a 1v1 retake defuse, nothing like that. Falcons are suited up. This is gonna be the last chance for MOUZ to have real confidence before our round begins.
Finding mid for free this time, right?
Yeah, they found that like 3 out of 4 rounds.
And one time Falcons really push into it, there was nobody home.
Extremely, now we have.
Here we go, fight on ramp, and Jimmy gets bested. kyxsan has gotten so much value out of these ramp pushes. kyxsan starts to turn away from that window push. 3 members of MOUZ up and through connector. But kyxsan doubles back, and as he sits towards the Tetris side, there's the strike. kyxsan gets his, and it's utterly stuffed again. Unfortunately here for Spinks, no bomb possession. Falcons are going to tie this game at 11 rounds all. And just pushing off of the ramp again, look at the comfort that Falcons have found.
I mean, I got to give it to NiKo. I feel like he's kickstarted this whole thing with his early impact, and his team's just coming together fully. kyxsan does a good job of coming back from the ramp. It's a position where NiKo was sitting there at Tetris, but if kyxsan shows himself, he's also the guy who got the A-ramp push kill this time.
Man, this game is feeling like it's slipping, and this is a Cyclone who has no more pauses.
Yeah, the X-Factor moment, I mean, he's probably tried his best to make something happen, but I think they've been trying to put lipstick on a pig with these A-hits.
Getting so much value out of these. I mean, NiKo doesn't even have to show his hand.
Yeah, and so, you know, kyxsan, you know, even if he dies, they're fine.
Yeah, but he steps it up himself. Nice moment for the in-game leader of Falcons. Missed window smoke. MOUZ are feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
And they're going to continue to feel it all round long because they do not have the tools for this job. Falcons have seemingly earned themselves a free 12th.
Just another round, just don't mess up, and they haven't so far.
Nothing usually comes for free at this level of Counter-Strike. Zertian gonna try to keep that pressure on TeSeS, who really hasn't been tested for quite some few rounds now. At the start of this T side, that B bomb site had players flooding out through the windows almost instantaneous. And MOUZ have just had this stubbornness about them, taking it back to the A side. Connector hasn't been able to puncture through.
No, that's been a non-factor. Unable to get any CTs to be, you know, turning around. And m0NESY taking a little risk here. No one up in Palace for him.
You know, MOUZ have surrendered themselves to playing for overtime by coming into this one with just Deagles and Tech-9s. And is this suddenly where they no longer feel that pressure on their shoulders, where they can play a little freely? kyxsan again with a double kill off of the ramp push. Now m0NESY's off inside of the ticket hold, and he gets whittled down to 40 HP. There's an M4 in torzsi's hands at this moment, and while MOUZ haven't been able to cross over for free, the pressure remains thick. m0NESY's op shot comes in, connects. There's that Tech-9 to try to charge them down, but it's a beautiful flash and a denial. There goes the M4. There goes MOUZ's lead.
Yeah.
Falcons on to 12.
Yeah, that's massive out of Falcons, man. No mistakes here. This entire CT side. Just aggressive enough, just strong enough until the late round, not giving up the opening until it's very late. It's been a game of handshakes in every round. Let's let you exec. They haven't had to push the top mid, no underpass plays, no B apartments pushes at all. And MOUZ haven't tested B almost at all either.
Seven rounds consecutive here for the Falcons. A masterclass of momentum.
Ooh, this one's gonna sting. 2 pistols for MOUZ in this game.
Confidence boiling over for Falcons at this point. Probably feeling untouchable in the calls is kyxsan. And m0NESY establishes that first opening gambit. Now Zertian catching NiKo though. A little Hail Mary here in round 24.
It's the most space that they've gotten this early.
Unfortunately, it's not with anything really behind it. It is just Zertian trying to operate solo. kyxsan off of default. It's gonna get the better of him. And this was all while the rest of MOUZ still just remained in the open, playing their options, but nobody playing to trade Zertian.
You see, you know, Kyosuke is such a beast in these spots, you know, patrolling these headshot angles. You know, you can just leave him there forever. And this is finally the moment when maybe it's too late. They want to try to test TeSeS on a rifle round in this side of the map, and look who's here.
m0NESY opened up shop with that first kill towards mid, meant to make this 24th round easy. They'll play that smoke, and TeSeS only able to get the one. m0NESY here for his second frag, ready to put this map on ice, ready to shatter the dreams of MOUZ of starting this series with a Mirage victory. Masterful calls by kyxsan. Excellent performance from NiKo, and m0NESY with the cherry on top closes out a Mirage game that felt like MOUZ's from the get-go. Both pistols fully converted. Strong performance from torzsi and Zertian, and yet it is all for naught.
That's an excellent team performance there from Falcons. You absolutely love to see it. They didn't even have to do too much. They didn't get pushed to the next level. They didn't have to do anything beyond what was comfortable. Inside of mid, pushes on either side of the map. It was all kyxsan getting aggressive a little bit. And that's all it took to make that comeback perfectly.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one up on one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning. I'm one up, I'm winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Well, we already know the answer.
It doesn't matter. After this, we know.
Okay.
Okay. This guy?
Yeah. So this looks kind of like Daps, right? Like a little bit, but
it's
something
Daps.
strange. Yeah. Is it the glasses?
Photoshop
Maybe he normally has like black glasses.
I think he has green glasses, but it doesn't matter. I know. What do you think about the build?
I think so. Send that. Send that. That's it.
Let's go.
That was it. Perfect. Easy. Okay. Next one.
He's too much makeup. He's like anime hero. I mean, if he looks like this, I'm his fan. Tattoos. He does have tattoos, but who has that? He doesn't have tattoos. Maxim, switch. Let's go. Easy.
First. What the fuck, Frozen is
Yeah,
blonde?
Frozen
Who the
is
fuck
blonde. Yeah. I mean, this. Yeah, this one was
Frozen is blonde, yeah.
Look like two twists in the same room.
No Frozen?
Makaze, it's obviously the headset. Like headset of IM. Ima headset, yeah.
You guys are good? Okay, there is no mouse here.
Maybe he's crushing it.
No, stop. Okay, I would say no.
I think it's the mouse. It's the mouse.
Let's
Nice.
go.
Easy.
Или вот тут. VP.
Virtus Pro. They're not on major.
There we go. Has elephants here in the picture. Holy shit.
Oh my, no, that probably
It's difficult to see, but yeah.
Oh, Zipnix.
It's a wonderful Zipnix.
Funny.
It's a wonderful Zipnix.
It's hilarious.
Wow, Zipnix hair.
Looks good on him, no?
Yeah, I think so. Like, looks young.
It's obvious. Mouse here, yeah. Yeah.
Window last jungle.
I hold.
Jungle. I pick on you, Ilya.
Is it jump ladder or underground? He's on the ground.
Under. You should kill him.
I'll try and kill him.
He's under window or under?
Underground.
I'm stepping, René.
I'm also stepping.
Nice. Fucking nice, Damian.
Nice,
Damian!
Nice, good job, man. Smoke faded, Maxim.
Let's smoke on something. I smoke on Damian. Sell it. One more ramp. Pistol ramp.
Bomb.
Two ramp with bomb. Ramp and palace. Guys. Just play retake.
I'm running CT to you, Ilya.
Under stairs.
I'm coming CT, Ilya. I have two flashes.
Defaulted. Stay alive, guys.
Send the flash behind you.
I flashed Tetris, Maxim. Default and city.
Go.
Going out. Firebox. Nice! Nice, good job. Nice, Julia.
Pimba Maui are here to break down what you've just seen. And before we get into the map itself, gents, from stage 1 all the way through to now, we talk a lot about what the major brings to a player, the pressure that they feel sometimes, the change of atmosphere when you walk in here and it's a major versus something else. We've spoken a lot about how that impacts rookies. But my big question is it impacting m0NESY?
That's a good question, and I think it's a valid question based on what we've seen so far in the tournament. I think the reason why we're asking the question is what we saw in Austin, what we saw in Cologne, what we've seen throughout the year, Maui, where m0NESY have been absolutely fantastic in all the tournaments apart from the big ones. We saw him in Hong Kong 2 weeks ago, play Counter-Strike, like was he the best player in the world? Yet here though, at the major, he hasn't really been up to par, especially with AWP.
If people just tuned in for the very last round, they're going to think, what are we even talking about?
Fair.
But it took until round 21 for m0NESY to get his first op kill. And about half of his op kills, in fact, I think 4 of them were against eco rounds. So, I mean, I kind of set it up in the pregame, the fact that I've liked his rifling a lot. We saw a great moment from it. But yeah, and to answer your question initially, Tech Girl, it does feel like we're getting a slightly different format of m0NESY, because we saw this was good. By the end of it all, you're happy with what he did. But compared to the exceptional player in Chengdu, in Hong Kong, not quite the same, not living up to that same standard, which he created for himself.
Do you think the scoreline was a little bit too close for comfort for a Falcons fan?
I mean, they were lucky to lose that game, to be completely honest. They had to bring it back. In the first half, it felt like MOUZ had the number, felt like MOUZ were the better team. Brollan, as an in-game leader, involved in 10 opening duels, won 7 of them. Felt like he read them, felt like he had a good idea of what the game plan should look like and how to execute it. So, yeah, it was way too close for comfort. And if anything, it was good to see Falcons fighting back. m0NESY stepping up in the second half, but I think MOUZ, on the other hand, will be disappointed they didn't close it out. They had a big lead.
Without a doubt. I mean, I feel like when you look at MOUZ, when you look at some of the plans they were trying to execute there at the tail end of the game on the T side, not necessarily bad ideas, just, again, the margins being stretched by the Falcons players, and huge credit to kyxsan throughout this one, and huge credit to NiKo, because I don't think they really would have had much of a first half to talk about Falcons to give them the buffer in order for people like kyxsan, for people like m0NESY to truly get activated in that second half.
Talking about that first half, though, I mean, there was a moment where maybe the issue that m0NESY has as the majors is that he needs to stop picking up the AWP and rifle.
It feels like that, and that's why it was nice to see him early on, I think round 5, where he gets the early 1v2 in order to just make sure that there's something to talk about for this game, or else it would have been just MOUZ running away with it 5 in a row to kick the whole thing off. And he is just so precise with the rifle. Again, coming into this tournament with the AK in his hand, he was putting up stats that rivaled donk in terms of just efficiency with the weapon. And so I feel like he needs to sometimes recognize, yes, the op is so impactful, so valuable, but on the T side, man, you might just be one of the best 3 AKs in the world, so keep to it.
See, that's the thing, right? It's a glass half full, half empty in that regard, because I agree with you, m0NESY is an absolute outstanding rifle player, but he's also an outstanding AWP player. So at what point do you pick up the rifle? At what point do you pick up the AWP? More often than not, I think he can find more impact with an AWP. He can install a bit more fear in his opponents, but if you're m0NESY, you can also have the luxury of saying, like you did here in Mirage, okay, I'm not feeling it, I'm not hitting my shots, I pick up the rifle, and then I find impact and end up being the highest rated player on the CT side for the team. So it is kind of a blessing in disguise for m0NESY. He can do both, but maybe sometimes it's interfering with each other because he's also doubting himself. What should I actually do right now? I'm good at both.
Let's dive in. How did Falcons win this in the end? What was their comeback in that second half?
Well, I mean, round 22, I believe it is. That was the key round in the game. You see the money on the MOUZ side right here. They have 0, 0, 0, 0, and $100 in one of the players. Another round where kyxsan finds an awful lot of impact, had a great read on it, aggressive on the CT side, and MOUZ kind of ran out of time. It was so clean here for Falcons.
The push into ramp from kyxsan and NiKo was great because they were proactive. They didn't want to just play on their heels. And then I love this from kyxsan, to have the gall to push through the jungle smoke, to find that timing as they're trying to encroach, to create a crossfire that shouldn't even exist. I mean, that's how, again, a Falcons player in kyxsan is just going beyond his years, recognizing it's MOUZ who are pressured, trying to just shuffle into that bomb site, and he just stops them in their tracks.
kyxsan and NiKo did the work there, I would say. If it wasn't for them, maybe this would have been a very different scoreline.
Well, that's the thing. I feel like all of them did a decent amount of work.
By the end, everybody.
And that's the thing, right? Everyone had a moment in the game where they were the difference maker. Maybe NiKo in the beginning of the CT side kept them alive. Then m0NESY stepped up. Then kyxsan with some proactive plays. So all of them can be proud of the performance. Even TeSeS, you know, I know it was against an eco, but shot down a B push, 4 quick kills with the M4A1S. So it did feel like Falcons warmed up into the game. And that's why I think if you're MOUZ right now, you're very disappointed. It was Falcons' pick coming into Mirage. You think to yourself, you win that, you go into Inferno, a map that Falcons notoriously have been struggling on as of late. You're all of a sudden in a prime position to book a spot in the playoff. Fast forward 10-15 minutes, NiKo gets alive, m0NESY gets alive, and now you're the one finding yourself down 0-1. So I think if anything, MOUZ right now is disappointed. NiKo obviously stepping up, that's great to see, but they had them where they wanted them in that first half.
What could MOUZ have done differently in the second half to be able to close this out with a victory?
Well, close the game when it was up for grabs. I feel like once you allow NiKo and m0NESY and kyxsan for that matter to get a sense of the feeling for the game, you know, give them a bit of confidence, then you kind of missed your window of opportunity in that regard.
I don't feel like any of the strats were really that bad for MOUZ. They were getting really close to the bomb sites. It's just the individuals sometimes were getting them over the line. I guess if I had to outline one thing, maybe keep your extremity player a little bit more active and alive. I mean, we saw in that round there, it's Jimpphat that gets caught by that kind of push. If he has a little bit more presence of mind as he's approaching, it's the difference between getting onto a bomb site where you're crunching it or you're the ones that are running into a crossfire.
We're moving on to Inferno. Obviously, this is MOUZ's pick. They look very strong on it. But is there a way that Falcons is able to close this out 2-0 and secure their spot in the playoffs?
I think there is, because I think when you look at the results for Falcons on Inferno, they've actually been getting better. I know in Chengdu, it was a question mark, didn't look too good. In Hong Kong as well, they were tested on it. Vitality picked it against them. I think Furia picked it against them, and they looked good. They looked competitive, even were able to beat Vitality on the map of Inferno. So as much as I agree that it may not be Falcons' strength right now, I don't necessarily think it's a weakness anymore. And that's something they've been bettering in terms of the map.
I feel like watching them at Chengdu versus Hong Kong, what I noticed is that there's just a little bit more structure to how they start their rounds, especially on the T side. At Chengdu, they're walking into open angles. People, in the last matchup that they played against each other in their third place decider, kyxsan's walking into an op bullet from torzsi. You had TeSeS walking into a hull stack. You have players that are just maybe taking a few too many liberties early in the round. And so in that last game, they just kind of, Falcons that is, had to just hammer B hits. And that's when MOUZ just kind of came away with it because they knew what was coming before it even happened. But now we're at Hong Kong, they started just having a little bit more direction, a flash towards hull so they can get that sort of space, a flash towards bracket so that torzsi doesn't get an easy pick. And those little extra details set their players up to find those open spaces and take the duels they want.
If I'm not mistaken, that was also the half in that third place decider where m0NESY had 0 ADR. You know, he didn't do a single point of damage throughout an entirety of a T-side half. So obviously that's going to be an outlier. That's not going to be the case here. That's not going to be the case against MOUZ today. So in terms of how much do you put stock into what happened between these two teams last time around, I think the big outlier is that m0NESY was non-existent on the server, and that's obviously going to change today.
MOUZ, we've heard the last 2 days quotes from them. We got to hear comms where it was like, I don't want people sighing into the mic here. Yesterday we heard this thing, I don't want to see you get tilted if we lose here, which tells me maybe concerns mentally about this team being able to reset. If they now lose this 2-0, they obviously drop, they have to fight for their lives tomorrow. Mentally, coming in from the being 2 games up, that's going to mess with them a little bit, right?
We love to speak about pressure, and no one can deny the pressure that Falcons is under, from within, from the community, from everywhere. But I think MOUZ is also feeling a certain amount of pressure. The fact that they haven't been able to win any trophies, and that's always the conversation around them, that's one type of pressure. torzsi, on home turf, if you find yourself in a 2-2 game, all of a sudden, you're not guaranteed to play in the playoff, you're not guaranteed to play in the Budapest Major when you are arguably one of the best teams in the world. I think that's even more pressure than Falcons is feeling right now, which is maybe why we're seeing some of those atypical voice comms coming out from us.
For torzsi, I just feel like he knows what he needs to do, but I feel like he's actually maybe caged himself, because when he first came onto this MOUZ lineup, he was a loose cannon. The dude was going for so many aggressive plays, but now it almost feels like he's the secondary IGL of this team, and sometimes then you're playing so much by the book because you're trying to make sure that everything's outlined so correctly. I would like him to be a little bit more wild, a little bit more aggressive versus a team like Falcons, because you need to have an X factor when their whole team is filled with X factors. So for him right now, obviously tons of pressure. He hasn't really stepped into this major with the exception of the most previous map, and I'd say 1 versus Spirit. So if he's able to at least tie the series for his own lineup, to get the Hungarian crowd something excited about, that would just mean the world for him and to give them confidence in the series.
Does m0NESY show up this map?
I think so. You know, I think
Definitely.
his last time he played Inferno T-side, I saw him in Hong Kong as well. He did a fantastic job, as we spoke about. Had a great tournament, both with the rifle and with the AWP, so I can't see a reason as to why he wouldn't show up. But I am curious to see how Falcons is going to approach this. Last time around, it was a third-place decider. One would argue that it didn't mean too much, so I think we're going to get a different dynamic in this game. We're going to get a m0NESY that has more than 0 ADR in the first half on the T-side, and that should change things quite a lot.
I'm most excited about kyxsan in this one because I feel like every single tournament we're watching this guy play, he's getting a little bit smarter, but he's staying ever so cracked. He's just constantly in 50-50 duels, making it look like he's the one that's advantaged. The way he's positioning himself, the speed, the time to kill is so absurd. And it feels like this is the next generation of aimer that we're getting. Falcons knew that. That's why they went big on him. That's why they just maybe threw away some in terms of team dynamics to try to move NiKo away from the star roles. If he's able to lock in this playoff position for Falcons here, I mean, this guy's growing up before our very eyes.
So before we get into this, I just want to remind you, if you're watching at home, that you have an opportunity to win. If you want a blacklight chair, all you need to do is do !blacklight_chair. I've seen some of you missing the underscore. Get it right, okay? You heard me, !blacklight_chair. You can win a chair. It's on all of our English streams, and you can enter on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube as well. So make sure you do that because you can win a prize. Really quickly, fan sentiment for me when I chat to people in the audience here, they don't seem too concerned about this result because they feel like both of these teams will be in the playoffs anyway.
Sure.
Safe place to play or a little bit dangerous? Because you can never say never. There's always that one upset at the major.
I mean, I wouldn't like to be in a 2-2 scenario if I were either Falcons or MOUZ. But yes, regardless of who they face tomorrow, they will be the favorite, right? They are one of the teams that you had coming into this major being a title contender. Falcons more so as of late with the way they've been playing. Obviously second in Hong Kong, pushed Furia in the final, and have been looking better and better from tournament to tournament. And you can never discredit the fact that MOUZ always finds a way into the quarterfinals, into the semifinals. So regardless of what happens in this game and on this next map, I still see them as favorites tomorrow, but I wouldn't want to be in a 2-2 scenario. That's pressure.
The thing is, I don't want to be favorites tomorrow against a team I know I'm better than. If I'm MOUZ, I want to beat a team that I haven't been beating. Give me some confidence going into the playoffs. Because right now, there's a big three for me. It's Falcons, it's Furia, it's Vitality. MOUZ is not in that three, but if they're able to take down Falcons here, then we can start a conversation.
It's time, gents. We're getting ready now. MOUZ up against Falcons. Of course, Falcons took their map pick. MOUZ now has the opportunity to equalize. Scrawny, Launders, how is this going to play out?
Oh, Sam, your guess is good as mine, but I can't help but feel like if I'm putting myself in MOUZ's shoes, you've got a burden in that you cannot defeat Falcons this season. You had them against the ropes in the first map. Everything just comes crumbling down around you. Can't help but feel like Falcons may be stepping over top of MOUZ's little body just one more time this year.
Yeah, I mean, even though it wasn't their map pick, it was such a big opportunity, and they won both pistols, like the lead, everything. They set it up so nicely, and I don't even think Falcons were really pushed that hard when it came to that CT side.
No, not in that streak of rounds they found. You know, silver lining, MOUZ, obviously, it's always Inferno, and the 4 times they've played Falcons this season, 3 of those go the way of MOUZ, 1 of them the way of Falcons. And this is also the map that's had the biggest blowouts to the MOUZ favor. So, let's let them do the talking, shall we? Already that's total short control, already A-site wrapped, but that gap on smoke. They weren't ready for it. So NiKo makes the most of it, establishes a man advantage. torzsi already hears this fast flank coming down from the B site. Will he anticipate a third? Yes, insta headshot onto kyxsan. You've got m0NESY in a tough spot. He sends his teammate back towards Boiler to deal with it. And so m0NESY this whole time's just kept his eyes on the prize. That's the bomb site. Jimmy, concerned about the potential apartment's flank. Beretta's point blank goes down. And now kyxsan in the clutch. Dodges the apartment's player, but a fresh mag needed. Pressure back applied. And he's going to be cleaned out. 3 for 3 on the pistols are MOUZ.
And that's going to be a nice stat if they win. So obviously, you never turned down a good start. Here's another one for MOUZ. Very nice round out of, I think, torzsi, because he heard 2 players coming fast on the flank. The third guy was thinking he was going to creep up, walking slowly and guarantee this trade, but torzsi didn't get tunnel vision. And again, they know who they're playing against. There are going to be tendencies that will win this game for one team. So much better than a demo, the live head-to-heads.
Just don't fall victim to any shenanigans. Don't let yourself die to the single MP9. Desk started debating the very unique type of pressure that MOUZ and torzsi will start to feel playing in front of the home crowd. 2-0 start makes you think that you've realized your dreams, but everybody knows the folly of the 2-0 to 2-3 journey. God forbid that's torzsi's story here in Budapest.
Looking like a good move here. I mean, they immediately called the bluff. Falcons tried to block to trick them, but that won't work. TeSeS, chance to get some damage in. They might be a little concerned not having got that kill. But no, they're going to trust themselves.
Wrap around the arch side with the smokes up. This is a whole lot of threat for TeSeS to have to deal with, and he gets caught even trying to just clamber over the wall. So he'll go down with nothing. Brollan's Mac 10 makes a bit more money and also just a bit more confidence. MOUZ, you know, you trust yourself to go for that full-blown hit, and your trust was well-founded. Completely empty site barring TeSeS over towards pit, and a great way to start to grow the funds early on. I mean, this earns MOUZ a pistol, the conversion, a bonus round as they'll come into the next one still with Mac 10s.
My mind's still on Mirage a little bit with the comeback because, again, it's not like Falcons did nothing wrong. They did exactly what they needed to do. A lot of their players, like, this was highlighted by Maui. m0NESY started to get his op kills at the end, but throughout had his rifle frags. But they weren't adequately tested, I feel like. There was so much A play. There was so much the exact same timings on every hit that came towards the A site. They didn't really do anything except pushed A ramp a couple of times. Like, were MOUZ mentally a little weaker than they actually appeared by the scores in that game? That's what I'm trying to figure out. They failed to close the game. It didn't look like they choked it. You know, Falcons, they played well and earned all those rounds, but I just don't know if they were tested enough. And I thought if mentality was going to be a problem, it was going to be more of a problem for Falcons in a game like this. Because, you know, it's not elimination today, but nobody knows what happens tomorrow. You don't know what matchup you're going to get. You just don't want to let it go there. You want to have the longest break before playoffs. You want to take the win versus an opponent that you know you can beat. And so, you know, with the pistols in place and the good start and everything, like, how much did MOUZ put into that? How much of it was mental?
It's a map loss. I'm not trying to sound like a MOUZ stan, but it still feels like you've got things to be proud of, even though you lost the first map. Hang on to what worked, and just hope that you crack through the defensive Falcons. You know, a nice stomp here in the second map of the series, your pick. That's something that could damn well still be on the cards. And there's that question. You know, we saw great things from m0NESY, but the desk did a good job of highlighting that in their last matchup when Inferno fell the way of MOUZ, m0NESY was a non-factor. There's a question as to whether he takes that success of Mirage and applies it here again in the second map. Because there's a question as to whether he'll apply his success throughout Budapest.
Well, this play will actually go towards the very stacked A site.
MP957 and a lot of potential.
And they're just far back enough to make this a little weird.
Insta-kill for m0NESY. Peeks wide for a second. Spinks will hit them both with a Mac 10. Give it a little jump. And you'll try to just follow suit, but again, stack bomb site. Oh, insta-kill from both. NiKo with another, and TeSeS hits the headshot. Double deagle. Falcons send MOUZ's head spinning.
That's the perfect kill, the perfect setup at the sickles right there. The two deagles covering each other. Didn't even need to use that crossfire entirely. And that's the other thing. If you measure up X Factor on Mirage, it was all Falcons overall, and it didn't even take that much. Again, like no big clutches or anything like that. But it was like m0NESY's 4K retake on B, NiKo's A-holes, and his 3Ks and his 2Ks here and there. I think the little bit that came back was Xertion on the pistol versus NiKo.
There's a point in this game where our official partners' odds were dead even, no longer the case. Setting Banana ablaze. And kyxsan happy to slide out as the fire fades, but the flashes ring out. Oh, he got the dink.
That's incredible.
And then easily finishes off Xertion, who thought he could just press his way past that spray down, but kyxsan commits to the mag dump.
Man, he couldn't even see his hands. I don't know how he got that second kill.
Just a little Falcons X Factor.
Okay.
Jimmy gives something over for Falcons to consider.
We've got a theme this round. spray and pray.
NiKo, because Jimmy was up in that apartment, should anticipate somebody there.
CTs have a very strong map because they're trusting m0NESY. He has the op over on B. If they walk up, you know, he gets a free op kill.
Here comes NiKo.
Oh,
and kyxsan, both dead on both sides of the brackets.
Entire A site's dead.
Everybody walks into that. We get that push from Jimmy out through the apartments. MOUZ just sat there and waited.
That's kind of a sick read.
I don't feel like we've really seen Falcons give over moments like that.
The only reason they pushed is because they didn't want to leave m0NESY alone for too long. If they lay B pop, then they have to have some info. Otherwise, they're just going for a slow rotation back. He can't go for this clutch. There's no way.
Just walks away from this. So MOUZ, sit back and allow that one to happen. God damn, that all comes off of the Jimmy spam through the smoke on the balcony, and then they just sit and wait.
Such a good call, actually. Instead of MOUZ thinking they're pressured to make the move, they leave A site quite quiet, and they think Falcons are going to free re-clear this, and that it's actually a walk up towards m0NESY, because as the time gets that low, you can't just go from the middle of mid and then exec to the A site. There's some things that have to fall into place, whether it's your flash, players getting to the end of halls. That takes a little more time than turning the half wall on B and just running. So just a great call here for MOUZ.
This is Jimmy, baby.
I mean, I'm glad they got this one back after kyxsan's 2K on B.
Catching TeSeS the moment he jumps up. There's that torzsi kill that we don't end up seeing. And Spinks head on a swivel. He's the guy to double down there. By nature of the round win, Falcons found still money to play, obviously. You can thank your Desert Eagles for that one. MOUZ coming at Banana immediately over the half wall with the boost. kyxsan, right click.
Ooh, gotta disable that.
Doesn't have the setting disabled. Challenge still, and yet because there's 2 and 3 players in position, Falcons recovery is immediate. Oh, they thought they were going to be able to run right through it, and Falcons will give them something to think about.
It wasn't a mouse jump, but it was still a mechanical error, not something you normally see from kyxsan.
Yeah, not something you see at all in CS2, because that's when they added the setting to disable the remove silencer option, so...
You know, maybe he likes to have the option.
He's trying to flex with that USP again, I bet. You got to keep it on if you're trying to go for style points.
Right.
And he strikes me as the kind of guy that would.
Everyone wants to be simple, but it's just not that easy.
Awkward. It's also awkward, though, that MOUZ tried to barrel through that smoke and have to stomach 2 deaths. That was a strong 5v4 moment. Again, we're going to get Falcons with 2 defenders inside this A site. The change-up is that m0NESY's here, right? Previously, it was the rifles. Previously, it was the CTs to take that step forward. But at 30 seconds, MOUZ are going to remain clumped. And as they do move forward, m0NESY actually peels back, playing sight instead.
TeSeS long range with a FAMA. Sometimes you'll get a moment out of him, but...
They're so worried about the walk-up, and now that grenade, it's going to announce their intention. m0NESY's just got to go into the back of the site and hope he hits these shots, which of course he will! The first one at least! torzsi's going to pressure him into the back corner. Bomb plant will be huge here. Little bit of money to be made, and he's not going to get away with his life. He knew it. Commits to the bomb plant. Gives MOUZ a little bit of extra bang for their buck, but it's a Falcons' 2nd round win.
Crazy we get that moment from kyxsan and they still end up 2-1 in those trades. Another good start for Falcons. This time a better close. So we got a good mix of, you know, openings out of Falcons, responses from MOUZ. Just never know when you need that silencer off.
Not a bad 4v5
just
recovery.
Needed 4 more seconds and that would have been fine.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Met by smoke. m0NESY wants over this. Not a fun start to the round for Xertion, already sitting on 50. Jimmy's going to very quickly take control of apartments.
Well, we saw from Falcons last map. They know how to win the right rounds. This is going to be very expensive for MOUZ.
True, man. Not all rounds are equal. kyxsan. Yeah, Easy does it on the finishing of Xerxin.
Two's pretty good. One guy here and B, how fast they're gonna go.
Another nade that MOUZ have to stomach. kyxsan's got the push coming his way. All while Jimmy's just still floating around in middle. At the minute mark, kyxsan pops up. He's gonna kill Spinks. Dropped empty-handed.
I can't really help but feel those flashes weren't actually helping right there. Stuck up on oranges.
That smoke does actually give torzsi a chance to plant. I mean, he's going to use the column of the fountain to give cover towards Coffin. Insta-headshot here for torzsi.
Ooh.
Sends a couple bullets through the smoke, but no contact on what is m0NESY's op on the other side of that. You've got Jimmy trying to inch closer. CT's clearing the corners of Banana, but Jimmy just missed his timing. And so as he gets over towards that pit side, TeSeS still encroaching slowly, and he'll get the better of Jimmy. torzsi blindsides two! Oh!
That's a tornado!
From the top of sight, he spins their heads right round.
And that's one more clutch, by the way. If you missed the last ones, here's the best one.
Showing that m0NESY's not the only opper who can swing that rifle. Nice snap over to TeSeS. 4 kills on the round. Huge clutch. And a very critical one. We said that, you know, it's about winning the right rounds. Well, we go now back and forth 5 times, non-consecutive round wins. This is keeping Falcons CT side on the ropes.
Yeah, that's a game saver. Cyclone goes around to thank everybody for that, especially torzsi. Oh, that would have been expensive and a great chance for Falcons. Turned sour. Money is crazy right here, even for both sides.
It's fine. Guys, listen. Just to recap a little bit what they've done. Just take a breather here.
Gotta shrug it off.
I mean, Falcons no stranger to winning rounds like that themselves this map. You've got to know you go 1 for 1. Little X factor on both sides here. Counter-Strike's entertaining. 6 rounds into Inferno. m0NESY floating around in the apartments. Gonna find that opening kill. Jimmy has really had free reign of the apartments for the most part. Not this time. Oh, he gets away with it. Smoke goes up. kyxsan can't manage to get the trade, but he'll find the lineup. Brollan's head popped through that smoke. Man advantage goes back to Falcons.
Yeah, second servings works out for him.
TeSeS taking steps back away from apartments. A double up here on Arch side for Falcons as smoke begins to fade. MOUZ are not far off. This map goes silent. Xerxin takes control of the apartments, makes sure that that push m0NESY started is gone, right? So you've got space over.
kyxsan's kill just puts him in such an amazing spot right here. I mean, they have Cubby. It's so late now. The mollies are down to Xerxin if they want to use it, but he's up here in halls.
If he spots anything on short side, you think they're going to go for this brackets peak. They'll step forward. Oh, but torzsi wins the duel.
Okay, walked into that at the right moment.
It's a big head-to-head.
They also know one more was here on Arch, and they take him out.
Spinks blasted. TeSeS at back. Galil is all that stands between MOUZ and this bomb site, and he'll get the better of torzsi. Snaps it up, and another challenge. Spinks is killed. Loses 2 pieces on the Arch side and does it all his own.
Oh, what a response out of TeSeS. I was thinking that last round was a great chance for Falcons because the money was a little shaky for MOUZ. For MOUZ, they just needed to survive. Now, they come into this round. Falcons had a pretty decent buy. TeSeS has made up for what has gone wrong inside of brackets many rounds now. It's crazy how nicely TeSeS fits into this lineup. It feels like Stare on Astralis. Sometimes he's the one who takes all the shine. Even if when you look at this lineup, you wouldn't have expected him to fit into it.
Trying to just flash pop out through brackets. MOUZ again just going to try to crank that tempo. m0NESY happy to step up to the challenge. Second shot confirmed.
He's nice.
Thinking about a third because he knows that MOUZ wouldn't have just come at this with 2. So numbers nearby and he knows it. Trying to find position in the bomb site to dodge this double peek. Missed shot finally on m0NESY. Now the pressure's on, but TeSeS is going to collect, and NiKo gets that last one. Well done, Falcons. Finally, we've got 2 rounds back to back.
And m0NESY with op kills early in the game. He's feeling himself. Now, when you know you got a guy like TeSeS in pit right now, I think you have a lot of freedom.
11-4. NiKo on a fast rotation was the emergency protocol so that TeSeS didn't have to get another 3K.
Nice!
Monacy also to perfection. You know, misses that third chance, but his timing and his reposition, it was everything you could ask for. This is going to send MOUZ back into the spawn, reading their notes, looking for the solution, but I don't know if you can write that down. You got to step up.
Yeah, they didn't build the momentum off the torzsi clutch that they really, that it deserved and that they needed to, because what a clutch means is that you win with one player alive. You were teetering even off that win. They had a responsibility to help him, find some leverage. The only one not reading notes.
Looks like Simple's hotel room. Hey, whoa. Not the bust. Jimmy just taking his frustrations out on inanimate objects. You should pick on someone your own size. Falcons leaning back and allowing you to take all the time in the world. So MOUZ have had their powwow. They've had to accept the last 2 rounds both go Falcons, neither of which with a bomb plant. Shouldn't be finding anything here. Not a kill and not the plant. But a reload over towards the pit. Yeah, no possibility whatsoever for MOUZ. Bloodbath as they finally get to that A-bomb site. Let's hope their talk comes out with a solution.
Wasn't likely, but no kills, no plant, lots of money for Falcons. They win the right rounds. The CT side has bounced back hard. They've got some problems. It's kind of crazy. They've got some problems inside. Even those rounds that they lost inside of brackets, they were up material. They had good players in good spots. They double pushed. It's not like they peaked one at a time. Now, maybe they could have spaced a little bit better, but they had 3 people in a crossfire trying to get a kill.
All right, Monacy feeling it. Trying to come right at MOUZ after they've had a chance to collect their thoughts with the aggressive mid-peak, but it nets him nothing. Certainly will scare MOUZ though, and then a nice bank frag off of the mid wall is going to deal with Jimmy.
And they're trying to shut them down for trying to turn up the tempo. It's been a few slower positions here for MOUZ. I think partly because Falcons get the kill early and then they're forced to hold back a little bit. But I mean, they've got this deep smoke on B. If this isn't respected by MOUZ at some point, it has to be.
Waiting for this peek out, but the apartments push could blindside it. It's covered, and now with NiKo dead, that gets Monacy off his angle. Look how instantly he's got to deal with the Valk instead. And that's going to open the door for the short push to come through. TeSeS can't stop the first one crossing to the box. Monacy goes down with nothing.
Okay.
Nicely done here for MOUZ, cutting through that setup with clinical executions. I mean, that pop onto NiKo frazzled everything else on A for the Falcons.
Yeah, it's not often you see the apartments guy get the first pick off just dry, right out of holes. This is a great kill from Spinks. We wanted a little bit more from him back on Mirage. We were wondering when he was going to get started. They had that lead the whole time, so it never felt like a problem. But his impact has been so important. And this one's a little different. It's a little faster. It's also toward this pretty A-centric T-half so far. And I think that's partially because the game plan's been changed and they lose players at car. They come back to brackets, lost more success over there.
Right.
Terrorists win. Cyclone says nothing to be too excited about yet.
I think the nature of the Mirage comeback just reminds you there's no celebration for MOUZ until that 13th is secured. And even then, it's map 3 where this series ends if MOUZ are truly going to do this. Making use of Sonic's timeout, Cyclone in.
If you want to look at the last map as a free map, when's the last, MOUZ don't beat Falcons already. How many times can they give up a free map?
Yeah. That's the thing too, you know, Mirage as a pick for Falcons was this new evolution since Chengdu. I was expecting it maybe with the plans, but not able to stop it. You know, we talk about how MOUZ do generally extend the series for the most part. The majority of the, you know, head-to-heads in this season have been extended to that third, and maybe they're in the process of doing that again, but it was a soul-crushing type of defeat that went down on Mirage. Felt like you had that game in the bag.
That was a bitter finish. Did not even have an overtime to speak of. A perfect comeback.
That's the kind of comeback that just reminds Falcons, yeah, we always win this head-to-head. They'll keep trudging along here on the CT side of Inferno. That one-off of the last round followed up by MOUZ. You know, it was 3 consecutive for Falcons without even a bomb plant, so they'll be trying to tap back into that kind of a dominant round win. And they'll do so by yet again flushing MOUZ away from Banana. You said it, A-centric, here we go again. At least that's what this looks like momentarily. Brollan leaving bomb at the bottom of middle as him and Zershin are gonna go carve a path back towards Banana.
You always want to have at least car before you make a final choice. You just don't want to run into a 4-1 stack on A. So smoke comes down in CT, bomb's still back. And they do establish. The problem is they don't actually pull a rotation.
Falcons remain 3 strong.
I mean, NiKo's over here.
Right.
They're really expecting it to come towards A.
And, you know, very different setup to the one round ago that worked for MOUZ. Instead, you don't have NiKo floating outside of Library, but m0NESY picking up Arch side. And we've already seen his critical shots on Arch side land.
Any more time and maybe m0NESY starts to second guess this. We'll see.
We'll see how much pressure comes up lane. We'll see if TeSeS dies immediately.
Bomb spotted.
If he doesn't, m0NESY starting to take a look from both ends, but he'll go back and deal with the only player who was pushing up Arch, then deals with Brollan. Oh, missed chance there. Pressure comes out, still m0NESY delivers. It's a triple kill from him. torzsi inside of the bomb site will get away with this plant. Man advantage for the retake, and m0NESY on for an ace as he hunts down that pit player just barely. Can't see him yet. That pallet blocks as Jimmy just tucks his head down, and now time is starting to tick off the clock. Falcons retake, much needed.
It's 1 of 2 spotted. It really comes down to torzsi.
Playing off of a single flashbang here in the hands of m0NESY. At any moment that off's not up, then the swings can come out. You catch him using the last piece of util. Now torzsi's chance to respond. Trying to go 3 for 3 versus m0NESY with the up. kyxsan can't pop the headshot. Jimmy gonna find it.
These guys
Man
are
disadvantage post-plant win here for MOUZ.
Wow, feels like that's happening every round. They're able to take the A site. I mean, this one is 5 versus 3, but the fact that m0NESY gets all those kills and they still can't deliver. They even have NiKo make a cameo over on the A site, just as a little extra bit of insurance. The only thing that was really missing, the final failsafe, is a half rotation from the B player to make it kind of like a 4A setup. But again, I mean, with the way TeSeS has been playing and NiKo helping out, you think that's not going to fail at all.
Big nade damage for Brollan to have to deal with in round 12.
This has been a different kind of Inferno. Lots of A plays, lots of low number wins.
You can tell still that the pressure sits on MOUZ's shoulders. I mean, look how solemn they look after that 2v3 post plant. At the start of this game, when they were winning rounds, there was pop-offs, there was reasons to cheer. And this is all business for the moment from MOUZ. I think Mirage certainly still left a sting. But we're looking at now back-to-back successful individual endeavors from torzsi.
This should be a good equalizing round here for MOUZ. I mean, they don't have Falcons don't have the map control nor the nades to take it. They're taking a risk here inside of middle. But how often have MOUZ called themselves in a stack? 1 out of the 2 anti-eco rounds. Bomb still in the right spot. No kits in play here for Falcons. Oh, but they get a kill. Ooh, they get a kill under a minute as well, and now NiKo's gonna start moving around.
Pop-up though from Spinks from underground.
But now they have to go B. They know, CTs are gonna know it's B.
Ahead of the smoke as well as kyxsan. Molly's come over for second orange. Good duel.
This is wise from m0NESY. He's not peeking into mid, he's chilling.
And all he's got to this bomb is to lean back against the porch side. Oh, best hit out of Spinks. Not only finding that kill from underground, but then the follow-up entry.
What a
and
kill.
It's a fast move with a Molotov onto the library. TeSeS goes for a desperate angle, and torzsi's gonna send that warning shot right through the door.
Retakes haven't been going so well. This one's needed.
Missed chance as that exit comes out. Falcons feeling frisky. Already start to work it forward. torzsi finds his
He has
first.
to reload.
And as that reload comes through, it's going to be Spinks to collect his third frag. Sershin out from pit. And yet again, a successful first half here for MOUZ. 7-5 on the attack. MOUZ showing us some serious fighting spirit. Only 3 successful opening duels throughout that T side, and yet they walk away with 7 rounds. And on top of that, the back and forth forced by victories ended up going Falcons' way. The first to secure consecutive rounds, it felt like they would run away with that. But again, fighting spirit is what MOUZ are bringing to the table in this game of Inferno.
They've done what they need to. I mean, they have a lot of good stats on this map. They are very good on pistol rounds. They're very good on CT side, far better than even they are on T. So the right things are in place. The only thing that can catch up with them is the circumstances at this point. Same thing as Mirage. They had a lead there.
3 for 3 in pistol round wins are MOUZ.
You keep winning those pistols, I promise you get a map.
Scary one for MOUZ is they need 2 maps now. Mirage is a could have been moment.
You might need 5, you might need 6 pistols. You'll win a map though eventually.
Extra pair of Berettas sitting inside of that bomb site. Ooh, gonna try to bait him in with a little USP. Sershin get to grab him. Ooh. Yeah, come get it. Spinks here to try to pop ahead. Crosshair's low, but ready for the crouch. Yeah, almost got his chance. Off of the fountain pillars, Sershin tries to swing out. He'll find 1 and 2 and a third. Just guns down the attack out of Falcons. This is going to be the 4th successful pistol round for MOUZ. Barring a world-class TeSeS
Yeah, set this up, Connor.
Set this up?
For a 1v4 retake B.
You see, Jimmy just looked behind him, and so operating within the timing is TeSeS right now. He's going to one-tap Jimmy out of the round as CT's push through that no, never mind. He's been found, and they're all going to try to come at him. They'll gun him down for surviving, and 4 successful pistols now for MOUZ.
Yeah, I mean, just convert, and then it should just be smooth sailing. Like the definition of autopilot to play CT Inferno for this team.
Not a bad reward here for
Sershin.
Sershin.
The flash timing's beautiful. You see on the screen below you. 2 players blind. Brollan's hits everything, and Dooley's best thing to have in this spot.
That is fucking sick call, bro. Fucking sick call.
Ooh, giving credit there to Cyclone for the call on the pistol. Not every day you get to see that. Cyclone, one of those coaches that used to also compete in CSGO.
And he was very good, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, relatively speaking, of course. He was like the one coach that stood in that it didn't feel like it was a coach.
Yeah, him and Gary.
Yeah, right. Gary on Ancient.
Desert Eagle here for NiKo to try to work with. We go to 1:10 and we get the 4 players stack up in the apartments met by smoke. What's going to stop them? It's meant to just be Jimmy. Just Jimmy, they said. Flash finds its mark, and that's a lot of free space offered over to Falcons. The mid-hold goes well. Jimmy tries to snap up, and he's got support because the one mid-frag is immediate. It's then 3 players staring up towards the balcony, so no dice for Falcons. 9-5, the Mouse lead. Is it another insurmountable challenge, or do Falcons pull it off again?
You know, Falcons are the team with hope. Mouse are the team, you know, with logic right now. Like they have a lead, they have everything in place. Okay, that's fine. But they just have to close.
Yeah. Sounds so easy. Nade comes flying down at them. NiKo going to take his task towards Banana. Oh, well placed.
So another one, that's going to be good too. Oh, a little far.
Yep, 85 damage off the first one. Then the sudden pop out through that smoke. They're going to try to chase him. Brollan dunks on m0NESY. m0NESY never even gets a chance to shoot this round.
It's an amazing feeling when you don't have to see anybody. You just get that util in.
Oh, careful.
Wait, and TeSeS gets a kill back too. It's 4v3 now all of a sudden. Careful.
Push out towards the brackets works out. You've got Jimmy on the angle for the recovery. He'll be able to slot into the site. And he knows this threat's over towards Library. Gives himself a flash. And while he eats a bit of it, he's just doing a good job of delaying. Getting that crosshair back over the box. kyxsan popped. And now NiKo trying to move forward with kyxsan by him. This 2v1 on the bomb site's alive. kyxsan with the drive-by, insta-headshot. Brollan's got the blind side. Misses timing by a mere moment, and yet still stays silent. So kyxsan's clutch queued up from 2 to the 3rd, spots the 4th. And with Zershin going silent, he's lost them in the smoke. kyxsan gets killed. Mouse secure their 10.
Oh, very nice close right there. Amazing out of Jimmy. The fact that he gets kyxsan flanking him, gets the first kill. Only guy on A. Never needs help. We've seen so many rounds. Falcons had the man advantage. This one, it comes in the mid round. Like they get 2 kills back out of nowhere. But in all these spots where it seems like Mouse are in a bad spot, they overcome. We're in Galil territory for Falcons if they want to buy.
Gonna talk it over first. Is that to calculate? Yeah, there's money being tossed around here. AK-47 for NiKo, Galil on m0NESY, pistols for the rest. They crunch the numbers. They keep a bit of surplus. Oh, they actually sold back. They sold back. They got rid of the Galil and grabbed a 4th pistol instead. This is Falcons. There was a bit of uncertainty here in the purchase, but they do come into the round with that 1 AK for NiKo.
Guys, keep it up. Keep it up. They took timeout. They're fucking shaking, boys. Fucking noobs.
Talk your shit, Jimmy.
Yeah, after he put that up, man, he was probably rock hard. What a hold.
I don't think noobs would have made that comeback on Mirage, though. It's fighting words with a 5-round lead. But you better keep up that spirit if Falcons find a way to put you on your ass with just this single AK. You know, but I haven't seen like timidness out of Mouse. Still happy to find, you know, apply pressure, go for the util.
Just have such a good Inferno, right? Yeah.
It is. It's something they can bank on. They do so in this series, in this head-to-head rather. 5th time they've played Inferno this season. It'd be the 4th victory for MOUZ.
Well, they've shown a little bit of kyxsan's little bit of presence. This might be slightly unnerving here for MOUZ. torzsi's coming on over. And these smokes, yeah, that wouldn't do much, except they're actually going to use them. I mean, they're coming back to the A site. And torzsi's just going to meet him here, so should be fine for MOUZ.
It should be. We'll see what Spinks can get. Ah, perfect timing is what Spinks gets. Couple of backs turn. He hears that rush coming at him. They're going to have to go real deep to get him out of here. Flashbang meant to get him out, but he swings in, knows that he was time limited. torzsi collects NiKo towards the short side. m0NESY's M4 grabbed, and time's going to expire. Cannot afford to die here.
Yeah, he's.
And it looks like he'll get away with it. A little awkward towards the end.
This
but
is kind of silly. I mean, they had kyxsan.
He saves.
kyxsan comes and tries to peek in the middle, but they throw the arch wrap smokes twice. Actually, it was 4 smokes to do this, but both times they do it, there's arch players. Like all they did was see that this was clearly a fake, and then the second time there's someone sitting in cubby, obviously Spinks, and he takes the timing because it's so late into the round. So Falcons, I don't think were as tricky as they thought they were. They didn't get the rotations they were looking for. Every time they picked the site, torzsi was right back there too. So not much to go over here for Falcons, and now we're at the point of the game where they're very grateful they won Mirage.
torzsi with a minute gap into apps. Got a couple players up here, though. This is definitely something for torzsi to find. Yeah.
Nice shot.
Doesn't need to see a lot. Off of the sliver. Zertian over the smoke. Catches another one, and an uncomfortable 3v5 about to unfold here for the Falcons. Their presence is found into the short side. TeSeS tries the duel with Pit. And in anticipation of that smoke push, he keeps looking towards Spinks, but Spinks opts not to give away any kind of kill.
Yeah, does he need to?
No, it would be a shame if he were to die, but that Molotov's going to force his fight in a moment. Flashbang comes out to save him, and he does get away. Not unscathed, but still 40 health to try to hold off on Arch.
I mean, him being alive here means Brollan has a lot more freedom. And this play is going to come back to B. Blade smoke is annoying here for Falcons, but they're going to get comfortable in front of it. It's going to be time to go in this direction. And they've come for the final reclear on mid. Falcons don't move soon, it's just over.
Now majority here in front of this execute.
Molly too.
That's going to hurt, man. 20-second incendiary. Somebody's going through it on fire.
Surely.
They're going to try to trudge through. Zertian ready to receive. m0NESY's got the answer. A little space created, but it's only a little. And there's a lot of MOUZ on the other side of that CT smoke. So they'll come barreling through with conviction. And we are on the brink of pushing this series over to Nuke.
I mean, it was a quad play. They actually did read where Zertian was going to go, and they mollied him. So there's one moment where they could have got that kill, but he was just nasty this whole round. Perfect timing on the smoke, used his molly. Great shot here from torzsi. It's just way too comfortable for most of the round here for MOUZ. They make Inferno look so easy.
There's a lot of conversation as to whether m0NESY would be bringing the fight to Inferno. kyxsan, 4 kills is a non-factor as far as MOUZ are concerned. And here we get this push in through the mid-play. torzsi's just going to blast kyxsan point blank. But we've still got that challenge wrapping around Arch in the apartments. It momentarily belonged to TeSeS. Second layer catches him off. Brollan's trading places. kyxsan goes through. And while NiKo kills torzsi, they still don't know about this Galil, so that'll catch them off. But he doesn't have the bomb. Brollan's going to best him. m0NESY's got the rebuttal back in this much-needed 1v2.
Yeah, play it how you want, Brollan. Bomb is in your possession. m0NESY, how are you going to figure this out?
Inferno on the line. Fakes the drop. Comes back at it, but CT too far off. Brollan starting to step forward. Oh, he's watching mid! And that's where m0NESY strikes. A clutch for the road. A 6th round to the board. Is this, much like Mirage, now Falcons' chance to come back?
Just, I feel like too much depth has been shown already in both halves now for MOUZ, whereas back on Mirage, there was no depth shown, and it was an entire comeback. It's one clutch, 1v1 where they pick it up. And very aggressive, by the way, the most aggressive round we've seen out of MOUZ because they're trying to just keep it different. Still lots to prove here for Falcons. And with the utility doing half the job.
Xertion's got bodies climbing over, free frag! And then Spinks collects. Kyosuke denied at a 5-15 score. So kyxsan somehow gonna have to muster together a 3 versus 5.
Their most important matchup versus Falcons, they could have 2-0'd this one. They could have.
And instead, Nuke waits in the wings. A map that MOUZ have never beat the Falcons on. Not this season. But that's the story of this head-to-head. MOUZ don't win this season. Does it change tonight to put torzsi into playoffs? I think this is the kind of second map that's going to get MOUZ's confidence right back where it needs to be. You know you could have had the 2-0, sure, but just focus forward. There's greener pastures on the other side of this 13th round win. Spinks tucked into the mid brackets. Oh, missed op shot, that's fine. Spinks has got it. And Spinks has had a lot of impact this time around on Arch. Rock solid stuff. As he'll put kyxsan on ice and put MOUZ into map 3, no doubt. m0NESY, it was a beautiful 1v2, but he will find nothing. MOUZ fighting spirit. And they are trying to do this for torzsi, trying to exceed expectations. Expectations set all season long that Falcons are simply better. But if they can be beat by MOUZ today, then we have another contender. Can they do it on Nuke? It's a big question and a hell of a challenge.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
Diamonds in my teeth, I got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind.
Where are you playing the best of these matches? Where in retake will you pull out that clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, 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 GG!
I'm the performance manager / sports psychology expert for MOUZ. I'm pretty good at helping people, trying to understand their problems and work with them on them. So sports psychology was something that I was looking into very early. 2020 it was, MOUZ called me for an interview. Ever since then I started working with them. To be completely honest, I didn't know too much about esports when I started. I'm very good at applying things that I learned onto other areas. And this is what I offered to MOUZ, and I also told them I need roughly 3 months to get into it. I need to understand the language that the players are talking, not just the English barrier, but also about the in-game stuff. I got interested also in CS a lot. I found a passion there that I'm happy to pursue now as well. Usually when we're back home, we have individual talks with the players in the morning before their preparation for the actual practice. And they're sometimes about mental health, sometimes they're about personal stuff, and most of the times they're about performance optimization. Because there's this misperception that a lot of people have. We're not just there for solving problems, but we're actually there for enhancing. Then we have team sessions, of course, and team sessions is more about the team building aspect. We talk about communication, but also about the 3 foundations that usually high performance team have. One of them is that we share a common goal. Then we have a similar idea of values. And the third aspect is that the role distribution needs to be quite clear, and we quite often talk about that. The people are so young, they didn't have a big drop in their performance. Usually their careers goes 0 to 100 real quick. Then for them it doesn't make sense a lot to change something about their behavior. And that is something that I need to wait for a little bit for the window also where they're open for the work. Some of them are naturally, because their education allows it, they already know, okay, there's things that are beyond what I know, and for others it is not, so I wait for the window to work with them. So how I gain trust is usually that I let them be themselves and just try to understand them first of all. I'm not coming in and say like, hey, this and this I have to offer. I want to see who the person is and what he brings to the table for himself, what is important for him, what are his values. So I build trust first of all, first and foremost, and then I can start working. Right now the narrative has been a little bit that we not ready for the big stages, or that we are not ready for the finals and semi-finals and so on. I perceive it differently, and the team does as well. In the top 20 we're the 4th youngest team, if I'm correct. For us it is more a journey, and we try to get everybody to a level where he's super confident about himself, and that he is able to always bring that to the table. I feel like I've succeeded in my job when people are able to give their best.
I peek it.
Flashing. B. Boom. In B.
First dead. One more forgery.
C1, 2 C1. Dead. I will
One more,
Can be in CT already, okay?
Give sound. I'm holding. They didn't go yet. Shoot a smoke.
I'm on a short. Can be out.
In.
I do smoke out and I play with you.
Joker, heavy Joker.
One side. Feet on pit. Plant in RPK. Ready? 3, 2, 1, send it.
The smoke.
Nice! Oh, you are so fucking good, man!
Just had a chance to talk with Zoning after this Inferno, and I spoke about what went wrong and what needs to happen to bring them back into the decider. I was told that they knew that Inferno is going to be in the map pool and they're really not comfortable on the map, especially against MOUZ. They knew it's going to be tough, especially with 2 pistols being lost and the overall, like the flow of the game just wasn't paying, their dividends. What about the recovery for the 3rd map? They said that they just need to reset mentally because it's going to be again their strong map, something they're more comfortable in, and hopefully we'll see a little bit better Falcons coming into 3rd.
You heard from Stiko, they're obviously speaking to Zonic. Sounds like a bit of copium to me, Pim.
To me as well, to be completely honest, because I'll be honest, yes, Inferno have been a big part of conversation when it comes to Falcons map pool. We saw in Chengdu that they were struggling massively. They lost to Furia, they lost to MOUZ in Chengdu. But then we saw in Hong Kong, Murray, they beat Vitality in a very close game, and then they absolutely smacked Furia on the map 13-3. So if you're Sonic and if you're Falcons, the last 2 games you played on Inferno, you beat Vitality, you beat Furia, arguably the 2 best teams in the world outside of yourself. So why should Inferno necessarily be a punish pick towards you coming in against MOUZ? So yeah, I think it's a bit of a way of saying that, we don't take it too hard. We don't necessarily think that it's too bad of an issue or too big of an issue. We're going to continue focus on the 3rd map, but I do think that in the back of Sonic's mind right now, he was hoping that Inferno no longer was going to be a punish pick, which seemingly it still can be.
It still feels like one when you watch this game. I know that Sonic and probably anybody watching this would focus on the pistols, but even in the gun rounds, a lot of situations where Falcons had the advantage or they were in prime position and they were unable to close it out. And I would say that's off the back of a few of the MOUZ players stepping it up. I wanted a little bit of X factor from some of their individuals. We actually got it. People like torzsi were able to step up. People like Exertion, people like Jimpphat. That's not something you can say every single time that these 2 teams load up in the server, but on Inferno, especially in those late round situations, it was MOUZ who were outplaying the Falcons.
Let's jump a bit more into that now. What exactly was MOUZ doing right? We can start with that first half.
I think they were great in every single aspect of the game of Counter-Strike, to be completely honest. I think the way they approached it was, again, being very proactive, and I saw it in the first half, but even more so in the second half. When the game was still close, the way they shot down middle, the way they were playing their CT side was beautiful. The T side as well, Murray. When you're winning a 2v3 clutch like this, you're setting yourself off to a good start.
2v4 even, actually. I mean, the fact that torzsi got this is what Hungary needed. This is what Budapest needed for torzsi to come in and have a huge just pop-off like that when I would say map 1 did decently, but this map, he really put a mark on it.
I do love that, though, because the crowd here is mainly from Budapest, and you can tell how they get behind him every time he has a good time. Do you think he's had a bit of a crowd buff?
Yeah, I mean, maybe
he looked kind of nervous in the first few games. If I'm being completely real, like he came into this series with, I'm pretty sure, beneath a 1.0 rating for the event thus far. So to see him at least do better versus Falcons, I mean, that's where it's really impressive. To see now it's like the hardest team, arguably, that he's facing off against. He then is elevating his level of play. That, I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but it's happening.
It's a double-edged sword. You know, obviously, you saw it the first day as well. He was smiling, enjoying it, taking it all in. Does it help him on the server to perform better? Not necessarily per se, but we also saw in Austin that torzsi had this habit of sometimes, missing out on the big moments. Maybe he's not playing up to his best. We saw in Austin that he was, probably playing the worst tournament of his entire life. So I do feel like he is a player that is a little bit inconsistent in that regard, but what we've seen so far tonight, that's the torzsi that MOUZ not only needs to win Falcons, but also need him in the playoff in order to be a contender to go all the way.
And obviously his mom's in the audience. The mom buff is real. He doesn't want to disappoint her. He's trying to play his best as he can.
It was good for Lake for most of the tournament.
For most of it works out. Okay, let's talk a bit about Falcons as well, though, because it was very often times where they had the man advantage, and yet they still couldn't convert rounds. Why was that?
I mean, part of the issue was the economy throughout that first half and the second for that matter. Obviously, when you lose the pistol, you lose the conversion, you never really got rolling, and I think that's part of it. But I also do think Mao is right saying that Mouse were just a better team even in the buy rounds, especially on the CT side. I like the way they were constantly poking towards Banana, doing utility damage, as you see right here, but also in middle. They had a lot of different mid setups where they would double punch in middle, where they would set up and bait for Spinks, and they did such a good job.
This round right here was an advantage for the Falcons. Sure, they lose the opening pick, but they bring it back. And Jimpphat really just made a huge multi-frag right there. The fact that he was able to get two, and maybe TeSeS could have waited a little bit longer to crunch with kyxsan, but the fact that the rotation was so quick, the fact that they were able to read the situation. We heard the comms on this one, the way they communicated for the 3-2-1 double swing, and maybe they didn't actually double peek him perfectly, but still they were able to overwhelm kyxsan in the bomb site. And that's what you want from MOUZ. That's what you get from MOUZ. I know I wanted to see a little bit of X factor from these players, but they do it almost within the confines of the system and then just throw that extra bit of flair into it. It's not like you're going to have Exertion or torzsi charging down mid, going for something that in practice they've never played. It's just that they're stepping up in these key late round moments.
If you were to try and define the type of Counter-Strike we just saw from MOUZ, how would you define it?
That's a good and very broad question, I'll be honest. I think MOUZ's strength always lays in that every single player has a role to play in every single round. For Spinks to work out, he needs to be set up by his teammates. He needs to be baited for, and that happens quite often. As I said, on the CT side, the amount of times that they had a mid setup where they would close down on middle, where they would bait for Spinks, where they would make it easy for him to get a couple of multi-kills, two players of Falcons looking the other way around. Well, yeah, it looks good on the scoreboard for Spinks, but it's always set up by a teammate, whether that's through the manpower of the teammate or through utility. It does feel like MOUZ is a one cohesive unit, whereas if you look towards a team like Falcons, again, you have individuals, right? You have m0NESY doing his own thing, you have sometimes NiKo doing his own thing, and obviously there's team play involved in it, but to less extent, I'd say.
It's a united front for MOUZ where it's just 4 stars that are all trying to accomplish a common goal on the Falcon side, but when it's MOUZ, they're just so well oiled. I feel like when you watch the way that they want to break down a round, it always makes sense the way they're using utility, blocking, then stacking the other side. I feel like just looking at the radar is almost more enjoyable when you're watching the MOUZ, but then when you actually just watch the crosshairs, it's more enjoyable if we're watching Falcons.
You're talking about that cohesive unit, but then why can the cohesive unit just not beat Falcons on Nuke? Because I do believe this season, never been able to beat them, and that's where we're going next.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think Falcons, first and foremost, have shown time and time again that they play Nuke to a high level. Obviously, still one of the maps where NiKo is also functional, where he's really feeling at home on the CT side. Him having to play that yard position, kyxsan finding an awful lot of impact on ramp as well, and then you have m0NESY as that third, lingering player that can just go inside, outside, wherever he wants. So I think the defense of Falcons, very, very strong. I also do think that that's where the limitations are coming towards MOUZ, right? We speak about why is it they can't win trophies? Why is it they're not winning the biggest tournaments out there, outside of the PTL event, inclusion of poker? I think individually speaking, sometimes they fall a little bit. Sometimes they don't have enough firepower in order to rumble over a team like Falcons. On a map like Nuke, it's all about Exertion. He's always involved in a hell of a lot of opening duels on towards yard, creating space, creating chaos, but is Exertion consistently better than NiKo in that position? I wouldn't say so. Then you look towards who else can do it. Is torzsi consistently better than m0NESY? Not really the case, so I feel like they're falling short in terms of the manpower, especially when Falcons are playing well.
When looking at Falcons too, I feel like when MOUZ draw it up, they feel like the start to finish of a round looks to be predictable, that these players should trade out that guy on the bomb site, that we should be able to take over this sort of space, but Falcons are just always throwing wrenches into the plans. The individuals are able to consistently upset expectation, whether that's kyxsan getting a multi-frag at ramp, or NiKo actually just flanking them towards outside, and then I feel like even the rotations of Falcons are really good on this map. I feel like it's one of the few where they look like they're on top of what the opponents are doing almost every single time, and even when they're guessing, they have great reactions. I mean, they're going to be able to push, they're always fighting for a little bit more space. You don't usually just see them on their heels, and even if you do, I think a completely underrated aspect of Falcons' defense is that kyxsan and TeSeS, sure they're the weakest players on Falcons, but that's a fine A duo compared to some of the other elite teams in the world. If I look at, like, say, Chopper and ZywOo, I'm taking kyxsan TeSeS 10 out of 10 times.
MOUZ has not been able to beat Falcons on Nuke. Does that change today?
I think there's a world where it does, and I think one of the reasons is m0NESY not being up to par right now. You can't hide now. m0NESY needs to pick up the AWP on the CT side, find impact. He can't continue to buy the rifle. So yeah, that could be the winning condition right here for MOUZ.
One map separates one of these teams from the playoffs. Let's find out who's making it to the arena.
One map, you're right, Sam, one grueling map, one hell of a task. MOUZ never able to do it on Nuke, never able to do it this season. You've got to exceed history here if you are MOUZ, but this is history in the making. We're in Hungary for the first time with a major. We've never had a Hungarian step forward on home soil like this. So there's either history ahead of us, or again, par for the course, Falcons smash this final map. Budapest, make a little noise.
Scream if you love torzsi.
That one's coming with the 20K crowd. Does he get there, though? That's the question. Brollan finds the first kill. Free frag for MOUZ. Remember, 4 for 4 in the pistols. torzsi, gonna tap one out. kyxsan right there with him, but the second layer here, and Jimmy's gonna catch Falcons unprepared. And that's a bomb possession now for Jimmy to stand on top of. When all the pistols have already belonged to MOUZ, this 4v2 with bomb on the dirt has got to feel good. But it's NiKo and m0NESY. The synergy between these two is what kept them together. Right now, working independently of one another, and nobody to shoot at just yet. NiKo slots into the single door side.
Can't find anything good. I mean, I feel like the CTs are actually playing this really well. The A site is open.
But you gotta grab bomb, and there's 2 CTs on top of it. I mean, I don't put it past NiKo to pop their heads. First one's easy. Jimmy goes down, flank comes out from Secret. That's gonna keep the bomb on the dirt. m0NESY, though, inside of the fence, insta-kill to Brollan. The Secret player still fires off, and Zershin's gonna get back into the kill feed. Another double for Zershin.
Nice shot, Zershin. So good on pistols. That was a cool bait. They tried to get m0NESY to run around the upper floor just to get the CTs that are sitting in control side to make a move, and they actually bite. But it's not enough to bring back an entire 2v4, not versus a team that has won every single pistol. Every single pistol so far. At some point, this is going to cause you to break, Falcons. It will be a focal point of the interview afterwards. It'll be a thought in your head when the match is over. This might be the moment history turns for MOUZ if they play it well, but Jimmy takes a dink.
Tech 9 to the back of the head.
He's dead.
TeSeS just comes flying over top of the control panel. MP9 goes down.
Uh-oh.
This would be the first time that a force buy works immediately. Oh, it's a good spray from Zershin, sure. But it's still man advantage for Falcons momentarily. torzsi gets damaged. Brollan goes down. This is huge for Falcons.
Ooh, you never see Jimmy kind of fail in a position like that, but that quick dink as he was running away, that's all it took to make sure that he had no chance. He was so vulnerable. All these guns get toppled.
Just the biggest hiccup out of all of the starts we've seen so far.
And it does put an asterisk on winning every pistol because, you know, they got their conversions before. Sometimes it was 1, sometimes it was 2. But here is the first time that we're seeing in this series they don't get any.
That's 2 M4s given over. And again, when you've got it in the back of your mind, consider that you've just not beat them this season on Nuke, and now you give their T side a force buy victory after pistol.
They're incredible at Nuke, man. Ouch. I mean, MOUZ are on a 3-map loss streak on this map, and they play Vitality twice, and Falcons are in there, so that makes sense. But for Falcons, like, this is the map you just don't want to have to face them on. They're so fierce.
MOUZ are going to try to take a page out of the Falcons book. We had that back and forth at the start of Inferno.
It's like a map that best highlights each of their individual level on both sides. Like and I think we've got NiKo back outside, right? That was one thing. But just the players that can swap in and out, who they've got playing every spot. TeSeS is an anchor. m0NESY as an op.
Taking a look at Ramp's got a couple of pistols in front of him. Spinks will give him something to think about. Chance for Spinks to pop up with a second because TeSeS is sticking around. Oh, another!
Okay.
Jimmy comes wide with the 5-7, and now MOUZ are starting to pull this off.
Yeah, that's theft. They stole this one back.
At least the first 2 steps towards the robbery. Jimmy's gonna move forward, grab that gun, pass it back. Him and torzsi. Actually, no, it's offered over to Spinks instead. So Spinks on an AK, Jimmy on the M4, that scout in Zershin's hands. And these deagle shots land on both kyxsan and m0NESY as they'll just go sprinting down to that lower side again. Spinks sprays away, kyxsan and m0NESY both popped. kyxsan 1 versus 5, and he'll go ahead to catch Zershin with the headshot.
fakes out the plant. Just a moment here, goes whack into it, and down he goes. Jimmy's got it, MOUZ have got it.
Damn, they stole that one with the ramp play. That's some beautiful work, obviously, with pistols. Interesting. They've just removed the asterisk.
Ooh.
They win the force back.
Spinks hitting him with the rare animation, too. Yeah. Style points to kick it off.
And it wasn't the $500 instant headshot kill. It was 2 dinks from Jimmy.
Official partner odds still to the Falcons' favor.
They didn't see that last round.
Again, it's just that daunting record on this map specifically that tells you MOUZ have to exceed the past.
They have to go where no MOUZ has gone before. They have to turn a page in their history in this head-to-head. I'm going to keep saying it when it matters the most. All season long, we've just been building up to this moment. That's all that matters.
You know, there's a talk about the bracket in the playoffs as well and how things will shake up and whether we get one of these like really stacked head-to-heads in a quarterfinal. If you can beat Falcons ahead of those playoffs matches, then you know you can do it, and that's going to give a lot of confidence to MOUZ moving forward. This is the team that is truly their kryptonite. m0NESY catching Xertion with an instant entry. Spinks is back at it with another multi-frag. And those pistols try to charge through down towards site. Kyosuke grabs it. M4 for his troubles. Bomb to be planted back site. And as he gets flushed out, he tries the duel, but standing inside of the fire leads it to an easy kill for torzsi. Vent frag can't be found. MOUZ will stabilize.
Tries to freak him out by running into that fire for the fight. And, you know, we haven't had that moment from Kyosuke that shows us just how insane his individual level is. A couple of kills here and there that are good. He's definitely not been a liability, but you know how much more damage he can do, that he's capable of. But I think Maui pointed out that, like, he started to temper himself. I mean, he started to, like, evolve more into a thoroughbred tier 1 player. I mean, very quickly, obviously. It's been a fast evolution for him, but slowing it down. Not everything is about him. His debut on this team was literally him getting every kill, no one getting anything else.
Yep.
So it's definitely looking like a healthy transition.
This also has had some fall-off moments, though, in grand finals of Melbourne on a map. Here on Inferno as well was kind of a non-factor in this head-to-head, but that was just MOUZ also getting their dominant win.
Yeah, I mean, it's that conversation. We expect everybody to be as good as donk instantly and for as long, and that's just
just
the one person that we can talk about that's done that.
Just be like donk. Sounds so easy.
Yeah, this is looking great for MOUZ. They got themselves an NiKo. Falcons have had to come back in every half so far, right, because of the pistols. But they have found a way to do that. Like, they're always winning the correct rounds, so I like to put it. Round that's really expensive. That's always primered, though, by getting damage on rounds like this. You don't get the instant save afterwards without getting 2-3 kills in a position like this.
They also haven't had to wait until, you know, super long into a half either to find some success. Like, they've kept MOUZ on their toes. They even won that back and forth affair with the force buys on Inferno, still not able to capitalize on the half beyond it. Really goes to show the fight that MOUZ are bringing to the table. But we expect that on Inferno. This is where things are different. But so far, MOUZ successful. 3-1 the lead. You've got the upgraded pistols to try to barrel through the smoke, trying to catch them with timing. And you're going to catch one. torzsi pop, but Jimmy's got the triple spray down. And it's NiKo a bit late to the party, executed instantly by Xertion. He won't waste a bullet on that final duel. And so MOUZ 4-1 CT side, looking good so far.
It's looking great so far.
So far.
You know, winning Nuke is just as impressive as winning the whole series here, just because of Falcons' reputation on it and how they know they always close the third map versus MOUZ. There's no one really lagging behind. Spinks is maybe not playing his best game today. Did a lot of work this stage, but loving the gameplay out of Xertion, Jimmy, Brollan's entries, his holds on Mirage were also great, even though they didn't win that map. So far, it's just been one bad half for MOUZ.
Yeah, but that one bad half is the difference between a 2-0 and having to do it here on Nuke. I would have loved for that first one to go different, but again, at least you know, strong start on this CT side. We've already been reminded this evening that you can never count the Falcons out. torzsi at a distance, sends a teammate ahead of him, insertion locked in beneath silo. There's a lot of presence here for Falcons, and if they're cautious about the approach, they could catch Zershin. He stays locked in. We get a smoke exchange over towards Trophy, so it's really gonna be this point of contact, and there it is. kyxsan comes out, gets traded instantly. Good shot back by torzsi. NiKo
That's spotted,
now
actually.
Trying to post it. Oh,
it was.
torzsi goes right back. Sitting duck is Mr. Kovac. And now over towards the ramp comes the challenge out from Falcons. They'll find Brollan up along the wall where Jimmy got his 2K. torzsi on the scene.
Nice.
Very quickly in with that op to establish man advantage. His third kill of this round alone. And it's a task now for TeSeS. 1v2 clutch sent down to the B site. He doesn't know if there's anybody here. He'll create a bit of a question. Spinks, is he ahead of that? Yes. Already moving forward off of the molly. He'll catch TeSeS with hands busy, no bomb plant. And a 4-1 lead goes to the way of MOUZ.
Shout out to torzsi, man. He's leaving his mark on this series big time. Now this is him outside alone, but then he becomes the third player to ramp. And by this point, when he runs through this molly, he already knows that he's barely taking a risk here. His teammate's still alive. He comes in for a quick peek, easy kill. torzsi has taken this opportunity by the horns.
It's a clutch that could have been. Didn't get a chance to get rolling. Another man advantage as well, but I mean, never mind. It's so instant, that trade frag out of torzsi.
What, clutch? TeSeS? Or
That
which cut?
could have been, yeah, just this 1v2 just now. You know, never even gets off the plant.
Half investment here for Falcons. Already, I mean, MOUZ have set up double ramp both times that they've gone ramp.
You could see Falcons gunning for that corner position, right? It was Jimmy
Yeah.
with the double off the 5-7. Brollan kind of pays the price, but sudden pop into the A floor. And up in the rafters is Brollan, again coming out from the corners. MOUZ's in-game leader locks them into the hut, and no exit from lobby. They'll try to reapply pressure with the util, but you've got Jimmy with eyes over top of that smoke, so they're not falling for it. No reason to panic here if you are MOUZ. You're down to 35 seconds, you're up versus pistols. You've already done a good job of stopping that first attack into A. But over towards the ramp room will be torzsi's next challenge. And he's worried about Utter. He has a reason to be. Do they slip by in that timing? Falcons have got 20 seconds to make this happen. Oh, and m0NESY's gonna catch the drive-by.
Hey, he's got his favorite gun.
Desert Eagle shots out from Squeaky. They're gonna cut off him, so it's all m0NESY, and he's just hoping to hang on to the op. That's the silver lining here in round 7. m0NESY gets away with an upgrade. 4 up for MOUZ as they'll secure the 6-1 lead.
It's like this Pyrrhic victory where m0NESY gets the op, but it's already too late. Doesn't really matter that torzsi's scared or that he's by himself because there's just no time to build a play off of it. You just know at best you give up this kill, give up a gun. And to be fair to m0NESY, it's actually one of the best things he could get out of this round. That was already over. So another upper hold, that's good. I mean, they have 2 players on the floor, 1 player in Spinks behind the smoke. I'm waiting to see a round where Falcons are going to pick the site that's weaker. The only round they got, they ran down Jimmy as he was trying to escape into lower. Didn't even do anything too risky.
Choked around. Gets past that hold. This is a threat outer, and Zershin knows it. They've got a player to deal with any potential secret push, but that's still a low lean. Downstairs it is. Zershin starts to take a look, and
He's trying to help out. He's trying to help out because if they get into mini and there's still squeaky pressure, like there's a lot of emphasis on Spinks. He's playing back opposite vent right now.
Look at this reposition though from Falcons. I mean, these are 2 players that were already beyond main. And now they're going back into lobby. And all while m0NESY sits over here towards Secret with the bomb. Sure, he's got kyxsan ahead of him.
Into an op kill too.
torzsi sitting on it. Easy collection. Brollan finds another into the lobby. Goes the Falcons. And down they go as well. m0NESY's bomb still just floating outside now behind the red box. And this one for Falcons just looks a little too thin all across the map.
Yeah, uninspired, and also they didn't respect that MOUZ were going to go and try to seek back some information. I think they were hoping that Exertion was going to be more scared, but he went for his clear upper out on... Just wondering if there's even a chance to get back into this. m0NESY does find one pick.
Always a chance, man. m0NESY's alive. Oh, Spinx going to put him to rest.
What a round,
catch NiKo. All right, Spinx is absolutely finding his moments now. He is off the charts. 10-3, dominant, impact on both bomb sites, and here to close out any hope that Falcons break through in the 8th.
It was a little worrying seeing Falcons T side on Inferno. And some of the plays that took place was just too clean out of MOUZ. Their ideas looked a little bit too obvious. And I mean, it takes a team like MOUZ to make you look like that. Not many people can stand a Falcons on any map right now. But this series is almost over. MOUZ 7-1 in the lead. Another pistol that they win. Another half buy here for Falcons.
Gonna try to charge down ramp.
Oh, torzsi thought he was downstairs. He got blinded and ran back across their screens as if he lagged out.
A sitting duck for NiKo. Double headshot off the deagle.
Oh, he missed a railing, had no idea. Thought he was safe.
When MOUZ thought they had momentum.
It's another gift at ramp. This is how they won that round. The one round they've won, chasing Jimmy down.
That time it was just the flood into the lower site. Near instantaneous. This time around, we're going to get Brollan taking a sniff back towards hell. They give up their lower control.
It's such a good move from Brollan. Like, it's the one chance they have to multi-frag.
Oh, here it is. Right on the corner. Tech9 in the backdrop. Oh. kyxsan, good play. Up close. Best it's Brollan. 4 versus 2. Looking comfortable for Falcons. And now that A site is just prime for the taking.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, Spinx is here watching Squeak. He's not going to see anything. But Zershan's coming around through Hut, right? I mean, so there's 2 best spots you could maybe retake from. If they get too lurky, this is where it goes wrong. kyxsan, this can't be cloudy, man. You have to be standing on whatever you go for.
Oh,
and you don't let lurk kills happen.
All of a sudden, to the top of ladder goes 2, but that's the time for Zershan. Now he's over towards this bomb site. m0NESY's going to drop Spinx. That part goes well for Falcons. Deagle shot from NiKo.
Okay.
His 3rd of the round. There is a bit of cloudiness there from kyxsan in the calls. That gives MOUZ one last lifeline. Of course they're going to try it with this lead.
Yeah, I think Brollan's in his head a little bit. There shouldn't have been a possibility for MOUZ to bring that back. And Falcons could not figure out where the best place to go was, and the rotations were excellent here from the CT side, but this is, yeah, torzsi thought he had already dropped down lower.
It's a breakthrough moment for the Falcons. torzsi right back to headhunting. Oh, but that's going to keep you locked in. If you know somebody's up there, surely you can't just stop watching.
Yeah, NiKo's coming in from the other side of it. And torzsi knows that. Yeah, what a shot. Hey, that was on point.
Such an easy lock-in for torzsi when he sees NiKo's head the first time.
And he called for the flash, too. I don't know how that wasn't in the kill feed. I swear he was blind.
I feel like NiKo never looked up.
Yeah, maybe it was him looking down.
Well, a recovery required here for the Falcons, and one that gets offered over. Jimmy steps right into m0NESY's scope. kyxsan.
CT's everywhere.
Caught inside of that smoke. Pressure applied here by MOUZ. A chance to try to bust down the doors. Again, he'll look towards the rafters, but it's a reposition from Brollan. The couches Falcons off. It is only m0NESY doing anything here. And a fast swing out from Heaven's got the health bar low. Nade onto it, and kyxsan popped inside of the doorway. It's got to be m0NESY from start to finish. He knows there's one in the back of the site, and also the second up top. He's got the bomb to work with.
Oh, man, he wishes there was a way to win this round. 40 health. Who's going to make a mistake, really?
Smoke meets him on Squeaky. He will again announce his position. And there was no hesitation here from torzsi to go back and lock down ramp.
And Brollan's going to body block the vent, so he pulls one that direction, but still. We've seen m0NESY in impossible moments, but 15 seconds. No, won't get this either.
Xertion off the top of Hut ends it.
A timeout's being called here. Zonics trying to get into this. T-side's been abysmal, to be honest. The 2 T rounds they won are kind of predicated on some lucky things happening. Getting the dink on Jimmy running down, then that other ramp hit that they come in with not much to work with. And it's a little awkwardness is like the worst thing that's happened to MOUZ so far. But for 2/3 of the round, or all 3/3 in each position, like they're solid. Openings have been really good. Rotations have been really good. They've stacked the appropriate sites. And even when ramp is a little awkward, they had 2 players there. You know, you're not trying to go ramp when there's 2 players waiting for you. I just feel as though Falcons T-side so far, calling-wise, has been a little blind. They've been just hoping. They're making this one look like Inferno. Matters the most. Who's coming through?
Execute that doesn't have everything just put in position yet. Smoke on Squeaky makes it awkward. TeSeS barrels through. You've got Brollan blind to the back of the sight, yet still successful. Falcons go for the full exec.
This one's off the tack.
Yes, sir. Nicely done. They keep it clean. There's no Brollan up in the rafters to stuff them. Instead, he finally dies empty-handed. I mean, he's been a solid part of these holds. You know, doesn't have the most amount of frags, but has been a critical piece of keeping it easy for MOUZ. Not this time. Falcons off of the page, off of the pause, go in with the full exec.
And you could see like some of the repercussions of losing players on these other rounds. It's not like MOUZ have built up an enormous economy. It's just so late into the half. This is the latest that Falcons have got back into a half, and they still haven't shown that they have yet. Just one extra is nice. Trying to close out with 4.
Yeah. Damage. Oh, more even applied. So be it.
One left.
Only NiKo survives this one.
Doesn't matter.
Plenty of money.
They're all good for the buys.
At this point, it's just Falcons fighting for the round wins, and that will be their 3rd. You know, it's nothing fantastic. It's just a nice, clean execute.
They haven't won any rounds on a T default outside. I mean, we've got NiKo and kyxsan working in tandem, taking over the responsibilities, going for lurks, but MOUZ have just been so good out there. Even when torzsi has started secret, he's caught them off guard.
m0NESY going for the duel. torzsi's already behind red. This is a wider angle than what he's gone for in the past. They seem to be looking for it. Smoke grenade's kind of indicative that somebody may be back here. It's going to be tough for torzsi to get out of here alive. But spamming that smoke is just going to welcome the challenge. Xertion pop first. Now the support systems for torzsi offline. Brollan's going to recover with 1. torzsi steps back through that smoke.
That's so nice from kyxsan. He peels back a bit from Unbreakable, looks behind him right after he gets the kill too, kept in mind the inventory of where the CTs could be.
So ready. torzsi doesn't even get a chance to fire off that op here in the final round of the CT side, and so Falcons gunning for a 4th round win could damn well be enough to springboard their own CT side. They pause.
It's the best position they've found in a default so far. Now it's about making the close. We saw how they had a couple nervous moments even in a 4v2 versus a team that shouldn't have been able to come back.
We know how strong that execute was in the round prior, so grenades trickle into the A site again, but singular. 1 smoke on main.
Be sure-footed. Don't step into this fearfully.
Oh, jiggles it first. Brollan.
Careful with your bomb.
Gives up the angle. Now comes that flashbang. A bit of pressure out through Squeaky, but there's no follow-up.
The lurk's not in place yet. kyxsan's coming in now.
He's still smoked off by his teammates. When that fades, he's going to get the challenge. Spinks actually tucks back into the boxes. You've got Jimmy up in the rafters. Brollan going to start burning out into the scope, but that rafters position again. It was Brollan previously. Spinks gets bested, and Falcons come out big. It's another moment for kyxsan from the top. 13-9.
3 of the last 4 rounds, Falcons find their lifeline. kyxsan is their lifeline. A very critical last round put on the board with a cerebral play, you'd say. Just dodging that threat outside, giving Falcons a chance. This is a half where MOUZ probably felt for a moment invincible, but they give up 3 critical rounds in the last 4 rounds of their CT side.
Yes, they do. And maybe that's all they need. We'll see, but the story of the match is the pistol rounds, and that's not something that's happened to MOUZ before.
I will say what I said previously. I want to make sure we're still a team throughout the half, okay? We're a team throughout the half.
No matter what, if push comes to shove, we'll see what sort of a challenge Falcons have to offer, or whether it's 6 for 6 in the pistols for MOUZ.
They got a shark in the vents.
Oh,
no!
He
Doesn't get the kill!
Unreal.
Oh, Jimmy, he got his aim back because he landed on his head. Instant headshot.
And just like that, NiKo's got to deliver. He'll execute Brollan and Zershin. That was a much-needed multi-frag. Jimmy lucky to be alive as kyxsan jumps down around the ramp. torzsi's got the bomb. Where is torzsi? Okay, over here towards the Astralis plant. Just pauses for a second because he's also got a player up above him. This is this late play from Spinks on arrival. kyxsan's dead.
6 for 6 if m0NESY cannot win this clutch.
Spinks starts to head upstairs. torzsi's pulling back. They want to figure out where m0NESY is, and now that they've confirmed it, he's going to see that bomb over towards the ramp doors, but you've still got this vent threat, a low-health vent threat.
He's got him scared, but m0NESY dips out of the vent. They're still going to commit to upstairs. There is no reassess of the situation.
Just playing with him. m0NESY's been out-rotated now. Bomb plant back of A site. You've got low-health torzsi, low-health Jimmy.
Jimmy's just playing security guard, trying to keep his attention.
And a lot of potential for m0NESY in the clutch, but to exit out the vent is impossible. Good job by Jimmy locking that in. You see the credit given instantly. 6 for 6 in the pistols. However, back on that 5th pistol at the start of this game, it was the first time that NiKo and Co were able to force buy successfully.
Oh, this is crazy.
I can't believe TeSeS doesn't get the backstab.
It's the foot stab. If he right-clicked right there, he would have been dead. Whoa.
Force buy here for Falcons. It worked in the first half. Can they pull it off twice? MOUZ can see the finish line. And standing on that finish line, thousands of Hungarian fans.
Zershan takes point, down secret. You've got pistols on the other side, 2 and now a 3rd added through that vent.
They're hungry to make something happen. And they can only be so patient in this spot. You know, they know they're not going to have too much impact if they wait here the whole round, but really hoping it's a late round play for MOUZ. It's definitely not your usual setup from the CTs, but it won't be tested right now from Zershan. He's not concerned with taking a risk alone. This upper pop's coming in fast. kyxsan, pressure. TeSeS, nice shot.
Hell of a deep shot from the back of the side. NiKo's got his. Oh, it's
What's
flawless!
that? Excuse me?
Right back at it.
The kill feed full.
In a matter of seconds. Ooh, they do it twice, and this time all the more convincing.
What?
How does that happen?
Well, they did it twice, but in the first half, MOUZ won the next round right after. There's just, the kill feed's instantly full of blue. Everybody, even the players downstairs, got up here and got involved. And nobody missed. Well, that makes up for the Jimmy mishap inside the vent last round.
It's going to be a frustrating one. This frag grenade's going to take wind out of the sails. Multi-frag! And one off of the ace. Kyosuke, easy ramp hold, cues up m0NESY to end it. It's going to be an ace back for torzsi needed. And he's already pressured from both sides. He'll pop m0NESY, rack up the costs. NiKo Nate's going to end it, and we've got Falcons off to the races immediately.
And we're going to cite that last round as the reason this comeback began. And the crazy part about it, maybe that was even a team ace, but it was everybody getting involved at the same time. It wasn't one heroic play from one individual, which is normally the narrative around Falcons. Looking for leverage on another comeback. I can't help but feel like MOUZ were scared of Mirage a little bit, even though it didn't look like they totally crumbled. It was just too clean, too easy for Falcons on that CT side. They got a chance to do it again, but the stakes even higher. They barely got through that last half, and now they're happy about those few rounds they got. They're looking to nullify a lead.
I mean, MOUZ let them back into the game. Last 4 rounds of the half, and Falcons fought for it. I say let them in. I mean, again, Falcons put in the hard work.
Yeah, it is a round that's impossible to analyze, right? I mean, it's everybody getting 1 kill at the same time versus an APOP. I mean, in terms of the organization, there wasn't even time to decide if MOUZ had made a mistake.
Easy. Great shot back out of torzsi. He'll take those. m0NESY comes back in for second servings, can't manage another frag. And they're going to keep trying to challenge him, but honestly, he's getting away with missed shots at the moment. MOUZ should have a couple more corpses on the ground already. So you've pushed back the Opper far enough that you can head downstairs with a bit of free space behind you. But ahead of you sits NiKo, and next to him is kyxsan, just over towards the doors. Big drive-by moment here for Brollan to capitalize. And, well, you'd think kyxsan is the next to try to step this up. Fire doesn't spread. He finds Sanctuary. Over towards that single door is his next teammate. And kyxsan gives away his position. Fine by him. He'll go ahead and secure the round with 3 members up for the Falcons.
And that's his 5th kill. And a lot of players for Falcons really didn't show up on T-side, but T-side can be difficult. CT, everybody's going to get their numbers up. I can't believe this is already a 2-round game.
And all Falcons have to do is think back to Mirage, where they were again pushed to the limits, but then played that flawless streak of a second half. They've done it before within this series. They've done it to MOUZ all season long. We get guns back up from MOUZ. Should have been here way sooner.
Yeah, they're going to have to do this the hard way.
But more importantly than that, they are here now. This is an opportunity ahead of them.
Somehow becomes a story of surviving 6 pistols when it felt like that was going to be the damning stat.
Ouch, frag is on the money. Zershan down to 60 health. NiKo in the garage doesn't confirm any of this crossing, and neither does m0NESY.
They got the preemptive move, though. We've already got Kyosuke downstairs. kyxsan's here jump spotting. Now, You know, MOUZ have secret. They look like they're going to commit to it. They totally could, but we'll see about this next interaction. The jump spot right now. Oh, kyxsan's already peeled back. He's playing it really safe. kyxsan up on clock. Man, they're really letting him go very far. You know, it's a lot of pressure on kyxsan. He's had some good sprays already. But, dude, you know, kyxsan not getting the early info. They actually don't know they're here.
Oh, good swing!
Man, I don't know about that.
They'll find two inside of sight for free. There was bodies in position, but those bodies go down with nothing to show for it.
Listen, like, aiming well is also having information before the fight comes in. In that spot, it looked like kyxsan and kyxsan know what was coming. They had no idea. They didn't know all controlled side had been taken. I think kyxsan needed to jump spot a little longer before he started to peel back from that spot. Just didn't want to die doing it, maybe. Was worried about an op, potentially. I'm not sure. But 2 with a preemptive rotate is kind of wasted when they play it like that. And I think more so on kyxsan than kyxsan. Little too scared.
Right. I mean, that's that kind of fear that we also sort of saw kyxsan's call back on the T side when they got the ramp room. And, you know, there's been moments here where I think kyxsan kind of lacks conviction. And maybe that happens when you're 5-13 in map 3 of a critical series.
Well, you're in IGL, so you got to get used to that sometimes. Still got to make the good calls.
This one a
yeah,
bit
but you're right. It is
lackluster.
obviously easier to call when you're playing well, just naturally. It's a human thing for sure.
Trying to get back at it, letting MOUZ get to double digits first.
I think Cyclone knows the opportunity at hand. He just won one of the most solid rifle rounds so far.
You remember his words of encouragement coming into the second half. No matter what happens, we stay a team.
No regrets.
No regrets. And losing to that force buy in round 2, you can't think about the regrets you'll have if it fuels the Falcons CT comeback.
You actually can't regret losing if you try your hardest, and I think that was the message.
And so a very convincing victory as MOUZ walked forward in with guns. Was it kind of Falcons leaving a little slack? Maybe. But MOUZ can only play up against what is in front of them. And they did a great job in that last round to keep it convincing. 5 strong. Falcons majority alive. It's what fuels this rebuy.
Man, kyxsan's playing this to allow m0NESY to come and help him out. m0NESY's maybe going to make his way over.
That Zertian dead
it's a good
outside.
spot, though.
kyxsan with the blind side. Eats the flashbang. Oh, it's a bit labored. And in that moment, m0NESY's able to get a second frag on the round. 4 versus 2 looking great on Falcons. torzsi drops down to the lower sight. You've got kyxsan sitting here, but again, a bit of uncertainty. That's fine. He'll blindside torzsi, catching him as he goes back just over top of that edge. And Brollan with what feels like an impossible 1 versus 4 ahead of him. Bomb sitting down here. Gonna be tough to recover as all the Falcons come down to support it. He's just trying to figure out where kyxsan's got off to. Another 4 Falcons in-game leader, and that is gonna build a bit of individual confidence.
And that now it's just it's a pistol and it's a round on an island surrounded by a series of good responses from Falcons. It's definitely time for Cyclone to speak, and they've got timeouts to use, actually. We saw the impact after attack pause from Zonic in this game. Winning on that upper pop, the end of last half. That's what they're going to need from Cyclone right now.
I mean, I love his words of encouragement, but there is a bit of falsehood to it. We're winners, guys. No, the story is that MOUZ aren't winners. Focus on the day. I mean, you know, I think that's just a testament to that mental barrier that MOUZ have faced all year long. A trophy inclusion to Poca as Brollan takes over in-game leadership. One of the shocking roster moves at the very, very tail end of the offseason in 2025. And ever since, sure, consistently in the playoffs. Always right there.
The last bullet.
Oh!
Ooh, okay.
Spinks has got another. Play like winners. And so play with confidence is maybe what that translates to. And confidence is brimming as they come into this. 2 fresh duels, 5v3 established. And you put pressure on 2 struggling players in TeSeS and kyxsan to recover this 3 versus 5.
This is what a lead gives you. More chances to find opportunities like this. It's the smallest mistake. It's not even a mistake from NiKo. He comes in at the tail end of a spray to try to punish, to get some damage in, maybe not even thinking he's going to get the kill. Takes one in the head. But they're the ones who don't have the rounds to play with. 3v5 now, what's the idea?
Sees that player up in heaven. Oh, it's a labored spray. Both miss. TeSeS picks up the kill to Jimmy. kyxsan's got one as well. This is a 3v5 well underway.
What?
Spinks was pressured to get away from that box, but still TeSeS, Tech 9 in hand. Drive-by denied. MOUZ will find their 11th.
How in the world did Spinks find that duel? Molly behind him, both running out of ammo, forced to peek the only side that kyxsan is holding. The guy who is top fragging right now for Falcons can't lock down that kill. And then it's another series of disasters after the opening to this round.
Last couple of bullets for Jimmy into NiKo.
Oh my goodness.
Xerxin holding back the lobby push as well.
This felt like a pullback for sure for Falcons. Well, that's not the case. 11 rounds now.
This is Falcons' last timeout as well.
And I can't help but feel like there wasn't much about the pause from Cyclone that had to do with that round. That got into new territory very quickly.
MOUZ are in a bit of a driver's seat when it comes to these timeouts moving forward. Cyclone still has 2 to call while Zonix burned them all.
And again, because he didn't burn his idea, you think that's going to come out now.
Right.
And it's going to build a little bit on what they just saw.
It would make sense.
Maybe it gets doubly as bad here for Falcons.
You know, we had that back and forth affair over on Inferno. We're sitting in it again. 4 rounds non-consecutive at the moment. MOUZ fighting their damnedest when it comes to this Falcons CT side. It's still well-funded, this Falcons defense. But is it brave? Can they step up to the challenge that is this 3-round lead for MOUZ? Playoffs on the other side of 2 more round wins. We don't question MOUZ's ability to step up into top 8s. We question their plays on the big stage. kyxsan's got a double.
That's massive. One
Good
back.
recovery back from Spinks, sure, but that tells them 3 players outer was the plan here for MOUZ.
I don't know if NiKo's revealed his presence sitting here in Big Garage waiting for lurks.
Walk-up situation.
Brollan, he's got the bombing mini.
Trying to get into A. You've got grenades coming out of that back sight. NiKo's looking for an angle, but oh, it looks like they've surpassed him. No, 1 step back. He misses his chance. This is NiKo under pressure. This is MOUZ starting to recover.
And now Spinks could be a problem for NiKo. He's got to rotate back in. 6 HP.
It's what he's left with. Stuck inside of main. kyxsan's gonna kill him.
And that's both players known now.
Down to the B site goes MOUZ on the brink of their 12th round.
Oh!
NiKo's gonna give them a little more to work for.
It's gotta be the Chief.
All he has. Tough dive back to the single door. They'll know exactly where he's playing from. This is a huge health advantage and firepower advantage. But Brollan's not gonna waste a moment. He's already trying to go for this long wrap, but this 5-second defuse is coming through and he doesn't arrive in time.
It's the stick with conviction.
Falcons push this to the limit, and MOUZ damn near recover from that 3v5.
The tragedy was avoided when NiKo got that kill in vent. That was a perfect pre-aim and made up for the fact that he was stuck in Big Garage, couldn't finish off Brollan as he first dropped down vent. Right here, it felt like this damage getting missed was going to be the issue. Oh my goodness.
Nice.
Psychro saying, it's calm. Anyone's game now.
Man, this money's sketchy. What's the call? Trying to keep a bit of money here on torzsi by the looks of it. He'll be coming into the round. 2,500, just gets the P250. We've got a couple of Tech 9s and a couple of AK-47s here for MOUZ.
While you have the lead, you want to make those economic concessions.
Over towards ramp, fast challenge by the looks of it. kyxsan tries to spin.
Don't use all your ammo. Oh!
Brollan, instant entry. He was a god back on Mirage in times of getting these openings. Xerxin, he's going to try to play down behind the vent stomp, and these CTs are scrambling.
They're screaming. They didn't hear him.
He's got an easy frag. Drive by to the spine of NiKo. kyxsan slides the M4 into control. Threat over towards the top. kyxsan gets his. Response back from Jimmy. MOUZ will fight with less. And as TeSeS and m0NESY try to take a look at this B site, they have to wonder, do you save?
I mean, how can you even go for it? The upgrade there in control side, everybody's got guns now but torzsi. It's time to turn around.
Oh, and so this is how they do it. MOUZ take their 12th with lightning at their fingertips.
Wow, kyxsan was by himself on ramp. He thought he was just spamming a smoke. No one could have come out in front of it. He used so much of his ammo. He wouldn't have done that if he was more sure that there was a chance that someone could pop out. But, you know, maybe you do that if you have another teammate inside of the ramp. We saw that MOUZ double stack the ramp often enough. MOUZ haven't really done that too many times, so catches him off guard. There's responsibility on his shoulders. He's been playing so well this game.
And they make that play happen off of a Cyclone pause. Saved to the final hours. Saved until the brink of victory is sitting right in front of you.
And then Zershan walks down the vent behind two players. They're so terrified after this one kill. I mean, that's the long and short of it. Brollan gets an entry, and then suddenly you're just terrified.
Never saw it coming. You see how surprised NiKo is.
They didn't even hear him drop vent. They were talking so much.
No clue.
They were shell-shocked.
3 opportunities to beat a team that has busted them up every time they've met this season.
It's time for revenge, MOUZ.
And it couldn't come at a better moment to dodge the thought of having to play in the 2-2 game tomorrow. MOUZ need one more round to secure the big stage. And we've got damage on kyxsan out of the gate. Drop down to 50. MOUZ came at that with 2 rifles and managed to pull it off. Just goes to show, fighting spirit is the word we use to describe MOUZ tonight in order to exceed all expectations, to change history.
He doesn't even shoot back because they haven't responded at all. They're walking downstairs. 5 CTs are still upstairs.
Falcons starting to be at a bit of a loss. m0NESY missed shot. This could cripple their chance at the hold. NiKo slides down, will only find the one. And torzsi's counterpart does a good job of at least maintaining ramp. Dive back into the trophy. kyxsan's got his, m0NESY's got the double. Oh. And so Falcons on the brink of fighting on. Zershan slides forward and m0NESY's got something to say about it.
Yeah, he had to stop him. I can't believe he got that many kills after missing his first shot on the ramp. A golden chance here for MOUZ. And MOUZ are lucky they won that half buy. They'd be broke in this situation.
1 of 3 map and match points goes the way of Falcons.
Cyclone saved these timeouts for now.
7 rounds, non-consecutive. As we can barely separate these 2 teams.
It's insane. I mean, NiKo just coming out of the vent, they had no idea about this 3-man play down lower. It had to be m0NESY, beginning to end.
And he was so ready to start to leave, but then just gets vision on the player coming at him from trophy. Good thing he jump spots as well, or else he wouldn't have spotted that second player who had already crept by his line. We've got Glocks as a part of this equation. This is MOUZ working with less again. And if they hadn't just pulled this off 2 rounds ago, you would never believe. This head-to-head so skewed. Nuke, somewhere they've never won. And now NiKo fully flashed as a player fall down on top of him. m0NESY and NiKo combine for the open. Here comes that Galil. Thomas challenge out from main. And kyxsan down to 9, gets cleared off of the wall. MOUZ will fight tooth and nail again at the start of this round, and with 1:20, they can catch their breath and try to collect their thoughts.
Yeah, they want to create some separation here from the CT side, have them guessing, spread out a little bit, make one more mistake. MOUZ have been better in these spots at causing mistakes. m0NESY's been acutely aware. He pulled him out of the depths on that last round. He gets a little info. Build that tension.
Oh, they just step right through.
Total disrespect.
Oh man, Jimmy on the point, and with that op locked in backside, TeSeS on the brink. Oh, it's instant!
And he knows he was supporting this push.
TeSeS dead next. MOUZ have got this in the bag. If not for that one last superstar, bomb plant here by Brollan. In a year of Counter-Strike where MOUZ are constantly towards the top, but never with their trophies. One single taste of victory And that may mean nothing in comparison for torzsi to step forward into the playoffs on home soil. Kyosuke's got a chance. 3 kills off of that. 3 health, I mean. Players down beneath. Brollan's gonna pop him. And MOUZ amongst the best in Budapest. They will step forward to the MVM Dome. Hungary, you have your hero.
What a performance at home. It's got to feel incredible to be MOUZ right now. Everybody on your side. torzsi, so many highlights in this series, taking down their biggest rival of this year. Arguably the team that's held them out of the tournament victories they probably felt they were entitled to. Now to take themselves into playoffs and to push Falcons into the most pressured match of their careers.
Cyclone told his players, you are winners. And they go through that grueling 8-round back and forth affair versus a team that always has their number. Fighting spirit are what MOUZ embody here in Budapest. Chasing a dream, and a dream that now sits mere best of 3s and that grand finals away. If Falcons can fall at the hands of MOUZ, then who is to stop them?
This is just a beautiful moment. A home crowd, you've made it through the first step of where you want to go with the ultimate goal being the trophy. Just tell me, how much does this mean to you?
Yeah, it means a lot. Yeah, it means amazing, but we are going for the trophy. And this was the first step to it. But we don't get too ahead of ourselves. We still need to focus on the next game. And I'm just really excited to go to the big arena, to the MVM Dome. I think it's going to be amazing. And I'm looking forward for it. So, yeah.
With this crowd already being like this, I'm sure it is going to be amazing if you bring this action-packed set of Hungarians and people from around the world to watch. But this moment for you guys, you have struggled against Falcons. You were always unable to close it out on Nuke, even when it got close. What was the difference maker today?
Yeah, I think today, especially on the first map, we got into our head a little bit and we maybe argued versus each other a little bit where we shouldn't have. I also had some bad comments maybe in the first game because I was stressed out, but I think we did an amazing reset. I think everybody did an amazing reset. I think Brollan was calling amazing on Inferno and also on Nuke. I think he had some really sick ideas, and yeah, everybody just played out of their minds. So yeah, I'm just really happy we could close it out versus a good team, and I feel like this game was needed for us going into the playoffs.
This definitely. Hello. Hello.
You're a little bit quieter, man. Take mine.
Okay, thank you for the support. I have a question about the game, actually, is that I think this is a statement victory because not only did you always beat them on Inferno, you know, but finally you get over the hurdle in the decider map. Does it help that you know that you can pull off these kind of matches coming into the playoffs against Tier 1 teams?
Yeah, obviously it helps us a lot. Yeah, I think there is like five teams at the moment where I think the game can go anywhere. I think we can beat each other all the time, and I think these games can be really close, and it goes like it decides on margins, you know. So yeah, as I said, it feels nice to qualify versus a top-tier team, and yeah, it was versus Falcons. We lost like the last 4 times versus them, so it feels amazing to go into the playoffs like this, and yeah.
Speaking about margins, it feels like you're playing 6v5 because of the arena standing behind you, right? So is this Is this something that the whole team is feeding off of, or is it just you personally that you're taking the most credit here?
Yeah, I think obviously the Hungarians are cheering for me a lot, but it's an amazing feeling, to be honest, but I do feel it that the team can bounce off this, and they also feel the hype and the energy, and yeah, I think we should also hype the team a little bit, so let's go, Mouse! Let's go, Mouse!
You get to see the noise, you get to see the hype, you get to see the bright lights, but it's the moments in silence I want to draw your attention to. Standing in the shadows, smiling on ZywOo's assistant coach Tamaz, watching torzsi. You can see how much it means to him, how much it means to the rest of the team. This season, they have not been able to beat Falcons on this map. What a bloody time to start.
Yeah, that's a step in the right direction from us. Obviously, first step was, as torzsi said himself, to secure a spot in the playoff. That was not necessarily a given, considering the opposition, considering the competition that is so cut through here at the major. I'm glad he said it, though. He's not here to just make the playoff. He's not here to make another semifinal. MOUZ wants to win a trophy, and this was just a step in the right direction. Now, in isolation, this win is a big one. You know, as you said, beating the Falcons in a best-of-3, finally getting the win over them, gives the team a bit of confidence, make them to believe that maybe they've gotten better, maybe they're coming into this major in a better shape. But essentially, what it all means for MOUZ is just one step closer to that trophy, and that's the only thing they care about. And I love that ambition from the team.
torzsi's been on MOUZ for nearly 4 years. I'll tell you right now, that's the loudest they've been yelling for him. Maybe he gets the occasional clutch in a big arena, but this crowd is all for him. And so for them to qualify in this fashion, to upset Falcons, who have been really their demons this entire season, now it actually changes the conversation about MOUZ. When coming into this major, with the fact that they'd never beaten them, I thought, I don't really see a world where MOUZ actually takes this. But if they can put off the run, they've already beaten Furia this season in Chengdu. They've already beaten Vitality at the same event. And now they've shown they can beat the big 3 teams, but they just have to string together what I would consider just one of the most miraculous runs as a dark horse that we've seen.
I do love today when I was chatting to, we've obviously got shuttle drivers and security, and none of them watch Counter-Strike. They have to work this event. And I said, have you had a chance to see any of the games? And they went, we don't really watch, but we support torzsi. And I kind of love the fact that his name is on everyone's lips. You saw the crowd there as well. And then them performing the way they did. So let's break that down now as we take a look. How were they able to beat Falcons here?
I mean, they were able to beat Falcons, you know, by giving them a bit of their own medicine. It felt like a bit of a messy game on Nuke. Back and forth, MOUZ in a position where you think, oh, you're going to win now. Then Falcons out of nowhere, they win a force buy, they win a buy with a couple of pistols. Then back at you. When you felt Falcons had the game under control, when they won 2 CT rounds in a row, guess what happens? A force buy coming in for MOUZ, all of a sudden they give them a taste of their own medicine, and Exertion, the boys, torzsi as well, basically nailing the game right there. So I feel like if you're Falcons right now, well, welcome to our world. You know, that's how you used to beat everyone else.
It comes down so frequently, I'd say, for MOUZ to the teamwork, and I feel like that was so exemplified in the way that they were able to just break the Falcons. I mean, the set pieces, the multiple timeouts in a row. What was it there? 4 timeouts in a row, 1 from Falcons, and then just Cyclone burning all of his in order to just make sure that everybody stayed cool, everybody stayed calm. The body language was apparent that he was trying to make sure that as this game was getting tense, as the emotions were running hot, that everybody on MOUZ recognized that we've got plans that we've drilled, strategies that we know can find the upset victory. So for them to do it in this fashion, it felt like a team effort. I know that torzsi's the hero of the day for everybody, but it's also just the fact that, like you said, Brollan making great calls, because they outplayed Falcons in the mid-round. Like,
Yeah, sorry, I feel like we wouldn't be doing our job if we didn't make the mention that they also won 6 out of 6 pistols. And I know a couple of them weren't converted on, a couple of them were back and forth. Nuke was a great example where you win the pistol, then Falcons wins a force buy, then MOUZ wins a force buy. Wasn't necessarily pretty, but if you're Falcons, we talk about a team that lives on momentum. We talk about a guy like m0NESY, who if he gets off to a good start, he drives with that momentum. When you lose 6 out of 6 pistols in a best-of-3 game, I don't know the statistics, but I guess your chances of winning that game is very, very slim.
Falcons fans are going to hate me for this, but it is time to have that conversation. Every major rolls around, and we always talk about NiKo, one of the greatest players to never lift a major trophy. And I asked you before this map about how difficult it would be for MOUZ to go from 2-0 into the 2-2 bracket mentally, how that messes you up. How is that going to affect Falcons? Because, Dan, the pressure now is on you. You're going to possibly have Na'Vi, 3D Max, FaZe, Mongols, G2 holding you away from playoffs.
I know you love characters, Maui. Do you think NiKo's even the main character within Falcons right now? Because I don't. I know the story around him, you know, never having won a major, etc., arguably the greatest rifler the game has ever seen. But I feel like there's more to Falcons than just NiKo these times. It's just about m0NESY not getting into the playoff, kyxsan as one of the rookies not getting into a playoff, and Falcons as an organization missing another playoff. Austin was a disaster. If they were to lose tomorrow, that'd be another disaster.
I feel like NiKo's the story that we know the best, obviously. The tragic hero that never quite gets it done at the majors where it's obviously most important. But nowadays, sure, there's some spots that he still retains, but kyxsan is the guy for me now. kyxsan has just been unbelievable in terms of his progress. I'd say the ramp mistake he made, which is spraying through the smoke, is going to haunt kyxsan, but he's still learning game by game. I was almost surprised by NiKo and some of the opportunities that he had towards outside. I would say on that wrap strat that Malz went for, where they flashed him off, he kills the guy around Unbreakable, but then just decides to run on forward. That felt extremely uncharacteristic for NiKo, who's usually a lot more tempered with his approach, but in this game, it felt like the best opportunities or best rounds he got for the Falcons towards outside was one kill, then dying, maybe rotating down vent, gets one, dies. Like sure, it's some information for them, but this is a guy that for I would say the last 5 years probably was the best overall outside yard rifler. So for him to have maybe as little impact in this game, some credit definitely goes to Malz, but also some moments where maybe he's not holding his composure the same way he would in a lower pressure match.
It almost feels unfair because they have been playing so well. They're a team that should be in contention, and now it's going to be a struggle. Tomorrow could, depending on how this draw goes, could be very rough for Falcons.
They're the favorites versus anybody they play.
That's the point, yeah.
They're still the favorites, but it doesn't make the road easy. 3-2 now, as we already know the 3-0 teams, you're playing probably, you have a 2/3 chance of playing Spirit or Furia in that first round. Nobody wants to face Furia in their current form. So at this point, it almost feels like it's a little bit of luck to have a nice run if you're the Falcons.
I think everyone is going to look at that game tomorrow where Falcons are going to go 2-2, and they're going to hope Falcons will lose that game so they don't have to deal with them in the playoff. Because I agree with you, getting in the playoff is a tough part, you know, but once you're in the playoff, every game lives its own life. You're in a stadium, you're in the playoff, you're playing a major, you know. So if there's a team I wouldn't want to face in a best-of-3 quarterfinal, it'll be Falcons. So I think they have a lot of enemies tomorrow, not only from the community, but even the teams in here. They would love to see them get knocked out straight away.
The truth is we want the best teams in the playoffs. So we do want to see Falcons, but they've made the journey very difficult for themselves. We will get to see a team in the playoffs, though, in a little bit. We'll find out who is that going to be, G2 or the Mongols. Will they be joining Malz? We'll find out after this.
Way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. That I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is infinitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been bringing the fire.
see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm winning. I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny bean? Is that good?
Nice.
Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping shot.
Show your support for your favorite team. Post on socials with hashtag #MajorFans, tag Corsair, get featured, and win a Corsair gear bundle.
Hi, I'm standing here with malbs, and ahead of your best of 3, I have to ask about the matchup, because in terms of potential teams that could have drawn, Mongols is pretty fine, I would say, but head-to-head matchup is not really looking so bright. So what are your thoughts on it?
I don't know. I feel like we have played them a lot, and like, not with this lineup, of course, but like from the past, it has been tough. Like, they're a crazy team to play against. They have really sharp aim and everything, but it's going to be a really fun match.
I want to talk about yesterday. That is definitely a day to forget for you, but I want to ask, what went wrong personally for you? It wasn't a really individually great day, but there's definitely some takeaway that you don't want to repeat for today.
I definitely did it. Like, I had a takeaway from that match. Like, I was overthinking a lot of stuff, and then like, from preparation, and I was starting to anti-shot people, and I overthought a lot. And then I came up to the match, and I was like full spaceship, you know, like you know those moments and like you're looking at your screen but you don't see anything. I was like that yesterday, and I couldn't aim at all. I felt like I was looking at my grandma playing. So it was a little bit tough, but I hope it's going to be better today.
Just described my face experience. That's why I'm interviewing and not playing. But I have to ask about one thing. Probably at the time of this interview, we still don't know the veto, but Mirage is potentially on the cards here. I have to ask about the role changes on CT side, because you scrambled pretty much everything. Isn't it way too risky to do such thing before the major, or is it something that you've planned and prepared beforehand?
I mean, we kind of knew that we needed to change me from con. I was definitely not enjoying that place, and yeah, it was a little bit too hard for me. And I had experience on A already, and I was doing really good last year, for example, and I had some experience, and it was fine, I would say. And we also we had a month break after Chengdu, and yeah, like we already did the change. I'm gonna leak it. Like, we did the change before Chengdu, but because Hunter couldn't play or something, I don't know. I don't remember what happened exactly. Yeah, Hunter couldn't play, and we didn't play Mirage until that match. So I had to play con again. But yeah, I was playing A already.
Okay, so it was back and forth, but who initiated the change? Was it the coach noticing that you didn't feel comfortable, or was it like a mutual agreement within the team?
Mutual, yeah. I was like, guys are playing so bad, I hate it, and then everyone was like, we're not doing great, and so we need to change, and yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll see how it goes in this best of 3. Good luck. See you on the server.
Thank you.
Spirit, Furia, Vitality, Mouse. who else is going to be going to the playoffs? We get to fill one more spot tonight. G2 or the Mongols? Pimp and Maui are here. Let's talk about this particular matchup, boys. What does it look like on paper?
Well, let's set the scene first and foremost. The Mongols have beat G2 3 times in a row. So people may think at home, that's a pretty one-sided matchup. The Mongols have G2's number. There's one thing that has changed, though, and I have a little quiz prepared for you, Maui, actually heading into this game.
A whole
Mongols beat G2 at Dallas. Guess who were the top fragger on the server for the Mongols?
I'm gonna guess it's TeSeS.
Okay. They beat G2 at the Austin Majors. Well, guess who were the top fragger on the server?
Give me TeSeS. Give me TeSeS for 100.
It was indeed a TeSeS. Now, at Fisher Playground, the Mongols beat G2 2-1. Guess who was owning G2 top fragger on the server?
Surprise one? Is it 9-10?
No, TeSeS. And that's the biggest issue for the Mongols heading into this game. TeSeS is no longer part of this lineup. And as well as controllers have been playing so far, I think we cannot discredit it. Look at it. 123 rating, had some massive impact throughout this tournament as well. He is no TeSeS, and I think that could be a massive difference maker for the Mongols.
How's he changed their play style, though? I mean, have they had to kind of change up what they've been doing? Does it look the same? What do you think?
Practically every position that I've noted, he's been in the same spot that TeSeS played. Maybe he doesn't actually press as much forward, he doesn't impose his aim as much, but that's in some ways actually made Mongols a little bit more predictable, a little bit more reliable. I feel like the way that they play mid-late round situations doesn't rely on star power. They're assembling crossfires, and really just kind of looking why Controls is here. The Mongols had to dig deep. They couldn't get anybody from the Huns, obviously, because they were going to the major, and there were some likely replacements there. And so they had to go to Chinggis Warriors. They had to find another roster that could really punch up. And Controles, people may not know this guy played with Mara something like 8 years ago, and there was maybe another even option that they could have gotten from Chinggis Warriors, but they trust Mara. Mara trusts Controles, and I feel like Controles is showing the best form we have ever seen from him in any Counter-Strike jersey whatsoever, and he's doing it against the best opponents. So to think that he's just going to fall off a cliff, that he isn't TeSeS, yeah, he's not. But he's still a completely serviceable player here.
That's something we have to take note of as well, you know, for people who may not have been following closely what's happened with the Mongols. They were in the major final just a couple of months ago in Austin, and they were the second youngest team ever to take on a major grand final. They brought in Controllers. He's 28 years of age, right? So the average age of the team all of a sudden took a massive jump into being just average. So in terms of Controllers being new to this level of Counter-Strike, sure thing. He's been around for a long, long time. You said it yourself, he's been playing with Mara, he's been playing Counter-Strike at a relatively high level domestically in Mongolia for many, many years. So experience they have, you know, maybe even more so than before.
I do also put a lot of faith in Mara, just because I remember when the Mongols first were coming up, we all sort of went, oof, they need to have a roster change, but there's no players. Then he found a bunch of unknowns, and we went, oh, shame, poor Mongols. Look where they were, major finals, and we went, wow, this guy's he's pretty good. So I believe maybe it's not the player they want, but it is someone who can still get them to playoffs, potentially.
I mean, I think it's actually at this point foolish to question the ways of Mara. When they were already a team that was winning series at previous majors under the IHC banner, and then to change in a Mongolian scene where we've heard of none of the players that were actually coming in. I mean, now they're a solid top 5 team in the world. Like, this guy has a great eye for Counter-Strike, no matter how you want to break it down.
G2 does look very good, though. I mean, we can ignore what happened yesterday. I feel like that was maybe a blip on their radar, but for the most part, I think they look pretty impressive, too.
Well, I want to see that confirmation today, because I agree with you. Yesterday from G2 versus Furia, that was not a game whatsoever. Today, though, another best of 3 against an opponent that on paper they should be able to match. So yeah, I want to see them replicate what we saw in the best of 1 scenarios and be able to pull it off in a best of 3. And I think the map pool is offering them a great opportunity. Ancient, Dust 2, and Inferno, that's pretty goddamn good for G2.
I feel like it's actually pretty surprising for the Mongols. I mean, they played this Ancient a couple times. Seemingly, it's going to be a punish pick. I mean, G2, the last time they played Ancient, they lost to Fluxo. I mean, I'm not no shame to them. But actually, you know what? All the shame to them. No, all the shame to them, actually. That's a ridiculous loss for G2 to suffer. And it's been 2 months since there's even been an official for G2 on the map. So this is going to be, it's one of those maps where there's a great push and pull between the players on the Mongols, where you're getting pressured on from a Xenio towards A, Techno towards B, mid control from Blitz. I mean, like, there's so many weapons. And that's what's scary if you're G2, because you don't know where the next hit's coming from.
But that's my point, right? Because I really do and firmly believe that G2 would have been working on Ancient. It's so obvious a weak map of theirs. It's a map they lost 4 times in a row, didn't do well on it at Pro League whatsoever. So coming into this tournament, you would be foolish if you were G2 and you haven't prepped something new for Ancient, which the Mongols cannot possibly know. They cannot prepare for whatever G2 have prepped up coming into this map. So as much as it's a punish pick, it's also walking into the unknown, and I don't think that's a good thing for the Mongols.
The Mongols is kind of the kings of upsets. Can they do that upset today?
I put them in my predictions to win this one, and I feel like it's just that G2 has come out the gates looking real hot here in Budapest. However, I just feel like with the role changes, with how cold they are in terms of having not played this map for a while, I feel like there's a great chance for the Mongols. And I feel like, in a weird way, even though this core has been a top 5 roster, everybody's perceiving them as the underdogs. And I think themselves are perceiving themselves as that. I'm seeing individuals like mezINHO walk through smokes, catch timings on opponents at this event. Like they're still playing like they are having a great read of what's going on in the macro. And I feel like some teams, they're just getting blindsided by this team because everybody's underrating them.
It's the Mongols versus G2, stage 3, day 3 of the Budapest Major. Let's end with a banger.
First game was kind of shaky and difficult for us because it was the opening match for the Major. So I think we got some little pressure on this first match.
We could have won for sure 100%, but I think on Inferno we lost both pistols. We are trying to read from first round what most likely the enemy will do, where are the gaps on the map, and try to help each other basically, offer stuff. I think that was the biggest difference yesterday.
Of course we're feeling good and the pressure is lowering. The best of 3 is the best thing for the match, and I think everyone will play good mentality and everyone is at balance.
They're the team that is fully using the advantage of CS2, I think, in the game, because they're swinging a lot. Sometimes 1 by 1, sometimes 2 together, 3 together sometimes. So I think that's why it's so tough to play against them. But if you're on a good way games, when you start good, obviously their confidence is gonna drop, and I think that we can use it in our advantage.
We managed to control and balance our mentality, everything on the next game. Got into the shape, going into the game. That's how we fixed that, I think.
We need to expect Mongols are gonna have a more faces style gameplay. Tomorrow it's gonna be more about having proper communication because there is gonna be a lot of chaos to play against them. It's always like that. So we need to be ready and mentally strong.
We don't care about opponents because it's the Major.
I think there is a high chance we will go through tomorrow.
The Major winners must be win everyone.
It's gonna be a hell of a fight and we are gonna take the fight.
4/5 of the previous Major Grand Finals roster sits ahead of you, and yet somehow, some way, they have flown underneath the radars of many. G2 is a team that has shown us incredible heights already this season, absolutely shocking us with a trophy hoist in London. And while the Mongols were close in Austin, will they be able to do it with Controlez in the roster? I think the Des did a great job of giving Controlez the credit he is due. He is playing the best Counter-Strike he has ever played here amongst some of the best from Mongolia to ever do it.
You know, because it's 5/6, because they have Mara. When are we going to be surprised that they can't keep subbing out players and being successful? It almost doesn't matter with the Mongols. That's what they proved. And they get Ancient. It's a great place to start for them.
Utility over the top. Sunpius ready to hold back. Molotov at his feet. Perfect shot. That's 9-10 down to the first bullet of the best of 3. And then mzINHO's got the response back to malbs. That's space to take over the bomb site. Flashbang, well placed. Sunpius has to offer more room. And they try to crawl up into the temple. They are charging forward. In fact, mzINHO is about to flank the CTs through their spawn. Can Controlez hold on? Yes. That flank never even needed. Mattis comes out from Donut, and it's Controlez with a triple kill.
Let's go, Controlez. Man, I just didn't know what to expect from them this stage, but you look back at the results, they actually beat Spirit with this lineup. You know, like they do have actual competitive games where they don't win, they still win maps. And, you know, the major Counter-Strike, as Techno put it, we wondered how much is Controlez going to be able to step into that. That's the one question that was left over, and he's done a great job. He's done a great job this week. He's definitely going to be a threat this game. And I think the way that Matt has characterized it was perfect. I think the one thing that was missing was sort of the mirror to their own gameplay. I think there's a lot of similarities between them.
Maui Snake brought up the amount of time that's passed since G2 have really had to play out on Ancient, and, you know, whether there's ring rust in that regard. This is a map that in the earlier iterations of G2, when Hunter took the reins, they played more often. They've kind of left it in the background. Techno gonna thrust himself to the foreground with that triple kill into the B bomb site, bomb in tow alongside his success. Sure, you've got the AK in Mattis's hands, but untimely reload, and that will cost you.
Mongols run over this one, obviously, with the help of Techno, 4K, and Sunpius. I mean, you know, no chance that the retake's gonna happen. Will he get some kills?
Just to put you in the hot seat, Launders, do you think there's a world tonight where Mongols just dominate G2 in this match?
I think Ancient, there's a world. In the series, I'm not sure if I would put a bet on it, but because they have a map that should be free, I mean, the one thing that Pimp brought up, it's total unknown how much G2, like how can you leave Ancient open in your map pool?
Sure.
Like, you can't, but they don't ban it. So it's like, they just haven't played it for a long time. They're on a loss streak right now, G2. So I'm with him. There's no way that they can be as bad as they were when they played it at Pro League. And we just have no idea how much they've changed since then. But like, you look at this team, it's like, this is a team that, you know, you can see this iteration of G2 picking Ancient.
Yeah, 100%. They've had their reps in it in the past.
It's the first time G2 have not been good at Ancient, like, their history.
Ancient history, you say? It's a tale as old of time. Mongols just switching out players unexpectedly. You said it, you know, with Mara, it's kind of, you know, there was times previously, before Mongols kind of threw themselves as a top contender
Every
in the world.
time they made a roster move, it was like their best
scratcher.
rifler, and oh, there's no chance they come back from it, and then it just didn't matter every single time because the system is greater than its parts, and that's the gestalt that Mongols have created.
Just felt so cutthroat at times, you know, and again, with the age of the players, you thought to yourself, like, come on, give them time. But no, ruthless decisions have been a part of Mongols' identity for a long time. I think it's interesting that finally we get a player that they can bank on in terms of experience, and that was one of the things they quoted with the inclusion of Control-as. They wanted a reliable piece because it was such a shaky situation, such a scary moment for the core. With expectations at an all-time high. Techno, Mac-10 gets malbs over the line. Still another player here inside of the site, that 20 health from Sunpius. And Techno's gonna bank on the cover here of Blitz. Where there's one, there's more. That's just how the Mongols do their work. You know, Desk praising the crossfires, and the team play is kind of one of the driving forces behind their victory. It's something we anticipate coming through tonight if they're able to get the better of G2. And in the face of a test inside of that B bomb site, all 5 deaths for G2 on the bomb site. That's the 3-0 start here for the attack of the Mongols.
You know, Liquid losing a map to Mongols is like, okay, wow, that was actually, wow, Control-as, nice map, and that was pretty good performance, but after losing to Imperial, it was sort of like, well, does that mean that Liquid are just weak?
Sure.
But they also do the same thing to FaZe. They do the same thing to FaZe in a big way. It's even more one-sided. We see how well FaZe are playing this week as well.
Deep. Control-as given responsibility to come out and clear this red room. It's all his for the taking. Hunter leans back in the back lines of that B site, just keeping vision this direction, but a smoke's gonna come down in front of Hunter. All while Sunpius is given a gift to the kill on Techno, but does that mean Hunter's gonna think? No. He knows.
Oh, come on, Control-as.
Timing to perfection. I love that we catch that in the third person because Hunter just walks into the middle of the road. Op shot here from Sunpius is missed. First one may have been good, but the Mongols come through with numbers. Mattis is gonna have to come through with impact. Unfortunately, HeavyGoD's still far removed. Blitz, instant headshot in with it, and HeavyGoD's been found in this 1 versus 4, already whittled down to 20 health. Feels like he just wants to leave as Mongols go up 4-0 the start.
It's a really impressive start for the Mongols. They look fantastic. I think they're all going to be very happy that Control-as is the one at the top of the board. And speaking of Control, it's him getting this mid kill, just shutting down any chance of a rotation. Sunpius is going to miss that all. call it a night. He's been so good too for G2.
Whoa. Fighting for his save, but that's false confidence. I warned you, where there's one, there's more. We'll see if G2 can stop this free fall. Felt good for a moment there with the Sun Pius op frag out mid. This is a great way to kick off the 5v4, but this spam? Sure. Feels like the aim is on point for Mongols immediately. Starting to grow the economy behind them. Just MP9s and upgraded pistols ahead. A bit of posturing to kick this one off. Hunter's got a nade primed. And Amzinho almost got him. That pushes Hunter back. Remember, MP9 only is all he has, so smoke in front of him.
You always have to respect the main smoke. It's so hard to pop out of. They could just be someone's single box. They're not in a position to nade through this, but they have lots of time. They want the time, actually, to get organized.
Stepping it into Donut instead. That's going to leave a bit of vacancy over towards site. malbs goes back to just take another look at this.
Yeah, little chunk out of him. Mid's wide open. They succeed a lot of map control already, CTs. They don't know what's about to come.
Control as they boost. Oh, okay. Good control. Techno's got his double kill as well. And again, right, you can just feel the creep coming. Nothing you can do to stop it if you're G2 in this moment. Mongols don't panic, they don't rush it. And then when they do strike, again, they strike with conviction.
You know, I'm not surprised that they can slot in new players every single time, even though it feels like when it happens, it's out of nowhere. It's always like when a player's playing really well, and yet, you know, something goes down. What I am surprised about is just how fast they can onboard him, you know, because a player can play well when they're comfortable, but how often do you need lots of time for a player to get comfortable? It's so rare to actually get somebody in this spot. And for Control as, like, he's got some scar tissue. He's been around in the game for a long time. It's probably coming to the point in his life where he's thinking, well, do I ever get another real chance to play? He's in Mongolia trying to get on the youngest average team in the world for a chance to be #1 in the world. It probably didn't feel real when they gave him the call up.
Like the Death said, right? Played with Mara 8 years ago. You're thinking in the back of your head, maybe I can use that
8 years ago, he was old enough to play on this team.
Hey, Mara, you remember me? But I mean, what they wanted was a safe pair of hands, right? You needed somebody reliable. And like Maui Snake alluded to, this isn't a player that gets pulled off of the second best team from Mongolia. They have to go to the Genghis Warriors. Somebody who he has even less international experience. But what's more valuable, international experience or playing in the LAN cafe scene of Mongolia?
I think they just, you know, they value coachability. I think that's what's always nice about playing with new players. They might have new ideas, but they're also going to be sponges for learning. And I think that's maybe why they haven't ever trended any older in general. But since Mara and him have time together, he knows him as a person. A lot of hearsay, of course.
And I suppose playing this entire time, I mean, he's never let his individual level get dull. It's insane that he pulls out this level. Oh, and he finds the spam down as well.
So much impact, man.
It's one thing to slot into Senzu's rolls. It's another thing to just go ahead and try to outshine him.
Because Senzu was so good at wallbangs and smoke spams, too. In terms of his intuition while he was playing rounds, those are the kills he brings.
It's one thing to, again, have the rest of Mongol. Oh, Let's goes for the same thing. HeavyGoD gets blown apart. Techno's got the headshot. We are halfway through this T side, folks, and we haven't seen a sign of life out of G2's side.
How many dark horses are at this tournament?
I think we're at 6. Just keep coming.
That's ridiculous. 2 frags before they even try to take the site.
I mean, again, this is a core that has been one of the best teams of the year.
#1 for some time.
They shook vitality to their core in those Austin Grand Finals. Map up in that best of 3.
Yeah, you had to be there, but taking a map versus vitality at that time was insane.
Pressured in from the entrance of A main. Nothing you can do about that, Sunpius. You see the frustration as he just gets naded into tomorrow. I mean, we don't have a round win for G2. We barely have a sight hold so far for G2.
Blitz is playing with one sleeve on.
What the hell is this?
That's what you're going up against. He's comfortable in any position.
Yeah, that's some anime villain vibes right there.
That's crazy. Are you getting up or sitting down? We need a code check for Blitz.
The fingertip touch handshakes.
You saw all these kids buying arm sleeves. He's like, we already got sleeves. Why are you wasting money?
Half in, half out. We'll have to get to the bottom of that.
I love that. It's like he was late.
Hey, Blitz, stay a while. You know what I mean? Get comfortable, buddy. Unless this is just going to be a total domination of a best of 3, and he knows it. Ready to get right back into that shuttle. Head to the hotel and lock in playoffs. Sunpius up close, dead with nothing. Blitz has got the first one. Hunter's 5-7. Will at least collect a couple of kills. But it's man advantage back for the Mongols. Op coverage towards this CTP. And that 5-7 in malbs's hands not going to find as much success as it did in Hunter's. HeavyGoD finds a chance to peek. He'll stop bomb. It's 1v3s, 1 kill deep. Cautious about the flank, as we've already had players push around through that temple. Op is on this angle. Ooh, he was on the brink of dying to 9-10. Who then gives it up and tries to go back further towards A main. Spam finds further damage, but still no frag for HeavyGoD. Control-as on the bomb plan, able to get off of it.
He's
as
gonna be out of
HeavyGoD
ammo.
tries to throw something at this, down to 2 magazines.
Those bullets are free.
Oh,
wait.
blindside.
What?
And then still the
Okay.
close, just to give Control-as another moment to shine.
Dude, Control-as, man. He's, yeah, that's 7-0 for the Mongols.
Why are you laughing, London?
That's just amazing. It's amazing. If you don't like watching this, you hate fun. The 7-0 T side.
Tell that to the G2 fans. Whoa. You know, I think as well, losing that first map for the Mongols, it was kind of a moment too where we thought, yeah, expected. You're not going to be able to step back up to what we saw in Austin. But then you hear in the interview from MZinho just saying like, yeah, we kind of got hit by some nerves. You chalk it up, it's the first major nerves. They wouldn't be the first nor the last team to lose their opening game at a major when expected to. Cue up the Falcons lowlights.
Yeah, and it was overtime as well.
And so suddenly, we're all caught off guard because we had thought that the rest of Mongols just wouldn't be able to do it without Senzu. But there is a Mongols beyond Senzu. That much is very evident. Down to the bottom of middle, finally, G2 able to collect some kills. Trying to fight fire with fire, they get feisty with the malbs push. And now all you have to do is finish off this 2v5. But there's going to be a chance for Blitz to take this fight into the B site. Insta-kill to Cave.
I was going to say this round isn't over, but I was almost joking.
Doesn't take any damage for that first duel. He's going to burn HeavyGoD into the next fight. Won't be able to best that one, or will he? From beyond the grave, he'll catch him. 9-10 clutch queued up. And there's a player back there. First shots found. Doesn't have the bomb just yet, and he could back up into Hunter. Exactly. Caught off guard by that additional bit of pressure, but it's still quite the recovery from a 2 versus 5 to the 1 versus 2, mean that G2 takes economic damage for this round win.
Yeah, just got scary, but this also saw a pause that allowed them to come up with this idea of how to take mid before it became a problem. Mongols fans worldwide. Born as riders, forged as warriors.
Whoa.
I swear, instead of a pen, they use a sword to write everything. Their writing is fire.
You know, we've had a lot of Hungarian chants for torzsi. I'm still a stranger to any sorts of Mongolian chants. But sign me up immediately. And with gameplay of this degree, I feel like they're about to start. This is a Mongols you can believe in. It's an unbelievable start, but we'll see how they continue. First round found for G2. That comes off of the push down towards middle. Trying to go back at it once again. Frag grenade interrupting the two smokes. malbs climbs up instantly. Doesn't find anybody outside B, but there is presence there. And so tucked into the corner, he'll try to catch Techno off. Instead, he's dead. USP on the retreat. And that's not going to get away. Techno is straight on top of him.
And they know he's here too. HeavyGoD, he's got a peek.
Good fight from HeavyGoD to just try to be the one piece that keeps this even as he tries to exit. Missed chance from 9-10. That's all 3 remaining Mongols members wounded.
That stops it from getting ugly, but everybody on the Mongols, as you brought up, low. It's been an insane map for Techno as well. And he got the kill to take over mid control. You get the guy up there and no CTs can defend.
Forcing this walkout to come forward. Sunpius doesn't take the deeper of the angles. At least not instantly. And the timing there is he could have just caught another free frag.
He's just got to make sure that if people start jumping up to fight down the ramp, that he can keep them. Yeah, that's it.
He leaves at the worst possible moment.
Because they're executing B. They timed it beautifully.
2 smokes goes down. Mattis comes over. I mean, Mongols are going to have to dodge all the bullets that come their way. Their health is so incredibly low. Blitz.
Careful.
Oh, covered. 9-10 comes out with his as well, and this 3v3 had the makings of a G2 round win.
Yeah, they just assumed. Ouch. Never assume.
How does mZeNio find that timing to a T?
Those 2 teammates are doing a full exec on B. He's waiting an elbow because eventually, if G2 are going to come down mid, they have to fight there.
If Sunpius was on the deeper angle, he would have just found mZeNio, walk out and go back. Missed chance for G2. Well. Terrorists win. Mongols trying to speed run their invite to the playoffs.
As you can see here, after Techno gets these kills, that's, you know, mid in a great position. If they wanted to push down mid a little bit more, well, they didn't have control of B lane. So if someone peeked up from above, they could have died from both corners of mid again.
Molly here for the Opera. That's going to send him down into Donut instantly. Frag grenade into the red room. Doesn't go deep enough to truly catch Hunter. malbs doesn't take the deep angle. And I saw that sign before this game went live, and I thought, that's ambitious. And we know that Ancient was going to be a pain point for G2, but to this degree, I don't think anybody could see it coming.
Oh, they see that this is kind of a fake now. I mean, the smoke's down on the right side of mid, but the CTs don't have vision of this at all.
No, and Controlas is already deep through red room, so that's going to keep a threat in the back of the minds of this double A setup. And if Hunter steps in, he's down. 9-10. Oh, that's
Blitz got a
not
kill.
ideal.
Team kill.
Blitz is going to shoot mZeNio in the back of the head. That's going to give man advantage back over. And also, Blitz is low. 9-10's trying to give cover as the plant comes out. And this is a well-timed flank from HeavyGoD. He's going to execute one. Blitz swings wide, and here we have it. Majority stand for G2 as they'll find that much-needed second round.
HeavyGoD's the one guy I feel like is wide awake for G2 in this map so far. Really good tries, really good kills.
It's a good shot, but yeah, not ideal, especially as Blitz gets hit through mZeNio as well.
There's like a lot of damage too. It wasn't even just one bullet to death.
He just kind of made mulch of them. Our official partners got Mongols now quite skewed. 8-2 lead will do that.
It's gonna be another bout of mid control here.
Trying to put out that incendiary. It's a quick challenge. Blitz eats the flashbang. So he dives back into the smoke, but oh no, never mind. Crosses to the boxes. malbs locks it in.
Beast mode.
2 kills made easy.
Yeah, that was a tough job. It was a second flash though as well from Blitz that felt like, you know, malbs is going to be uncomfortable, but no, he's so good, flicking back and forth. But again, because it's Mongols, round's not over.
Nine10 can't afford to lose this bomb. Ooh, that's the shot that could have been. Climbs up to join this B pressure. What's MZinho got to offer us? Because still on the other side of the map at 45 seconds, met by a smoke. Trying to keep these two CTs preoccupied. It's being watched though. Oh, but the shots are missed, at least from Hunter.
Crazy, had to go so wide for that.
Doesn't fully scramble the rest of G2 though.
It's just an there's actually like one gap at Donut. If they want to come up this way, it's just going to be so hard though.
Volleyed off at 25 seconds. It's going to be an uncomfortable push. Thing is, Sunpius may not get an angle on anybody on the site. He'd have to come deeper and then watch once that Molotov burns out.
Yeah, but there's no time to go to this. No, don't go.
They're going to try to run it in. And easy pickup here for Sunpius. He presses into the bomb site, and that's going to cost all the Mongols. We've got the answer back. We used the word, you know, ring rust at the start of this. The fact that G2 haven't had an ancient outing. Well, at the tail end of this 12-round half, they've now secured 2 in a row, 3 total.
You know what? I'm never going to cheer for saving.
Okay.
I love that they went for that.
Mongols-esque.
All about malbs.
Not the first time either. You know, we talk about malbs and the way that he has kind of made a name for himself playing the middle of this map. Not only on this roster, but in previous jerseys too. Back right to the same game. Controlez gets away with the kill to Hunter. Blitz was in the corner, so it's an easy answer here for the Mongols, gunning for their 9th on the attack.
They just decided to copy and paste it. They feel the half's gone so well, why not keep trying it? It seems like it's just fun for them to take over mid. I'm sure it's fun for malbs too. He loves those kinds of fights. But he just didn't clear that one spot. And they push so fast. Sunpius checking the temple flank at 1:12.
Just in case. Unfortunately here for Sunpius, doesn't find it. And while he's looking elsewhere, we're going to get that crawl out from the Mongols into A. They'll find it completely free for the taking. Utility's going to confirm the commitment. G2 forced to play for this. You know, he's of two minds. He sees this threat that could be towards middle, but hasn't really committed to going out and clearing all the corners. So good on 910, or Techno rather, to just stay tucked in the cubby of middle. Part of G2 wanted to go clear that, but they just don't really have the resources for it. 2 kits on this play with no utility. They're hand forced for the retake. They know they're outnumbered. They know the moment they step out through Temple, somebody's going to have this line held, and it's 910 tasked with the Galil. Oh, swinging wide. MZinho's just going to end this 9-round attack here for the Mongols, setting a tempo versus G2 tonight. the major grand finalists for good reason. But what you can't anticipate is the level of Counter-Strike that Control-Ez is bringing to the table. We thought ZywOo would leave big shoes to fill. Well, he's filled them. Driving force on that attack. The Mongols capitalizing on a weaker map pool and just a lack of reps recently for G2 on Ancient. We know that in the past they would play it, but man, oh man, 9-3.
Round by round, step by step, everything that we know.
Everything you know you've done, but that's past tense. Again, not a lot of Ancient game tape as of late for G2.
And yeah, I mean, they should have worked on it though coming into the major, so we didn't really see that prep, at least not coming through.
Berettas go down first. Control-Ez has the trade. Tries to hold back inside of Cave, not allowed. Blitz takes position inside of the site, executes Mattis. Worried about that ramp push through smoke, it's yet to arrive. Oh, God, misses. And then in through the smoke comes 910. That drops bomb. Sunpius is taken down to only 4 HP. Easy cleanup while HeavyGoD sat inside of that smoke, stranded back away from his teammate.
Yeah, separated with the molly, trying to get the bomb down. Definitely a winnable situation, but not if they keep peeking. And they do not stop.
Putting the 10 and 9-10. Double digits on the scoreboard here for the Mongols.
They just bring such good energy to Counter-Strike. It's a playstyle you can't help but love.
I mean, putting Asia to all-time heights. That is no easy feat. To maintain it after a shocking roster move is just a whole other level.
Well, this could be a good rush, though.
Fast charge towards Temple, 910. Weakest link of the Mongols at the moment. Is going to allow for a bit of presence to be taken over in the site. Will the bomb go down? That's a question. Sunpai is still sitting back, burned away from his cover. And 910 still this looming threat. Tries to squeeze a little more value out of that Temple push. Sunpius is going to get the better of him, but still no bomb plant, and they'll know exactly where this last member of G2 stands. Down he goes, 4 players strong as the Mongols are running through G2.
It's like they can just see the finals. It's just one road bump along the way. They're playing like they deserve to be here, and they absolutely do. And I love the philosophy. The best time to start a retake is before it even starts. They're putting pressure on all these smokes. A-site is extremely vulnerable. Even with the smoke down in CT, you can spam the cross and reasonably hit targets. You can blow it open. You can go for this temple push like we saw 910 do. One molly opens up so many angles, and there's not much of a way to respond for G2. They're not going to get respect this game. It's going to be earned.
And deagle shots like that won't earn it. Ooh. Frag grenade right on top of it. That shot, yeah, that'll have Mongols thinking for a second. And on top of it, the follow-up, trying to maybe rush the process, still in a 3 versus 3, so you had a little bit of slack to offer back, and now as 910 takes control of the jump up, you'll see there's nobody here.
What was funny about Mattis's interview, and he was wrong, he said that you could put a dent in their confidence and maybe slow them down, but they actually don't ever do that, not even when they're losing.
Right.
Here's another example of it. 2 of these kills, and they go and instantly re-clear B. We've already got the rotates coming through. G2 think they at least have a few extra seconds to get here early.
Not the case.
I don't think so.
And then once they do arrive, it's going to be another rude awakening. We've got tons of utility on the Mongols. Somebody's going to have to bank on another nasty Desert Eagle shot. And it's one thing to do it with full health. It's another at 30 and 40 HP. Not to mention, the moment you arrive, you're met by a smoke. What a sinking feeling that must be, thinking you have the timing for the rotate. Now it's going to feel like you're found out, but...
I mean, yeah, I don't even know why they blocked this. They had so many players here, and it was G2 who had been like, oh, hopefully they haven't rotated yet.
Just in case. Like, 910 hadn't actually pushed all the way down to check beyond the double doors. So Mongols, they came over, they had the right idea, but a little bit of uncertainty almost cost them. Happy to go into that gunfight. MZinho not able to finish it off. Single point of HP still for him to work with, but he does have all 3 kills so far. Hunter tucked into this corner as 910 moves forward, and it's all wrapped up. Quad kill from MZinho. 12 rounds, the Mongols.
It's a clinic. And like, yeah, right here, it's just that they blocked both sides of the map and then split up again. So if they had actually just waited together, they could go re-clear both things together. I mean, G2 are the ones who thought they had a drop on him. When they cleared information, they didn't counter. So now G2 Maybe one last try.
They'll have guns at least to try to die on.
They fully secede mid. This is totally established as CT control. G2 actually working on both sides of the map right now.
No bomb possession here for the B play. You're gonna hear that movement in the cave, but TeSeS survives the spray here for malbs.
And he gets away.
And it's not like they have the bomb either, but they do have all of the Mongols busy at the moment. 9-10 kyxsan Pius.
It's gotta be an A play now.
Ooh, malbs is gonna walk out, execute one, and now the Mongols are gonna realize they've made a mistake. They've fallen for this ruse offered over by malbs.
Well, they fake plant, so there's a little bit more time. Careful, malbs, just don't die.
But he does with nothing. Retakes on. MZ's got to be cautious because you know that G2 have had so much time to creep off of the bomb site that Donut could damn well be occupied. They're actually not even going to take it. 3 players emphasizing A main instead. Blitz is the only alternative.
You got to watch for control as a smoke.
Blitz working with that off. It's also 2 kits. Techno comes through with the fast frag to Hunter. Mattis will find Blitz trying to work up from that lane. Donut now all that G2 have to work with. Smoke's gonna go down in front of it. Into the 1 versus 1. And he'll find it.
Nice HeavyGoD.
Back-to-back headshots. And this fight's not over just yet.
Crazy how close that even got. I think they heard them taking a fast step at mid to work on the flank. Mongols will find letting that one go. It's actually a pretty cool idea for G2. I mean, they faked a little mid control. They know Mongols are going to try to fight them there. That was the entire first half, the whole story of it. And they end up working on both sides of the map. The fake could be perfect. The only problem was malbs didn't get that first kill on control as. He ends up being the last guy alive in the end too. But they still pull it out, just narrowly.
Ooh, that'll give you something to think about.
It's insane how good that nade was.
I mean, that makes the job of the MP9s so much easier. Controlla is getting flashed back though, offers space on site. Techno, oh man, of 2 mines.
He got 2.
Comes back in with a second. It looked like he was way too frantic to get anything, let alone both. You've got Hunter down to 2 HP. HeavyGoD off site, now finds himself alone with bomb possession, chance to leave. He'll catch 9-10 and then sprint this over to the other side of the map.
That was cool. MZ looking to get in there real quick just to make sure he's not coming back. And HeavyGoD's got his work cut out for himself. Will we get back-to-back clutches?
He tried to offer us a bit of X factor just to keep this game going. Already a bit of tempo control. MZ coming at middle fast. Oh, and lands it with the on. So not only are we sitting pretty with a Mongols map 1 win, but it is G2's confidence in shambles. They have got to find a way to recover from this. Chalk it up to not playing Ancient. Remind yourself that your map pool does have alternatives. Dust 2 is where G2 are gonna need to show us a little more fight or add it to the stack of potential dark horses here in the Budapest playoffs.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is embedded in top of the throne of this me. Are you moving slow when it's me? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And make it stop me.
You see the match. We see every restart behind it. You see lightning-fast reflexes. We see countless hours building trust. You see a single moment of triumph. We see the 1,000 failures that forged it. Victory isn't just the moment. We win because we reached it together. Level up as one.
I'm winning. I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet, equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Welcome everyone, another demo review. This time it's Passion UA's Nyx, and he's gonna be guiding us through a couple of rounds here. Round 9. Alright, set play. We're having a lane hit. We have to focus though on one thing. I will first show you the whole round. Good flashes. Double flash into the site. Pit is burning. That was kind of failed movement, wasn't there?
Yeah, so I should have dropped. Well, I meant to go on the bow. Like, that's what I was trying to do, but in hindsight, definitely should have dropped. But also, we're saying this guy's in pit. It's almost not ready.